Hello everybody and welcome back to week 3 of the NECC full season. I am Hazza, joined once again on the microphone with my co-caster, my best friend over on this side of the world, over across the seas from the UK. We will be bringing you this stream. I was trying to think of a way to word it. I know that you don't like to be banded in with the rest of the UK.
Yeah, exactly. But I appreciate it, man. I do appreciate it. I feel nice and warm and fuzzy inside.
Nice.
And you know what else makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside, Hazza? More NECC games.
Of course, and we've got 3 best of 3s coming up for you guys this evening. Myself and Cairo will be taking you through the first of which is Converse Varsity versus West Virginia in the Champions Division. So the first time that you and I will have covered the Champions Division here in NECC for this season. So I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. Some upper echelon Valorant gameplay in store for us. But first, let's take a quick look at both of the rosters that we have in store for us this evening. Starting off, of course, with Converse Varsity. We got Blitz, Icy, Arctic, Winter, and Wildfire. All very weather themed, I think.
Yeah, it seems to be the case here, Hazza. Apart from Blitz, I don't know, have you heard of any weather phenomenons that include a blitz?
If you think about heat, you're in a bit of a blitz, right? That was my my thought. Wildfire as well, I guess, is maybe a little more nature inclined. But we've got a mix of freshmen and sophomore here as well. So, fairly new on the scene in terms of university as things go. But in the Champions Division, we expect a lot of them. And we'll just have to see how they perform. The next lineup that we have for you is, of course, West Virginia University, WVU. We got Jay Chronic, Agility, Euros, Boltsy, and TayZ. So looking into this one as well, I find it interesting. You start to see some of those familiar names pop up. I think Jay Chronic we've had here in the past who's put up some decent numbers for their squads. So coming into this one, I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing how both teams perform.
Yeah, it's good to have a nice little reunion, Hazza. That's what we like to see here on the NECC broadcast. Being a Champions Division, I mean, you expecting a lot from these teams in terms of strategy, in terms of utility. We've been, it's been, nearly a full year we've been in NECC. Meta's developed, strategy's developed, so I hope to see a lot of teams following that.
Yeah, and over these 3 short weeks that we've covered so far, at least the last 2 weeks, games have been played. These teams have got out there, played some matches, and they have records to call back to now already. Mixed in terms of form between them. I'm pretty sure that Converse Varsity, they're currently 1-0. There are no results currently available for the second of the 2 games that they played. Whereas on the opposite side, West Virginia are 0-2, but both of those best of 3 series have gone all the way to the wire. Every single map they've played so far, they've at least got 7 rounds, so still very capable, just perhaps struggling to get that first result on the board so far.
It's maybe just a matter of playing strong teams early on, and they're challenging those strong teams. I mean, nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see how it develops. The lay of the land becomes a little bit more defined as we get to the end of the season. But this looks like a very good 2 sides coming in against one another, and I'm excited to see what happens.
We always expect that level of caliber here in the Champions Division for NECC. So without further ado, let's get a look at the maps and the map vetoes that we'll be seeing here for this series. Or not just yet, we will get that to you in just a moment. But when it is ready, we can confirm that. I'm pretty sure you and I already know what the maps are going to be. So maybe not to spoil anything, but we have Breeze, Ascent, and Bind coming up. The other ones being banned out, so we can get to talking about that at least a little bit. Ascent, of course, I'll be curious as to see who's banned that one out, as we finally do have the map vetoes come through. This is going to be interesting, I suppose, in the way that it sets up, because these are maps that we see so commonly.
It is maps that we see very commonly, especially Ascent and Bind. I think they were the highest pick rate in terms of last season, Hazza. Breeze is somewhat got a little bit popularity as well.
Yeah. I think the thing is as well, right? Ascent is the most picked map, or it was the most picked map last season, followed by Icebox and then Bind. Icebox got banned out by West Virginia. They did not want to play into that one instantly. Fracture as well going out of the pool. So yeah, I think the way that the bans work traditionally in NECC usually is Ascent is your map 2 and Bind is your decider, and that is why they always end up finding themselves in the top cut of map picks. Starting out on Breeze, it's a little bit more open, so I find it interesting that Converse have decided to bring it in as the map of their choice into the pool, because I think you have to have a bit of variety about you now, especially with Pearl coming in place of Split, which had been around since the beta. It requires that little bit extra of you to have that depth about your pool and give yourself more opportunities at picking up a win.
I mean, 100% agree. There's less, I guess, I say less, but there's not a lot of safety anymore in the map bans. And I think like being forced on to Fracture and stuff like that has really developed teams' map pools. We've seen a lot better strategy. We've seen a lot of teams become a lot more comfortable on that map, which I love to see. And already one team getting very quick and actually locking in.
Yep, and if things are to follow up on the side of Converse to be the exact same as what we've already seen locked in 5 agents across the board for West Virginia, then it's going to be a mirror matchup. No real surprises in terms of agent picks here on Breathe. It's what you would typically expect, similar to the Icebox comp of old in a way, where you have the Jet and the Chamber, or it was the Jet and the Rainer last time around, Sova, Viper, and then the KO as well. So lots of these agents getting picked across the same kind of maps. Why do you think that is, Cairo?
It's just because it's what people are comfortable with. On top of that, you've also got the fact that the meta kind of developed.
Yeah, it certainly has. I don't know what you're chewing on there, but it sounds good either way. Chamber and Jet, most specifically out of these agents, have a lot of value in terms of being able to take that early pick. We've seen it before from the defenders' side. It'll be interesting what kind of responses there are. And with it being a mirror comp for both of these teams, it's going to be a lot more about how stylistically they want to try and approach this game in terms of their positioning, in terms of defaults, etc., rather than what they just do plain outright and simple. So starting off, Converse will be on the attacking side, and their initial posture here is just for a 5-player A hit.
Yeah, it seems as if that's the way of what we're seeing. I mean, that's fair enough, though. That's tends to be what we see on the first round anyway. Taking it slow, though, just in case they got hit by any sort of utility. But it seems as if both initiators, both info gatherers, are on the B side.
Yeah, and already they are gathering info, whether that's through utility or in a more passive sense. Taken away is the headhunter, but Agility still finds Gonch through the smoke. Blitz charging on towards the site, looking to get this spike planted, but there are still defenders in position. That recon bolt gets a couple of reveals, which could be converted. Agility finally gets that kill. Shock darts towards the plant, and well, it's just a clean sweep. Flawless retake from West Virginia.
Massive run from Agility. 3 big kills. All in all, though, I mean, it was just an absolute wipe. Didn't really get to see much there. I don't really know in terms of like what you could analyse other than the fact that it was such a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think so. The rotate is also incredibly fast. West Virginia had already plucked away a lot of space towards elbow in a more passive sense. So as soon as that hit looked to come through on A, there were no question marks about a potential lurk. There's obviously the chance that Converse could have had at least one player stationed around the corner to quickly try and take contact and slip something away from them, hold on to that rotate a little bit longer. But that is one of the issues when you put all the eggs in one basket. You can end up finding a few of them cracked, and just like that, West Virginia do get underway with a pistol.
They do, and it seems as if this time mid presence to be picked up. Spike just holding out. In terms of map control, not many players actually peeking in towards mid. Maybe the Chamber of Agility is just kind of shoulder peeking. Don't know if they've maybe caught anybody out. Gonch trying to get in, get aggressive, teases it in this corner, does get tagged out, flashpoint in, and flash drive, sorry, and nothing to be picked up.
Yeah, West Virginia on this defense right now are leaving big gaps towards mid. Holding tunnel incredibly passive, actually. I think that the jump up towards Nest is being held. So they are very happy just to concede all of this space so that when the push comes through from Converse, who look to group up in numbers a lot of times, or at least they had done on the pistol round, there is a better defense of it. Already Crossfire's established. Taze wanders off a little bit but is able to find the opposite number. Less than a minute left on the clock, and it looks like Converse may finally be settling on this B push.
Yeah, there is obviously the Keo just looking in mid to see if anybody is going to come through from there. But here we go, a little bit of action. Boatsy will get the first pick. We are seeing the utility being returned, and it is turning into an absolute romp. No players able to get a pick, and I believe that's 2 flawless rounds in a row.
Yep. 2 rounds in a row now, not a single death conceded on the side of West Virginia University. 10 players in effect standing across the both of them, and it set them up really nicely. Jay Chronic investing into the Bulldog on the previous round will be carrying that through, of course. A little bit of premium weaponry agility as well, using the Headhunter on Chamber, of course, for their anti-eco, so has way more credits than the rest of their teammates and is able to buy up into an op. If they can find value from this sniper already, then it could build up some serious momentum here for the defense.
Oh, lovely first shot there. Takes out J Chronic. And now, with that wall going down on A, that might signal exactly where things are going. Arctic now trying to get in towards... get some info there. There was a flash drive put in, and we are going to see this plant going down. Lovely shot from Gonches, taking lovely space as well, and it seems as if there's only one player left. Another flawless round has her. That's 3 rounds in a row flawless.
3 rounds in a row flawless, except this time it's Converse Varsity who are able to put it up on the score sheet. Their first round so far, and every single member of West Virginia drops to the ground. Operator not finding any value, and Icy will happily claim that for themselves. Some nice shots from Gonch pushing in towards the backside to maximize their advantages and give them a bit more breathing room were very well felt. So it seems as if West Virginia are weighing up their options of buying into this one, and they will bite the bullet. A bit of a mixed investment, all things considered, as Agility is going to only have the Headhunter to work with. Has to try and guess right as to which angle to peek as both face, and walks away with their life.
Just about. Ice will take agility. Gonch is getting tased. 2 lovely shots and 2 lovely picks. That is the A site completely open. A rotate coming through. But I believe there is... Oh, I thought that those 2 players, the KO and the Silver, were moving through in towards that shoot position, but no, they came through double doors, and Chronic does get on towards Arctic. Winter getting G Chronic, and now we're in a 2 versus 4.
West Virginia starting off nicely by finding the pistol, but they're going to need a little bit more to bite back in this one. You have to remember as well that an investment was made, so these last 2 weapons, if not carried through to the next round, will mean that they'll be onto another eco, and it gives Converse Varsity a great chance to then stretch in towards the lead. The final player, Euros, is spotted towards bridge and is just going to be forced to back away, tuck their tail between their legs, and, well, actually may want to try and tuck their head to duck away from the bullets which Gauntz is shooting out. Another triple from them sets this thing up nicely to even the score.
It does set it up nicely. And with that being said, we're also seeing the Blade Storm come up and be available. As for West Virginia,
like I mentioned, we are now seeing
I was muted.
West Virginia pushed onto an eco round.
Yeah, just saying that the West Virginia, after getting those first 2 pistol and anti-eco rounds, haven't really done much since. It now seems as if moving on to that rifle round, we are seeing that situation that you love to talk about, where the rifle rounds aren't being converted.
Yeah, we do see this a lot. Teams good for those first couple of rounds, but then momentum shifts away from them with the full plethora of utility on display here. Seems as if West Virginia have been making the better of it. However, Boltsy good for 1, eventually dropped by the fragment, but already big damage dealt on a couple of these players. If Agility can't find value in this situation, then West Virginia may be hung out to dry in this round. Already collecting a lot of information in terms of audio cues. Doesn't get cleared. Knows that 3 players have crossed past. Eventually looking to try and take one of these duels. Does a lot of damage and finally puts Gonch to the sword.
Spike down A.
Take flight.
30 seconds left.
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, we certainly did. Only issue is it doesn't count for much when you're not able to convert the round. Converse able to hold on to a lot of credits here, as well as carrying that operator through in the hands of Icy as well. Agility does buy up their own, and as a matter of fact, Taze is also going to hop onto an operator. So there's a double operator setup here for the defenders to try and work with. However, this is extremely risky from West Virginia. If they lose out on this round, it's going to be not just another round that they need to build up eco in, but maybe even missing out on a few bits of utility because of how heavy this investment is.
Yeah. Mid control gained once again. And that, they're just kind of they're leveraging it right every single time. Since the rifle round, although Agility comes in with an absolute slap to the face to Winter. That's a big pick, considering that the 0-point knife is now not available, and so much utility as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of clearing potential lost. One of the two initiators that you'll want to use to dismantle two of the ops which West Virginia are currently fielding, making the most out of it at this point in time. The Aldrone also goes committed, and the Hunter's Fury looks to follow it up, unable to make the first tag work, but eventually claims one onto Taze, who burns through their tailwind. May be forced to take up a bit more of a passive position as a result of it. Recon darts are also traded as finally Converse make their way in towards the site and move us into post-plant.
Yeah, it's such a massive pick, and has the fact that we do have a double up setup from the defense could actually be disadvantageous, considering that you need these rifles to clear the close angles. Uros now getting ready to try and sneak through, maybe take a couple players off guard, but it seems as if both teams are looking to do this.
Yeah, it's almost that crossfire or that cross-section of Viper toxic screens which has allowed players to slip left and right of one another. Taze good for a kill in that situation. Arctic swings out, the operator chimes in. A triple from the Sova now, trying to clutch out this round. Arctic, I think he's done enough in this situation. Catches a ping right on the tail end to confirm that we're going to be seeing a rotate moving away. A save call from Agility, who's holding things down. Op versus Op, that could be detrimental to the economy here of the attackers. Oh, actually, no, it's not. They have tons of credits. But an operator lost, still a minor dent otherwise. I think the biggest thing is that Agility's held onto their op rather than we've seen one lost here for Converse.
Yeah, I was going to say the op should be switched over to Taze, which we do see. They're going a little bit glass canny. I don't know how you pronounce it.
Canny? Who knows? We'll find out in the upcoming round.
Yeah, I was going to say Taze kind of going light shields and then Agility going heavy shields with the tour de force is what we expect. I believe that's both sides actually using out that operator. Winter just tapping away here. That's a lovely pixel, but Gaunch just sees the shoulder, picks up that pick, and now we see a slight move towards the B site, where away from the Viper's pit.
Yeah, that's a dodgy angle to be holding. Left themselves overexposed, and the first pick goes the way of the attackers. Viper's pit elsewhere, like you mentioned, they'll be dodging that one quite comfortably. However, this does force them into the sightlines of Agility, who's posted up on a high angle with the tour de force. Aldrone, however, not yet committed, should be able to clear. The shot does go amiss, but they have been spotted on the follow-up, still looking to hold firm in this position, and is good for 2, which will bring us to a level standing coming into post-plant.
Absolutely massive there. Already the plant going down here. J Chronic just shooting a couple of spam bullets, not going to get much from it as they await their comrades in this retake. 3 players stuck to the back of site. Gaunch is high up. That could easily take one player off guard. The fragment just clearing the corner. Nothing comes of it. Gaunch is taking out Uros. No more control. No more smokes. And with that being said, it's just going to be Gaunch's to go through, pick up more frags. I think we are going to try and save this up once more from Boltsy, and that is fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, this operator is getting used by absolutely everyone right now, sifting through the hands one by one. Arctic looking here to try and spot out Boltsy, who's hiding in the corner. Finally, it will get dropped. It's like the training bike that every member in the family has used with the stabilizers on. Finally, the wheels come falling off, and we do see it get picked up by the attacking side of Converse, and that eventually procs the timeout. West Virginia know something needs to change. They haven't won a round since the pistol conversion and the anti-eco, so need to make adjustments here if they want to find some success on their defender's side.
It's been 5 rounds in a row that Converse have picked up, and they look absolutely indomitable. They look as if they won't be defeated, and that is when you realise that, hey, this plan might not be working. Especially when you look towards the ultimates, there's a Blade Storm and oh my god, Zero. Oh my god, null command. I can't believe I got the 0 point in the null command but up there. But on the other side, Converse still looking pretty comfortable. So much economy, so much eco. I'm kind of looking at this and just thinking that it's such an uphill battle that we won't see a round for maybe 1 or 2. If it's going to be any dividends coming from this kind of timeout.
I think something important to note about the way that Converse have been playing their attacker's side is they're good at converting player advantages. A couple of times they've been able to find the opening pick, but even if it goes against them, the mid-round is incredibly strong. We saw on the pistol, they went for a fast execute. West Virginia were proactive elsewhere and used that information against them to make the retake that much more successful. Coming into this round, it's another buy up that we're seeing from the defenders, but if they're not able to make good of it, they will struggle once again. I want to see a little bit more of a hedged approach from them, because we're seeing right now 4 players all stacked up on A. Does leave the sole player of agility somewhat isolated on B, but I suppose allows them to leverage a bit more control in one area of the map.
I think the interesting thing here is as well is the fact that if you look towards West Virginia, they actually have more frags than Converse, which is absolutely it's a weird stat, but Converse are the one that is converting the most rounds.
Look at that, perfect from the observers. Thank you guys very much for it. Of course, shout out Bolby, shout out Shiro, shout out everyone in the VC right now. However, Converse, one of the reasons why they're so good is because they pick and choose their battles very well. This owl drone isn't going to spot too much though, and gets all out denied by the 0 point. There's a null command which will challenge, but Boltsy is just going to take them out, and that core can't even be stabilized for the time being because there's so much suppressive fire coming through. And the second time of asking, the KO does eventually drop. Viper's Pit potentially to be used here. We will have to see, but the null command does deny.
That's huge usage from Boltsy, and they are slowly taking their time in this retake. Blitz is going to get pinged out. Flashpoint just to check in towards double doors, but Blitz still not being found. Uros though has been found, and there goes J Chronic. 1 player left on towards stairs. The up on towards that tunnel position. A lovely shot from agility, and in this 2 versus 2, you can't help but feel and actually favour these attackers, considering we still have a Hunter's Fury. Will Arctic be able to use it? No, they won't. Time's too low. And that will be the round towards Converse.
Yeah, agility also sweeping in to confirm that kill on Arctic. And once again, it's another round where, at least 1 or 2 of these West Virginia players are left standing. But Converse have won the round out on default, because of the way that the game mode plays itself. It's defusal, right? The spike gets planted, it detonates, that's the round secured. It's all that needs to be done. And Converse right now are answering every single question which is posed of them. West Virginia, however, not quite clinical enough in these latter stages. And I just start to wonder where things are going wrong for them. I think it must be said that once that spike gets planted, Converse seem to click into a second gear.
It's just all about being well drilled, has it? That's the difference. I mean, I'm not saying that West Virginia aren't well drilled. I just think that one team has a better post plan than the other teams. retake, and that's just the issue. Arctic does take out Uros. There's more control lost here. The Hunter's Fury tried to be used just to try and maybe deny the plan, or at least get a ping. They are going to get that, but the shock dart probably won't land where they want it to. And now we are in a post plan with a Viper's Pit.
That second shock dart, though, doesn't really count for anything. It's a flawless round. Gonches is laying out these West Virginia players right now. I was just going to comment, it had denied the owl drone, but they're completely inconsequential in the round. Gonches, a player who had been picked up actually here for Converse Varsity, part of NSG LAN in Philly. They had dropped 17 First Bloods combined with Icy against C9 Academy, and ever since playing with this lineup, they've been an absolute staple, and you can see exactly why, because the numbers speak for themselves.
Well, already we are seeing these players trying to rush through in towards Tube. I don't know if Icy will catch anything, as these players have set up a crossfire. That's what they're playing towards. Icy doesn't even know that these players are sat in these corners. Hunter's Fury invested, and this time from the attackers. I always hate to see a Hunter's Fury wasted like that, but there is a pick, and that is good stuff.
We're seeing a double shock dart lineup come through, but it's given Gonches more information than you're allowed to. Such a clinical player confirms off the back of the position. Icy as well, aware of the acute angle that Agility had been holding. Boltsy on the flank has just about managed to make their way past the trademark through the Hall's position. Gets the first, but that is all. Machine on machine warfare ends up with them in the dirt. 8-2 coming out of round 10. Converse in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's very much the driver's seat, because it's another economy. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I'm gonna pull you by the scruff of the neck out the water. You've slipped off the coast of Breeze and you've gone drowning.
Honest to God, man, it's like bloop, bloop, bloop. That's honestly me.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we are seeing West Virginia start to really struggle, and that's where I'm starting to worry here for these players. I want to see them do more. But realistically, what can you do when you've only got one more rifle?
I mean, start to struggle. I don't think they've stopped struggling. Once again, we see Jay Chronic, however, make good use of utility here. It has allowed for players to get up close as they did on Halls in the previous round. This time it's towards Elbow, Boltsy and Taze, but Winter kills both. The weaponry gap just too big to be closed at this point in time. That recon will eventually catch Jay Chronic, and with Gonches on the scene, they have their number for the second round in a row, and Converse looks set up to secure yet another spike plant.
I can't help but feel, Hazard, that like this is one of these situations again where we're talking like, I don't know, I was just gonna like one of these games where maybe that stinger spray would have caught someone off guard. It's just your luck on the day, and right now West Virginia do not have any luck, but Uros with 3 finding these players, and there's an upgrade available. Time still actually making it doable. Uros on 27 HP is looking to dip out.
Had to take the gamble. Had to take the gamble if they wanted it done. Blitz as well, not too close, or not too far, should I say, from some of those stray shots. Icy also maybe getting caught out, nearly on for the ace in a different reality there where Euros is able to connect, but I don't know. You hear the pulsing of the headshots, but it's not enough CPR to revive what looks to be a dying West Virginia University right now. Converse looking very, very strong at this moment in time, and only 1 round away from securing double digits inside the first half here on Breeze.
Yeah. Converse doing well, but well, West Virginia will be looking for this round and then make it an inverse on the next half, or at least the very minimum. That's what they'll be looking for. I mean, we talk about Breeze sometimes being attacker-sided, having a slight attacker bias, but Hazard, this is unprecedented. This is unreal, the performance that we're seeing. I think this is reminiscent of something like when Loud played on Champions and he absolutely slammed, I think it was Optic at the time. That Op, though, is doing what? Because Agility gets a huge double kill, maybe even a triple, does just a scratch on towards Icy. They're on to 13 HP.
Yeah, it's a big dent to be making in the early rounds here. Boltsy creeping on up from behind, but will have to time this right if they want to try and convert a kill from it. The defenders playing a double op setup. Taze posted up here as well. Just looking to try and find a pick. Holding that angle won't do anything. It's actually allowed Blitz a little bit of space to cross up closer. Trademark will be doing Taze's job for them. And, well, someone else who's finding value on the op is Agility with a quad. They've already taken a chunk out of Icy here and might just want to go for the whole lot. Not going to happen. Icy able to make that one back. On such low HP, you maybe favor them to stick it out with the operator. But has taken the Vandal. Ill-advised. J Chronic with a slippery burst through the gap. Makes it 9-3.
We also have an opportunity for the 9-3 cost, Hazza. That's a potential. We could see that. But it all starts with a pistol round. And, I mean, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I'm not too sure though, Cairo. I mean, like the pistol round, yeah, they were able to pick it up before West Virginia, but after that fact, only 2 more rounds, one of them being the anti-eco, which you're expected to claim. The usual 2, we don't get that gun round victory until the final piece in the half, with a double op setup, mind you. Agility doing most of the work in that regard. However, it still stands, case in point, that Converse Varsity, when the utility is out on display, when they're able to make the most of what the setup is, with the mirror composition on both sides as well, they are playing this as the better team.
They've went deep Taze. Close by, getting caught by that 0.9 knife, but Winter's not looking in the right way. They're being distracted. Icy coming in from behind, gets on towards Uros. A huge trade from both teams, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Gonch is going for the flank, but there's 2 players aware.
Yeah.
It has agility to swing, but Gonch's is just better. They're just finding more and more opportunities. Getting that dink could be massive, and Gonch's will capitalise. Boltsy now needs to engage on towards this jet with 25 HP. You can't help but favour these defenders, and they will win out the pistol.
Yeah, Boltsy caught in the corner, looking left and right like a spectator at a tennis match. Doesn't know which fight to take and is doomed to fall in the end. Converse get the second pistol round, second time in a row, which we have now seen the defenders pick that one up. And this already gives them a fantastic opportunity at closing out the game. If you're West Virginia, you've got a spike plant, made it close. There's a chance to force, but if that doesn't go your way, you're looking at another 2 rounds in the hands of the defenders. And by that point, Converse are already on map point.
We are close to this, and I mean, I can understand the kind of force up here. It's actually a pretty good force in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, they're just missing out on kind of a couple of heavy shields, but all in all, 4 Spectres and a Bulldog is nothing to be scoffed at. Taze, though, maybe getting ready to get aggressive here. That flash drive, good. Icy getting a little bit of chip damage, I believe, but it's literally just a sneeze on that player of, I can't remember who it is, but nonetheless, Agility does pick up Gonches.
Yeah, and that's a huge kill to take on Gonches as well, because Agility is playing a lurk role, biding their time.
No.
Blitz is in absolute no man's land. Boltsy hasn't spotted them though, and it's allowed for them to take that duel with Taze, which doesn't go converted. Eventually, Boltsy shows up and is able to find a kill. There's only a player advantage here for the attackers. That will soon grow, however. Agility left unchecked in the lurk position we spoke about previous, able to convert it. Recon Dart does confirm the position of a few of these remaining players, but there's a crossfire set up. Not much that can be done. Euros takes that responsibility by themselves, and the force buy goes good.
The conversion, Gonches went straight on and bought a rifle there. Interestingly enough, a hero rifle to be bought up. Maybe thinking about the Blade Storm that could be coming in 2 rounds or 2 alt orbs. All I need is a pick and to be picked, and then that's the available. So fair enough.
I mean, to pick or not to pick, that is the question. Gonches takes a big risk in this situation, needs 1 kill, but currently on a 2 KD with 18 of them at this stage in the game, doing at least more than 1 per round. Plenty of damage on the table and allowed to walk up. It's Agility on the opposite side. Top frag versus top frag. High stakes, but nothing from it. Agility just rendezvous away to the rest of their team, who are grouped up heavily on A. And actually, this has also allowed for Icy to move up in towards Elbow. Lots of information currently in the hands of the defenders for them to set themselves up here, Converse.
A nice info dart going very deep in towards elbow.
Yep.
Lovely shot though. Has a
That's it.
Gonches is just unreal.
It's an unreal shot, and that is their work done in this round. You know, they're the only player who's brought up a weapon. That's one drop to the ground if you can get it, and Bladestorm confirmed for the next round at the very least. So staying on form, and there's nothing that West Virginia can do to slow that down. Baltzy only has a frenzy here, but has managed to slip through this toxic screen. Not the best of positions for them to finish when the curtain does come up, though. And just like that, they've been caught out. Converse, with barely any upfront investment, taking these players down one by one. It's flawless in the end, Cairo. A team ace. Every single part pulling its weight for the sum of a round.
Yeah, like a well-oiled machine has like a V10 engine of an F1 car. They put their opponents to the sword, and
Not
realistically,
like Max Verstappen though, when he ran out of fuel.
Thanks for reminding
Let's
me.
hope that Converse have still got plenty left in the tank to see this game out.
Yeah,
Looking
yeah.
at the buy, actually, West Virginia have just invested once again. This is a last gambit from them. If this one doesn't come off, then they are well and truly in the mud, at least for their chances in the rest of this game, because that will be match point.
I mean, just like Checo Perez is about to say, Converse have dealt with everything that's been put towards them, but this round, not really dealing with much, as that is 3 picks in a row, and the full of the B site opened up, mid open up to them as well, so we could easily see a lot being held there, but these last 2 remaining players not going to have much of a chance.
We finally see movement from Urok towards elbow, or even further astray to set up a lineup if it comes to it. Converse may just continue to poke. It's a mixed buy from them. Blitz on the Bulldog, not going to be favoured to carry that one through into the next, perhaps. Phantom or a Vandal being a lot more preferable. It's already cleared out a lot of these angles as Winter looks to potentially accompany them. Still haunted by the flank from Agilities a couple of rounds ago, but that won't be happening on this occasion. The Chamber player out of the mix. Blitz good for one. Looks managed to connect a headshot onto the second, but yeah, just simply cleaned up. West Virginia had plenty of time to establish themselves and do find a 5th.
Yeah, 11-5 the scoreline. We're seeing AC pick up an operator. Nope. Are we going to get it? No, we are going to get it, but it's going to go to Gonches, and they're going to get a rifle of their own. We've got a smooth operator, Hazza. What can they do in this round?
Well, I'll be cooking up a storm of sorts. No rainy conditions on this track, but it goes well with the operator having that jet ultimate available, because it means if you're forced into a retake, you can always commit it and have a much more preferable movement speed to cover ground, to make problems for your opponents. Right now, it's so back and forth between both of these teams this side of the half, which makes you feel tough if it's the side of West Virginia, because they struggled so much in getting things going on their defense. Maybe they had have wished things started out the other way around. Gonches goes hunting, looks for a kill, finds one, maybe in for another, but decides better of it. Halfway towards that next tailwind, could look to double dip, but has that respect. And it's respect that Converse are going to need if they want to see this one out.
Yeah, it really is. Just playing a little bit reserved. Sometimes that's what's needed. No point is invested. No point, no command, I should say. It's the flash point that just went through, but there's a lot of team flashes there. That's not good. We are going to have to wait and see that rotate come through of the op. Let's just try and engage on towards the deep position where the spike potentially can be going down. A lot of the players bunched up though, which may cause issues. Winter gets onto Boltsy, the opposite number. Shock darts going through. The Hunter's fairly invested rather than waiting for a post-plant situation on the players moving on towards Spike. 4 players now walking down on towards J. Chronic will get picked up, and we move on to map point.
Yeah, you felt that it was coming. A matter of time this side of the half for Converse Varsity to put themselves on the brink. Gonch's, not much is required of them with that operator in the retake. It's those teammates which really make things happen. A lot of ultimates invested from West Virginia. They wanted to take that round. It would have been amazing if they had. Converse Varsity then are in a really debt-stricken position and need to build up those credits, go on to an unfavorable eco cycle and have to make their way back into the game. It was the best opportunity that West Virginia would have got in this game to breathe some life back into things, but looking at how it stands now, 7 map points between the two sides, and not the healthiest of investments that they have to try and work with and make this attack happen. But TaZe has connected those blades and managed to get them off to a flying start.
Yeah, TaZe has 4 versus 3, 4 versus 5, sorry, I should say, advantage towards the West Virginia University. Let's just hide them behind this wall. What's it?
Never mind, he said West Virginity instead of
No,
Virginia.
no.
But it seems as if the Virgin health bar of agility has been cut away. Gonchas finally connects a knife to it and, well, follows it up with an operator bullet as well. 2 versus 4 will just be wanting to save this one. TaZe also trading back some knives of their own, but nothing coming from it.
I would just like to full and wholeheartedly apologise for that. That was a slip of the tongue. That wasn't me slandering. I have to say that. I was like in full flow and I just totally didn't realise what I had said.
Oh, look, I'm the one that should be apologising for pointing it out. It is what it is, but sometimes you just can't help it, and it seems as if West Virginia can't help but find themselves a couple of rounds, keep us on our toes, make us wait that little bit longer for a potential Converse win, and keep that dream alive that they could maybe stay in this map.
Yeah. No.
And again, I mean, look at the trade. It is the train of rounds. It's literally just back and forth.
Yeah.
It dictates that Converse will pick this up and win 13-6.
They can't pick it up, Hazza. They're not allowed to pick it up. They have to let West Virginia. Oh my god, I can't say the word. It's terrible. Virginia. There we go. I never said the actual, like what I said before.
You know the song, right? There's a song after it and all.
Yeah, I know, but still.
You keep that in your head, man. You'll be fine.
Yeah. I don't want to keep that in my head. Nonetheless, we need to see West Virginia get one more round before they lose out, because they need to keep up that stat, Hazza.
They do. Gonch's gonna make you say, oh mama, mountain mama, even as they try and find that one. Not gonna happen though. That's the tailwind already gone. It's a very mixed buy here from Converse. They've got Guardian, a Judge in the mix, wanting to try and get things done here and now, but not always the best decision to make. We'll have to see what they can do with that choice weaponry. The Judge sits inside the Viper's pit, so that could cause a problem. With less than a minute left on the clock, it seems as if West Virginia are posturing themselves to go for this B take, to challenge the Dragon head on.
It looks like Icy, though, going to be the first point of contact. Just saw the shoulder. We are going to see that Silver drone follow where Icy's went. Try and clear it out. Oh, and that's going to be huge.
Yeah, and also, look at the space taken outside of A here. West Virginia are in a chokehold and they don't even know it. That's a huge recon from J Chronic, though. Breathe some life into this struggling side. But as the trades come forward, Converse are already in position to shut out this game. Barely any time left on the clock. That spike needs to be planted and it needs to happen now. Winter lurking in the backlines will bide their time to try and find this. The Hunter's Fury to deny the plant and the kill on spot to seal out the round. 13-6, the trend will continue. Converse Varsity pick up this first map.
They do pick up this first map, Hazza, and totally well played to them. They were, really hard to beat throughout this whole map, to be honest. We didn't see much of a contention apart from, or we didn't really see much of a equal scoring all in all. As soon as we saw those first 6 rounds gone, you just couldn't help but it would be an uphill battle. But with that being said, we do move on towards our second map now.
Yeah, the second map, of course, will be Ascent. However, we know how Ascent typically goes. It was most picked across all of NECC last time around. It's a territory which a lot of these teams will feel comfortable on. So I'm not sure it necessarily plays into the hands of, well, either team, I guess, really, you could say. More than anything, Converse University, with the confidence that they bring coming out of that map 13-6, will be feeling very comfortable to see this one home. It's not just a win, but it's a comprehensive scoreline as well for them to match. As well, like the early few rounds being picked up here by West Virginia was the pistol, and they didn't get that first gun round until the 12th round, the final round of the half. And you can't afford in the champions bracket to be giving away that many advantages to put yourself at such a deficit, because once you finally kick into gear and look to climb, it's already too late.
Certainly it is too late, but I tell you what, it's not too late for Hazza. It's not too late for a break. We are going to go for a quick couple minutes where we get the lobby set up, give these players a break, let them reset, especially if you're West Virginia. You'll be looking forward to that as we get ready for map number 2 coming right up.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to NECC, the full season. It's week 3, and we are currently underway in our first game of the evening in the Champions bracket. We've seen Converse Varsity go up against West Virginia University, and currently it is Converse that lead 1-0. West Virginia, in the series that they've currently played so far in the tournament, they've lost both of them 2-1. They're good for at least a map most of the time, so we'll have to see how they fare coming into our second one this evening.
Yep, I'm looking forward to this one, Hazza. Hopefully we do get a 3-mapper. You know, as casters, we always like maximum amount of casting, so especially right here, we would like that. The next one coming up, though, Hazza, we are heading into Ascent from what the map ban said. Although the flyby as Breeze as Ascent.
Yeah, but, you know, we love a little bit of a cheeky tease here and there. The map is going to be Ascent, and something that is a little bit of a question mark for me would be Icy picking up the breach. It's not something which we see very often on this map, but could give that little extra edge to Converse to see this one out. Not that they would necessarily need it.
I think you're saying it, I mean, we don't see it a lot, but it's not as if it's uncommon either. Does that make sense? It's like in that weird state of like, I mean, it's a surprise, but it's not crazy. You know exactly how the breach can play, and we know how strong it can be. Yeah,
we're also seeing both teams here go for the chamber instead of the killjoy. One of the other agent choices that you have to consider on this map, I mean, an additional one would be whether Gonches or Taze would have decided to stick it out with the jet or go for the raise, but with a fade on both teams, it makes sense that we're going to be seeing the raise come into play here as well, because the combination that both of those agents have with one another is incredibly strong. But you look at the other agents that we have here as well, just outside of those two, the Seas and the Paint Shells, you've got the Breach with the Fault Line, you have the Astra with Nova Pulse's Gravity Wells. There's so much combination plays that can be made here. It's just a question of whether these teams will tap into it or not. Last time around, of course, we saw on Breeze, they were playing the same composition as one another, but it seemed as if Converse Varsity had a better grip of how to play that composition. So with the slight tweaks between the two teams here, I want to see what kind of value they can extrude from the setups that they're currently presenting us with.
The thing is, though, here is... Oh, here we go. Finally, into the map. I was going to say... I don't know what I was going to say. I've completely lost my train of thought. I had a good kind of counterpoint to come up with. A good, like, kind of follow-on point. But I don't have it anymore because apparently being old affects your brain.
Well, only a year older than me. I hope that I can still remember stuff in a year's time. We'll have to see. Either way... Okay. This is West Virginia's pick as well, of course, so we do expect them to offer some resistance here. I see already using that flashpoint, though, to make the initial incision. Tasers dropped. Agility swings back, but not before Gonches is able to preserve that advantage.
Yeah, that's the rough thing. Agility's trying to walk on, a nice flick, but again, it's just trading to the win. Thing is, though, those trades have somehow fell in favour of West Virginia. Now, with that being said, both players on low HP. Spike's still not put down on the ground. Will be now. Remember, only one bullet is what it's going to take to win this.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, has to try and find both. The first is pin perfect. Surgeon almost like as it cuts straight through them. The second one onto Jay Chronic. And that will be the round for Converse Varsity. They made themselves enough of an advantage with those trades, with damage being dealt in the first place, that Arctic's in a position where they can clutch. The reason why it isn't sooner that happens is because they needed presence elsewhere on the map. But when push comes to shove, they maintain their advantage in this game and in this series.
Yep. And looking at this, trying to see exactly what's going on. It seems if, like, yeah, we are going to get somewhat. Is Winter not buying up?
I think West Virginia here, they have a chance to force buy, of course, because we saw the spike plant come through, down to one player remaining for Converse Varsity, but they opt against it. I think at this point in time, getting caught into another bad situation where there's a chance for a bonus to come through, for these advantages to be left unconverted, it's not a position you want to be in. When you're down one map already in the series, you have to play a little bit more orthodox, I think. And West Virginia will stick to that.
Bunch is just holding on towards top mid there, just waiting to see if anybody was going to peek out. Gets nothing. Although agility is close, the paint shells do come out. Going to have to dip out there. I don't know if they got away the rendezvous node on time there, Hazza. But if not, that's going to be a 45-second wait.
Yeah, I think the initial impact of the paint shell did more damage than the headhunter bullet that found its way into the chest of Gonchas. Winter still playing from backside. We'll have to try and find a couple kills here because they have been surrounded. The classic is good on towards Boltsy, who had upgraded to the Spectre after finding that initial kill on short. It opened things up on A, and finally the teammates have arrived, but it may be too late because the defenders are here as well. Euros is isolated on Generator, and just as Taze is able to find one kill on the distracted player, it may just be the singular. A consolation as they're now hunted down and chased away. Whoa, I was wondering for a second if the expansion of grenades there would be enough, but it wasn't. Arctic cleans things up, and it's 2-0.
I just remembered what my point was going to be to talk about, Hazza. And it was not the reintroduction, but the resurgence of Astra picks that I've noticed lately.
Yeah. I think the reason why we see Astra... Well, we don't see so much Astra in ranked gameplay, right? It's similar to Breach in many ways because it's an agent that requires team play. But at the top level, if you're able to make the most of what her utility provides, it's incredibly strong. You cast your minds back to a few months ago, or maybe even be longer than that at this point in time. Valorant is fast-paced both in the server and in the meta game as well. She offers so much, and she was omnipresent for a strong period of time, a long period of time before those changes were felt. Now you just have to be a little bit more precise with how you work her out. That Prowler has completely missed agility, and they're able to find a kill as a result.
Free as you like a nice little free chicken thing, as though is like icy.
You said how you were going to cut down on making food-related inferences, and there we go.
I can't stop me. You know that. You know me. I like my food. I cannot. Is what it is. Agility though does get pushed through. Has to dip out because of the flashpoint. I think that was actually a friendly flashpoint as well from Boltsy.
Arctic has managed to survive in the belly of the beast for so long. It's given extra space to their teammates, collapsing on through. Converse looking here to convert the bonus round with minimal expense. Boltsy now in the 1 versus 2, similar to the first round, except this time the HP is the complete opposite way round. Needs a good timing, that's ridiculous. Winter drops 14 points of health, and soon to be 14 seconds left on the clock. Spike still out in no man's land. Not sure if Icy's actually got themselves an upgrade here. May still just be using that Sheriff. No, they do. Has picked up in towards a Phantom, I believe, and will be able to just clean things up. Too many audibles given away. Boltsy falls, and that will be 3-0 Converse Varsity on their opponent's map pick.
Fantastic, and with that bonus, that's going to completely start well, I guess West Virginia, their eco's going to start hemorrhaging now after letting CVU actually convert that bonus. Big stuff there in the grand scheme of things. Ultimate's starting to come online for both teams. We do see a null command for Boltsy, a tour de force potentially for agility. And then if you look towards CVU, has nearly all 5 ultimates available.
Yeah, nearly all 5 ultimates available, so they're ahead in terms of economy, both fiscal and ultimate wise. And just looking at things right now, that's a nice combination of utility. It's actually just left Boltsy pinned to the corner. The C's didn't land, but it didn't matter because of how much space they'd been restricted from. Both opening kills already found. West Virginia, as I was going to say, don't have a great buy here either. So you expect them to lose this round. Gives more credits for Converse to build up, more ult points. And you go into a sequence of gun rounds, which, if trends will dictate from the previous game anything, West Virginia were not able to win.
Already though, no, I was about to see Blitz getting close towards that midpoint. It's tough. That could leave a potential pickup, a potential foothold here, especially on an eco. You don't want to be giving that. Get back, let him back into the round. I'm just trying to knife chop there. That was a bit of a weak one. Just as the tour de force swings, we put themselves back in a 2 versus 5.
Blitz able to get the double dink there. Gonch peeks out, finds Euros, and finds J Chronic to follow things up. Flawless in the end. West Virginia on that low buy, not really showing us anything in terms of strategy, leaving themselves, very standard in the way that they set up. Grouping towards tiles, poking mid in several areas, but ultimately losing out in all of the impactful gunfights, not playing any kind of a numbers advantage. So I'd like to see an adaptation in this round. If it doesn't come through, you start to feel that it would be only logical to make a timeout, some kind of change, because at this point in time, things just simply are not working for them.
Hero Point is going to catch Winter. Oh, it was going to catch Winter before they rendezvoused out. Gonchas is still there to hold the top mid position, so I guess mid control is somewhat still in the hands of Converse. The thing is, though, is obviously we could have someone walk through from tiles. They wouldn't have information on that. Most of the stack of the defenders are on the A site, where we see most of these attackers heading towards. Nightfall in hand, going to be used, and here comes the execute.
Oh, they look to use both ults, but Icy just faces straight up into it and finds himself 2 kills, looking for a third, won't be able to get it, but there is already a trade there. Trying to stabilize the core will be Euros, but time is ticking low. The opportunity will pass. Arctic gets that one. Icy from beyond the grave is confirmed, and yet another to their name. 5-0 reads the score. West Virginia not showing us too much there. I mean, once again, I don't want to just, be berating them for their performance, because, as I said before, you're in this division on merit. However, in the way that things are currently playing, there's been no real demonstration of what they want to try and achieve with the setup so far. I mean, both initiator ultimates were used there to no real tangible value.
His value is the big kind of question there, and we're not seeing it. We're really not seeing it at all, and we need to see something. At least get to 4 people or 2 people left on this defender side, but they're not even scratching the players with ultimates.
Yeah, there was no player guarding A, so this one has just opened all the way up. Also, we see a nice use of the Rolling Thunder to clear out that secondary position towards Tree and Garden. It leaves these players so restricted. Gonch is fast on the flank from the beginning of this round, already moving through. A rendezvous has now alleviated some of that space, however, and Winter from low HP may struggle to close this out. Will only take a body shot on both players to secure it. Agility still just testing some of these angles, but both players happy to tuck as the time runs out. What is that? Winter just about finds it onto Boltsy, but the triple from Agility, the chamber on the opposite side, counts for more. It counts for a round. West Virginia finally gets started.
They finally do get started, has it? And we've seen crazier comebacks from worse off positions, but when we look towards what we're looking at now, still in terms of the economy, all it takes is one round and that eco is broken once again. And especially after winning one round, it gets even worse. So we need to. This is a big second round for the side of West Virginia.
Yeah, they have to prove to us, prove to everyone that it wasn't just a blip and that they can find some consistency here. Winter holding close with the Classic, maybe opting for a burst if the rendezvous was made necessary, but nothing will happen. Still, 5 versus 5. No initial kill made just yet. Some space has been collected towards B main though. We know that Converse feel comfortable to push these extremities a little bit more. And if more signs are shown that would indicate this is to be the A execute which is currently postured, then Converse may look to move even further up on B and afford themselves a bigger rotate.
Yeah, flash drive does go through and towards short, although Winter might have just been caught out here. Yep, Boltsy coming in from short will confirm that, and the players now moving through are going to start to clear spaces. Boltsy with a huge double which clears out most of the players that are forward from that cosmic divide, and it seems as if we are going to be somewhat stalled for the time being.
Yeah, this Cosmic Divide is great as well because it's given them space towards short. A crossfire is already established and Agility sits in the middle of it with the operator. Boltsy on a triple now, doing huge work in this round to carve open the A site for their team and even makes it a quad. The cherry on top for them, and the second round does go the way of West Virginia. They make good on their initial impact.
Well, let's talk about it, Hazza. We are 5-2 on the scoreline, and West Virginia have now somewhat at least confirmed a second rifle round. But now look at Converse. It's like it's the scales of economy slowly starting to change here, and CVU are looking pretty rough.
Yeah, we've now started to hit an equilibrium. You can't afford to buy up an operator round on round without it making some kind of a hit to your investments. It's a big piece of gear to string forward, and Converse Varsity currently are feeling that. We'll need to pick this one up. But West Virginia only have an ultimate to work with. The Soul Null Command still incredibly good for value. Boltsy bringing it online, of course, with their spectacular work on the previous. Setup is quite passive this time around. No one really challenging for the open midsection here on Ascent. Be the trademark or perhaps even the player blitz to take first contact in this instance, as Agility is walking up.
That is a huge null command because it's taking the trademark offline. Agility will get on towards Blitz and get a second one on towards Icy. Winter needs to go huge, but the cock on towards the gun isn't going to work out. 4 versus 1 here, and we are going to get Gonchis taken out. I've realised what I've said, Hazza, so don't point it out.
I actually didn't even hear, so I think it's totally okay. But yeah, Agility also proving their worth here in this situation. The coach of Testy will be, you know, they've tested the waters already, but West Virginia have found 3 in a row now. Something needs to change. Converse Varsity, it's not working for them as it did previous. You can look at this scoreline right now and actually say the scoreline is 3-3 because it's effectively 3 gun rounds that we've seen from both teams if you exclude the pistol anti-eco. Bonus conversion, of course, helping out Converse as well. But half of that timeout already ticked, Cairo. What do you think they've been lacking a little bit? What has West Virginia been able to punish on the last couple of occasions?
West Virginia have been able... I mean, realistically, when you look at the ultimate usage, I mean, the combination there of using that null command and also letting the luck up mid kind of pincer there, I mean, that trademark going offline is absolutely huge. It cannot be understated how big it was, and it kind of the fact that they're just winning out their duels as well. There's like key instances where we're seeing, like for instance, the Boltsy going through short to pick up Winter. Like, it's just that position there. You're like, how have they allowed the player to move up so long, especially after entering with a flash drive as well? It's key moments like that that change the round.
Yeah, I think the null command in that situation as well, more than anything, actually distracted Blitz and turned their attention away, because the trademark was actually, I think Blitz would have taken first contact before the trademark. This round, we see an adjustment. It's been placed on the opposite side so that it's able to confirm that position a little bit sooner. It's those fine margins you spoke about that can dictate a round, and an adjustment which we've seen Converse make already. Not only that, Gonches has gone hunting once again and is already up towards top mid.
Oh, no way. Oh, good trade from Taze. That is a great trade, actually. Here we go, another flash to come through here. Are they going to find the players? Blitz just unfortunately losing out their life at the wrong moment. Stinger doing some work, but it seems as if Hazza, we are getting upgrades. It's a 2v2 and it's two rifles versus two rifles.
Suddenly the playing field is a lot more even. The trademark on the opposite side this time is down. Taze, if they're able to find this kill on Winter, it almost seals the round for them. A lot of damage exchanged. Both of these players up close towards main. It's important that Arctic is able to do something from this position. Should be able to confirm at least a couple from this spot. Needs to be good for something. Gets the first, knows about the second, but can't quite find it. Euros claims that kill. Converse looking a bit better than they did the last couple of rounds, but still not quite enough to prevent another round from slipping from their grasps.
Hazza, realistically, what impact has the breach had on the defense?
I think it's hard to grasp, really, Cairo, because a lot of the time as well, a breach's impact is more passive than what you actually see displayed straight in front of you. There'll be fault lines that go across the map, which sometimes can go unnoticed. They're difficult to pick up, but I mean, I do somewhat understand. I think in the retake, breach has been very useful, but with Icy falling at the beginning of rounds quite a few times, we haven't had the same kind of impact that you would expect. I'll be looking more towards their attacking side from what they can find with it, and Winter having impact in a much more direct sense as Taze gets dropped.
Yeah, finally a little bit of impact for CVU as WVU look to somewhat change up their approach, looking to go towards mid. Seems if Gonches might be that first contact there. They've cleared out shots, so they know that they can swing out. And there's two players looking towards that position. Agility got so much space, getting so deep there. That trademark is still up.
It seems as if they're going to be using an Astral Start to let Agility walk past it. I don't think anyone's heard this. Agility just using the 0 point to clear out markets so they can move even further up. There is a time limit. This thing will eventually expire. Winter's still in this position. There, the trademark finally gets destroyed, so there's information. And with Gonches moving through mid as well, there's an understanding here from Converse where the hit will come through. Most importantly, though, they did find that opening kill. Won't count for anything, though, and Icy's dropped yet again before this plant has come through.
Oh, nice shot from Winter though. There goes Agility. It's 4 versus 3. That Haunt massive can identifying players. Showstopper doesn't quite exactly hit the point that they want to, but nonetheless, the rifles will. It's 6-4 here, Hazza. And now, Converse Varsity again, well, trying to regain the lead that they had.
Yeah, and I think Converse will be happy with that pickup as well, because now having found 6 rounds already on the defense, getting it done with a couple left to spare, they have an opportunity to build an advantage in the half, having already maintained at the very minimum an equilibrium with their opponent, West Virginia, whose hand is forced. They've got to find a result here on Ascent, or they will be losing the series 2-0. It'll be the first time that they haven't picked up a map in the series so far of the 2 games that they've already played in previous weeks. Looking at ultimates as well, CVU getting close to a few of their own here. Nightfall available on both sides.
Oh, no. Oh, see, I was about to say, maybe getting caught out by the paint shells, but no. Commits to the spray, at least gets one. And we are going to see the Prowler coming out and clearing out wide. Nobody there, good stuff. And now they are going to push in towards this stack, though, which is what I worry about.
And Icy is still alive and kicking for the time being, so finally we may see the breach utility come to fruition. Nightfall just steadying itself. So too is the flashpoint on the opposite side in the hands of Icy. maybe looks to connect it or also just bide their time. There's a player advantage now for Converse to work as Winter makes good of the operator for the second round in a row. And these are advantages they'll want to try and use, and it's only going to stretch even further forward. Just as that spike goes down, they can look to start moving here.
The question is... Yeah, I was gonna ask, the question is why did they push out so deep in through the Cosmic Divide? I think they could have just played the post plan. But again, it's like if, buts, and maybes. Maybe they thought, right, we could take space, just deny heaven. That would be huge for them, and then they'd be able to kind of go in on equal for the rest of the post plan. Nonetheless, though, 7-4 the scoreline, potentially 8-4, which is still a good half for CVU.
Yeah. I think I agree with you in that situation. Pushing through heaven is warranted if you can find some way to be supported. As early as the Cosmic Divide had gone up, there's still information that players will be in that position, one or at least two, especially considering the lack of control that West Virginia had elsewhere. They hadn't re-cleared anything. You need some kind of utility to help support you. And speaking of utility, we're seeing a very organized set play come through from Converse. They are crunching tiles as hard as they possibly can. Taze has brought the showstopper online, finding at least one kill, but it won't claim anybody for the time being.
Look at the
that advantage and moved away.
Look at the read from West Virginia here. I'm never going to be able to pronounce that name, but the read is fantastic here. They've totally read into the play.
Yeah.
They're going A. Although there's a trademark set up, yes. All in all, this could be absolutely huge.
As well, we see top of... They're just actually acting as a linchpin to slow things down, and here comes the big breach utility. Icy sends it straight on through the Rolling Thunder. Good to pick up Taze, and it stunted this push from the rest of their teammates. Faultline also following things up to make another duel preferable. J Chronic falls, but there has been a trade, and we're down to a level standing. A couple players left on each side in this last round of the half.
Arctic spraying through in towards Hell, just misses out on agility here. Uros in towards this door position could easily do some damage, but how much damage can they actually do when you look towards what these players are up to? Oh, Uros gets on towards Winter. Arctic left, looking to put an Arctic Storm. Oh, they certainly look as if they potentially could. 3 kills in a row from Arctic, and what a performance on that round.
That's fantastic. 3 kills in a row from Arctic, 3 rounds in a row for Converse, securing an advantage of 8-4. When things started off, it looks as if the half could have ended on a similar scoreline, maybe an even better one. West Virginia, they were able to rally back for a period of time, but Converse managed to shore up ship coming into the retake, things looking a lot better for them, and now with a great advantage onto the attacking side.
Realistically, looking at this round, could be a massive and pivotal one here at Hazard, because you could determine who takes the greater advantage here. Moving through, if Converse get the pistol, that's double digits, and that's a lot of pressure for WVU to kind of deal with. But if you're WVU, if you get this pistol, that's the lead halved.
Yeah, it's a real lifeline to try and grab onto right now for West Virginia, and a necessary one as well, I think. In the previous game, they were able to find at least one of the pistol rounds. That helped them out a little bit, but no, they weren't able to do much more from it. They have better rounds in this game, and better chances perhaps as well. They're doing something. So much utility already used here. In the opening moments, we're seeing a nice combination from the attackers, but there's no player in short at this point in time, so no capitalization. Only 4 will be pushing through because the rest of them are waiting elsewhere. A great haunt from J Chronic lights up 2 different players who will get shut down. There is a response.
There is a response here. That response is gone. Now it's all up to Winter. Headhunter in pocket. Does have 3 bullets. Maybe 3 for each one of the heads. Is having to go towards the window if they can get up. Paint shells used. There is the Astro style down, so they know exactly if this is going to be tough. Player in towards main. It's J Chronic. Just unfortunately not at the right spot here. Oh, I see the head of the Astra. Misses out, misses the player on main. It's not looking good, bruv. It's really, really not. And I think that's everything but over, Hazard.
Yeah, I think Winter's going to be left with cold feet coming out of this round. Knows where all three players are, but that is the third and final headhunter bullet now lost. Goes flying in, looks for a consolation. We'll be able to get that at the very least, but no spike plant to speak of here for Converse, and that round incredibly slow in the way it panned out. Winter incredibly late as well, introduced to the fray to try and clutch things in a 1 versus 3, had no real impact otherwise. It sets up West Virginia fantastically to close that scoreline just a little bit and get working on this defender's side.
8-5 the score, and I think this anti-eco, if they can convert, will be huge. Again, it's that situation that we see. I wonder if CVU will be able to do a bonus as well, because that would be even bigger. These players in towards me, no, doing some work. Lovely from WVU, but that's an upgrade. That's Arctic to just dip out.
Yeah, they're at a player disadvantage, but depending on what margins they're able to work with, this could help things out. I think right now, the issue is CVU don't know enough. They're naive in a way and may just be a little too timid to attack this site. Agility against unarmored opponents will cause big issues with the Ghost. Finally, the rotate comes through. That spike still hasn't crossed towards main yet. Arctic eventually pushes up and levels things out.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's a lovely siege though. All it takes is one bullet and they'll get it on towards Arctic. With the spike down, they still have to retake time against them here. And this is it. The Astral Star does go down in towards that boathouse position, maybe to try and gravity wheel one of the players through. Ice though, going to try and face this. No, they're not going to get the opportunity. Uros gets a huge double, and that will be a conversion. But at what price, Hazard?
A mixed one, I think. Agility, the only player not to buy up into a Spectre on that round, will have a lot of credits to carry through. Whether it's enough to buy an Operator or not is yet to be seen, and well, yeah, it will. It breaks that cap at the very least, so we'll have to know whether they want to try and opt for it here or just go with a standard rifle play. I think the fact that they were only able to keep a couple of those weapons through makes me led to believe that West Virginia are just going to play this one simple. See how much damage they can try and cause, because Converse managed to do quite a bit of their own on the previous.
Yeah. Now looking at this, 4 players stacked on B, they're really gambling stacking this. And I mean... Ooh. Oh, Hazard.
Yeah, there's a nice fault line coming through, and Euros is completely stunned up. The swing doesn't follow in just enough time, though, and Euros is good for one. Bolty finds a double. 2 headshots connected. We said, you know, what's the value of the breach? It was there, but there was nothing to follow it up, and it's given West Virginia a foothold to convert their bonus.
It's not that. They never cleared the corners correctly. You have a fade, you know what I mean? Like, why is Fade taking contact when you can just use a Prowler? I don't know if that's maybe a disadvantage of buying up a certain, like, a bit of utility for the previous round or whatever, but for now, CVU down to a 2 versus 5. There is upgrades being taken, and it's just not looking good.
They need to try and shake up the way that this post plant is played. Both players sitting inside the site and inviting the approach of West Virginia could be a death sentence. As a result, we have seen Winter move up in towards heaven, and oh, so too will their teammate, but not before they get caught out. So too will Winter. It's 3 for Boltsy, and it's 7 now for West Virginia. 1 round away from tying things up here on their map pick.
I did wonder last round if we would be able to see WVU actually go for that bonus. Oh, I've got my answer, Hazard. I don't know if I like that answer, because I wanted to see a good contest between the two. But after this round, realistically, what we expect WVU to convert, it's going to be all even. And that's going to be an interesting one to witness as the two teams go through. I think we might see a little bit of a timeout from WVU if that is the case.
potentially Winter will be using the tour de force on this round. I can see that from a mile away. Whether West Virginia expect it or not, we will have to see. But those angles being held right now are fairly passive. With the rallying cry finally beckoned out, there's not going to be any challenges to it. And well, as a matter of fact, Winter is just going to sit outside of B at this point in time. And it's not an area of the map which West Virginia want to contest whatsoever. They're happy to leave more priority towards A and middle. There's a trademark covering their back for them.
Oh, nice Seas and Paint Shell combo coming through from both Arctic and Gaunches, but nobody able to capitalise upon it. Agility though will swing. That's a lovely combo utility has her.
A really nice supportive flash that we see from Bolts, having impact already in this game in terms of kills, but also proving their worth as a supportive player. Gives an advantage to West Virginia here with not too much time left on the clock. Taze looking to cause problems, but there's utility to back them up. Not even required of it. Winter eventually gets things going with an incision towards mid, but this Seas has Gaunches bound. Eventually they break the tether, but I don't think there's anything left for them in this round.
No. Oh, as you say that, might be at least a couple rifles. Nice still point, just leaves Winter in a bad spot. We know they can do work with the Sheriff. I mean, realistically, it's exits that we're seeing here. Nothing more than that. Both players swinging. Yep, there we are. Oh, we will finish on 8-8. 2 rifles lost. Won't really mean much in the grand scheme of things as the economy is so high. But it's now looking towards CVU and if they can rescue themselves from the eco-cycle.
Yeah, and they're going to need that. It was exactly the same situation that we saw for Converse on the previous half. And, well, West Virginia, they needed a round to get themselves going. And once they did it, they were able to move on from that point quite efficiently. But Converse at this point in time, not really looking like that whatsoever. It's the first real gun round between the two of these teams. Odin Spam not finding anything just yet. Agility, on the other hand, able to pick off Gaunches.
Yep, G Chronic will get spotted by the Haunt, so at least they'll know exactly where they are. It wouldn't matter though, apparently, because the Odin's just going to go huge. Ice 8 will get the trade. We'll see that spike planted. 3 players are, well, I guess you could say close to this site. The Rolling Thunder invested. Can they get anything here? They can get 1, but that's all they're good for. Leaving 2 players on the site pretty vulnerable if you think about it, Hazza. Look towards that phase health.
Yeah, it's such a long angle to contest with the ultimate. Yeah, you catch a few players, but not enough to be able to clean things up in that situation, especially not on your own. Now it's Winter on their own. Manages to spot out both of these players and takes the head off each of them. Agility only has a headhunter, but so does Winter. Chamber versus Chamber, pistol versus pistol. Agility forced to back away, holding on to that operator for another time. Winter looking to chase things up, will eventually hit the deck, but not before they clutch the round and give an advantage to Converse.
Thank God CVU ended up back on the board, because now when we look towards this, we actually see a little bit of a game starting to brew here in terms of the economy. I didn't want to see an eco-cycle. I felt as if that would be a cheap way to continue this map. Do you like that one?
Yeah.
Time out.
Yeah, they hit the timeout here. They hit the brakes. They try and go over what went well, what went wrong, and perhaps let that clutch of Winter sting a little bit on the minds of West Virginia, because I don't think Testy is still going to be that happy with the rounds that we saw, because it was Winter in a 1 versus 3. The post pump effectively collapsed. IC went hunting to try and do all of that work by themselves. It's only good for 1. Trading out from that position at a disadvantage is not ever going to have enough value for you. Lots of ultimates up against them, and more importantly, Converse don't have economy here. Because all players died, there's nothing for them to hold on to, and you're effectively looking at the scoreline perhaps tying up at a sum of 9-9 and then working back, but it seems they're going to send it anyway and try to make this one work.
I wonder if what was being said was kind of talking about the like, I guess, individual mistakes that we were seeing.
Perhaps.
That, maybe just showing up, just saying, look, guys, you need to settle. Like, we don't need to be going for outplays. We don't need to be doing for mad plays. Blah blah blah. Look at the stack though for West Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, there is a big sack from West Virginia. I was just about to say the way that Converse set up. Every single round, it's Winter by themselves and the remaining 4 players looking to try and cause issues elsewhere. And I'm not too sure how much I like this. I want to see Winter introduced to the fray a little bit earlier. We know what this player is capable of. Yeah, they were a bit more individualistic in finding that success when we saw them on the defender's side. But on the attack, you need to offer a little bit more, I suppose. Cosmic Divide goes up. It's a free spike plant into the 5 versus 5 post plant, though. Finally, we see the lurk come to have some value, perhaps, as they are moving on through towards market.
Yep, we are going to get a Nightfall in return here. T's already on the spike.
No.
This Cosmic Divide is placed so perfectly here. That is going to be absolutely huge. We don't even need to worry about it. We don't even need to get excited as we all see that round converted. All the bonus, all the force that was coming through has been stripped away, and that is very, very rough.
Yeah, when that is usually a strat with the Cosmic Divide that you'll sometimes see done on an eco just to try and get a quick plant and make sure that you have credits coming into the next round if you can force some kind of a win condition. However, by using that strategy, you limit yourself so much space in the site, and we see that Converse are forced to play back from within main. The Cosmic Divide counter comes from the opposite side, and West Virginia are able to claim things. No gravity well to even pull them off of the defuse in that situation.
I don't know if the Astra got taken out too quickly though. I can't remember who was the first pick on that round. Nonetheless though, it was absolutely massive. Boltsy just hiding in towards shot. Will float through the flash drive. Fragment goes out. But it's not going to matter. Lovely shots. Elsewhere on the map though, Agility will take out Blitz. No more controls. No more smokes.
Yeah, it's a really weird one as well. Looking at where the spike is, incredibly mixed approach. Gonch is going backwards and forwards. But there's only so many times that you can cross a rickety bridge before one of those planks will collapse, and eventually they are going to fall. Look at this, though. It's just one player in the form of Agility holding on B. The sound cue from taking the ultimate orb, though, however, has forced them to move back. We may even see a rotate come through here as well from J Chronic. It's all onto Agility to get this done, though.
Yeah, exactly. With an op, they're going to have massive firepower advantage. That was a nice gravity well here. We are seeing the paint shells go through, just denying space. Look at Winter's position though. This could be massive if they can get at least something done. We'll get that player. Here we are, 3 versus 2. Only need to get the spike planter, but it doesn't seem if they're going to be able to. Now they have to face 2 rifles, and this could be huge as Winter upgrades on towards an op. Arctic's position though that's going to be a tough one to clear.
Yeah, and well, you have to consider how much value Arctic can get from here, because player disadvantage, B is one of the hardest sites to defend in the game. In the 50-50, the showstopper not good enough to fully take out Winter, but the Haunt sets up J Chronic to capitalize. Double digits found, and the first team to do it is West Virginia on their own map pick.
If you were looking at the start of this map, Hazza, would you think that it would be West Virginia to be going up 10-9?
I'm not too sure. It's their pick, right? But it is Ascent, like we said before, always incredibly competitive for both teams. Highest pick rate in NECC, a fact that I'm sure we will repeat on most broadcasts because it finds itself into the map pool most times and can sometimes be hard to predict as well. Saw that immediate streak of 5 rounds that Converse were able to pick up on their attack, but West Virginia gave themselves enough breathing room, picked up the pistol, converted their own bonus, and now Converse Varsity from their attack haven't really shown us too much. But the previous round, have to consider also, was an eco, so not the worst. Agility is taking quite a bit of space in mid, however. I think West Virginia may just concede the site here so that they can reclaim it in the retake.
Yeah, exactly. Showstopper doesn't get much. That's a huge horn. You're going to be raging. They're going to be absolutely fuming on their rifle round of all rounds. Has another in a 5 versus 2 post plant. There is a prowler that is going to chase down. I mean, what else can you do here?
Conscious gets chased all the way down to the back site. Has a chance to reposition before these players come through, but a 2 versus 5 defending this site. I spoke about player advantages before on B. Not gonna happen. A slight confirm on positioning allows Euros to capitalize. It's just Conscious. We know they're good, but they would have to be great, fantastic even to do it here. Already on 3, surely not, won't happen. J Chronic with the wild spam on the Odin is enough to take down the low HP player. 11-9, they now take the lead.
Yeah, 11-9. Could be over in a flash. But with that being said, Converse's lead was over in a flash. 7 rounds in a second half, Hazard, with only an answer of 1. You can't help but feel that Converse Varsity has turned into a shadow of their former self. West Virginia, though, coming through with a massive, massive half so far.
Yeah, certainly have done. I think West Virginia are a side which always seem to look a lot better on their defensive half. It was the same on Breeze. It's the same here as well. Just perhaps not getting those preferential side choices. And when you start out on the attack 2 times in a best of 3, that is the difference maker. That is perhaps some of the reasons why we've seen them lose the majority of these series 2-1. They've lost both of them 2-1. Still good for at least a singular map, but that won't be enough to carry you through. They need this one to keep them alive. Converse have bought up and they look to go A, but A stands for agility and they've already picked off that first player. Doubling up even.
Yeah, now 5 versus 2. We've been here so many times. We've been here in situations that seem unwinnable and have been unwinnable. Nice paint shells, but we are going to see Gonches forced down deep in towards the site. That is a nice use of the blast packs to deny, but the bullets are going to deny the life of Winter. We're in a 3 versus 1. Has it?
It's the same round that we saw as last, pretty much, except it's on A this time instead of B. Agility able to hold things down on their lonesome. The operator will be kept through, of course, but at this point in time, economy's gone out the window. West Virginia have all the resources they need to see out this game. They will have enough funds, even if it ends up going to 12-12. I don't see the coffers emptying up anytime soon. Converse Varsity, however, are completely stripped. Nothing for them to work with here, really. Close to that showstopper, close to the Nightfall as well. Winter will be using the Tour de Force. They could, at the very least, get a weapon in the hands of each of these players, but Guardians, Ares, Vandals, whatever it is Arctic ends up going with, it won't be the best that they could possibly get. And it's 3 map points now that Converse have to fight back from if they want to see it out 2-0 and stop us from going to bind.
Yep, Uros just holding down in towards mate. It seems as if the players are stuck out there just for the time being. They don't want to wait out the smoke as they're already looking to rotate Hazard. There is a lot of control for WVU at this moment in time.
Yeah, there is. They're going for a similar play that we've seen them do, which is let agility do things by themselves and play some kind of a stack elsewhere. Agility just playing from the corner doesn't have any real immediate contact with A main. The trademark is watching short for them. So it's something which CVU or something which WVU need to be aware of. This horn could cause some major issues. It forces the face, but the flick is clean, and they have an advantage yet again with a Cosmic Divide and Nightfall to work with in this retake. Converse Varsity on the back foot, not for the first time, and this may be the last time on Ascent.
Such a harsh challenge. Getting punished at every angle here. Nightfall is going to come out. T's also taken in towards a tough spot. Nice trade, but realistically has it. There's not much to play-by-play here as West Virginia University will take this second map and pushes to a third.
They certainly will. In the end, it's the single round which Converse Varsity are able to find on their attacker's side. It fell so flat. I'm almost astounded because they came into this one with plenty of confidence, having picked up their own map. Yeah, Ascent was always going to be that little bit more open between the two teams, but not to an extent where you carry an 8-4 lead onto the attacking side, which I think a lot of teams would maybe even prefer to play into, like with a breach as well, and so many different ways that you can play off the back of the utility. They were very rigid in their offense. It's usually 4 players one side of the map, Winter towards the other to try and play a lurk, which many times was ineffective. So I'm not really too sure how you adjust if you're them. Coming into Bind, it's a completely different ball game. I don't expect to see the same kind of things from them, but it's just disappointing more than anything with the amount of promise that they delivered us in the first game. On the flip side, West Virginia University giving themselves an opportunity again, 3rd week in a row, 3rd map 3 for them. Can they finally seal a series?
Well, we'll need to see if they can seal a series, Hazza, as once again, we're going to take a break. It's just one of those things that we do in between maps as we get set up for the 3rd and final map where we decide who is going to be our winner.
We've played 2 maps and we are level in score. Hello everybody and welcome back to NECC week number 3. We've seen Converse, Varsity and West Virginia go back and forth so far. It started out well for Converse, but on that second map, they couldn't convert that first half advantage. And for the 3rd week in a row, we find West Virginia University in their 3rd and final map. The last 2 times they fell 2-1. This time they'll be looking to convert it as we go to bind. Cairo, how are you feeling coming into this last map of the evening?
I'm feeling good. I'm hoping to see a West Virginia first win. I mean, that would be kind of cool to see. But on top of that, in this 3rd map of bind, I am still seeing that we could still see like a strong team elsewhere. So that's what I'm kind of worried about.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that factor that it's a stat which looms over them. The 3rd map syndrome of this West Virginia University team is something which they'll need to overcome. Of course, this is only the 3rd map of this first series. We have 2 more series coming up for you guys later on, so make sure that you don't stray away from the NECC channel. But this is the last one that myself and Cairo have to give to you. So we'll try and make sure that it's the best possible performance we can deliver. The question is, what do these teams have in store for us?
Yeah, I don't know if I can give a best performance, Hazard. You know me, mate. I'm terrible.
Go on, dude. Don't do yourself like that, bro. Let's have a look and see what agents we've got here. Double controllers on both sides, razors on both sides, chambers on both sides. I don't know. We're nearly at a mirror matchup, despite the fact that there is an Astra, I believe, for Converse, and it's West Virginia playing with the Brimstone.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, Brim, etc., very good on bind because of how close quarters it is. Only thing is about Brim is one and done, no regenerative smokes to be had, unlike your other smokers like Omen, Viper, etc. So you have to use them sparingly, and why we always see the kind of double controller setup coming through sometimes.
Yeah, and here we are into the final map of this series, tied up 1-1. Both teams currently even for pistol rounds. We've seen Converse and West Virginia both pick up a couple on the last 2 maps. It was West Virginia that were able to pick up the first one on Breeze to get us underway, but they couldn't find too much momentum from there on out. Wasn't the story going into the 2nd map. They used the pistol round from their defender's side to carry on through and seal it 13-9. Already starting out from their attacking side, we're seeing a lot of presence here on B long.
Yeah, exactly. See, he's going to already engage. All guns, all pistols coming alive here. But it is going to end up in a 4 versus 3, not to be soon traded out. And that spike planted more towards CT. Arctic first to engage. The last 2 remaining players coming in from behind. It's a very deep push. Unfortunately, Arctic's crosshair not good enough to hit out. Gonches will take out Boltsley. A nice little dink there will get the raise at a disadvantage in the paint shells to finish out. J Chronic now has to clutch up.
Only has a classic, but Winter's just going to stick this and is able to get taken out. The flash is good, but the kill is better. Gonches finds a quad and will get that pistol round on the board for Converse as they look to begin moving towards this series going their way.
Yeah. 4-0 is absolutely massive for Gonches. That's going to allow them to get all the way up to that Vandal. Plus, I imagine some utility as well. I mean, you could probably, even with 4-0, when you get 4-0, I think you're allowed to get a full shield as well if you don't get the utility.
Perhaps. I'm not too sure. You have to have a look at that. It depends what utility or what agent you have as well in terms of what you're able to buy up. But very nice work here from Gonches early on. Has been a mainstay towards the top of the scoreboard in both of the maps that we've played so far.
Oh, AC taking out Boltsy. Nice first pick. Remember, body shots are one shots when you have the Marshall and bonuses. If there's nothing in terms of thingy, that's a nice little spam. T's dropped to 40, and now they're going to have to rotate away.
That's the Vandal of Gonchas, providing extra value on this round to create chip through the side of the wall, the hoardings that shelter the showers on a site. It's where the priorities lie for the majority of this Converse defense, but the rest of them are stationed on B. The Spectres of Arctic and Blitz will look to combine here. Already the Astra player has gotten off the mark. Arctic as well looking for kills. The Haunt sets him up for a second. Eager to find the third. The Seas will start things off and the Spectre will finish them. Flawless now, and those weapons do get carried through, namely the Vandal, into their bonus round.
Big stuff there. I think the Vandal is probably the biggest carry through.
Yeah.
And I mean, Gonchas obviously can do the work. The fact that they've not died yet is huge. And with the rest of the stuff in pocket, I mean, there's still so much that they can do in terms of damage to West Virginia. The fact that you can get away with cheap corners, cheap plays. You were kind of talking about it previously, Hazza. Let me see if we can get these cheap plays to work out.
I want to try and know what the plan is. Gonch has actually gone hunting early on and has found Euros with their utility out. A lineup to try and hit A perhaps. Now there's a priority that has been found here for West Virginia because they need to introduce speed to the way they're approaching things. Not having any other space on the map. The committal is there and it is good. 2 kills already found puts them a player up, having lost out in that initial gunfight.
Yeah, 4 versus 3 now. I mean, the fact that it is 4 versus 3 usually is a very good sign for a bonus round. Gonch is just spamming away, nothing to be found, as most players are towards elbow, or 2 at least, and that stack is going to find Arctic. Good trade on towards Boltsy, no more of those smokes. That's going to be tough for these players holding on towards the spike, going deep through with those blast packs. Isn't going to allow for much. Agility gets 3. Gonch is finally put to the mud, but not before they got 2 of their own.
Yeah, put to the mud, put to the sands. Gonch has been causing a lot of issues thus far. Arctic only 1 away from their ultimate, as already the showstopper is online for the notorious Rays player. In that instance, West Virginia, Euros is dying out straight away, and they just flew out of sight like a balloon out the hand of a child. They were straight on towards B, and in the post plant, difficult to try and rectify that one, especially on B. Converse Varsity changed things up yet again. This time, Gonchas looks to sit in towards Hookah, and that A defense is a little bit lighter than it has been.
Nice Trailblazer to send up B long. Clears elbow as well. Obviously, the players in Hookah have heard that. Icy, well, they've seen the head of Agility, and Agility is going to regret it. Peeking it, get taken out. Now we are in a really awkward situation because there's only 2 players on A site, and all 4 players are ready to execute.
Yeah, and Converse may not expect this to come through. West Virginia would have twice the numbers to take the site if they chose to, but with the way that things are, going into a post plant, the retake is always a possibility. Taze able to get that kill onto Winter, and actually this has brought things back to a level standing. That operator will struggle to get anything done as the Sky Smokes continue to sit atop the site. Once they clear, however, things could start to head in the opposite direction, a slippery slope. There is still presence towards showers, however, so they are split in this defense.
Oh, nice little C's there. All it needs is a peek in towards where that raise is. Spam goes through. T still wins that somehow. We are going to see the showstopper. It comes out, but it's Boltsy to get blitz. It's all up to Icy. And if they try to escape through showers, well, they'll have to escape through the depths there, as they get dragged down.
Yeah, Euros is just laying in wait the entire round and is actually going to be able to gift an operator to the hands of Agility now. A player which, I think it's fair to say, has looked good on any rifle they have held. More specifically, the Vandal than the operator on the attack. It can be difficult to work it into your strategy. Requires a little bit more patience and, of course, an overextension from Converse Varsity to come through. However, on this round, with the arsenal that they have available to them, would not be too many surprises if we do see one of those come through.
Oh, this is space taken by Icy. Can they get one? That's a lovely pick. There goes Uros. And that's a potential upgrade if they can get to it. Guiding Light does go through in towards Lamps. Orbital Strike from... actually damages Taze. That's going to be a bit of a question mark there. And we are going to see the spike be denied by Winter.
It's a very nice snake bite. Just decides to sit in it. And well, they don't have space towards backside. They do have a player advantage. 2 to the good now by 4. It's just Taze.
Wow.
And they get sent to the deck. What a shot from Winter. Connects onto their head. And Converse Varsity are able to pick up a round which on paper they had absolutely no right to do so.
Big question marks all over that round. The fact that the Trailblazer wasn't used by G Chronic to clear out shot. The fact that we saw Taze move in towards an orbital, or was in lamps, and then they decided to use an orbital strike. The fact that we saw G Chronic again trying to marinate in a snake bite. Come on, it's just simple stuff, man.
Yeah, I think they thought they would be able to tank the damage, but perhaps ill-advised. We're seeing this same snakebite lineup come towards B long. It's a set play which they operate with here. Icy and Agility already on the scoreboard with kills, but well, it seems as if the latter has not checked the corner. Gonch is able to convert from it, and the defenders have an advantage from which to work. If West Virginia group up on this take, though, they will be at an advantage of their own. And these sky smokes are going to come through. Converse Varsity instantly are going to know how many players are here because it's so much to give away.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, there's the response from that point onwards, you know what I mean? And looking at the response, as I was about to say, Arctic going to respond by taking out Taze. Boltsy getting deep, but has to get taken out. Uros now holding this off. And the spike being down, crossfire's been set up. You can't help but feel that this is more a matter of when, not if. Icy confirms that and goes 4-2 up.
Yeah, finds that kill onto Euros. The spam on the exact same angle. I mean, last time it was a snake bite. This round it was Arctic. Both times the spike has been denied before getting planted, and Converse Varsity have been able to retake with ease on the A side of the map. B was a little bit more of a struggle point for them, so I'm surprised that West Virginia haven't looked to collapse on that position too often. Seems as if we're going to be seeing it here again, though. Euros once more lining that one up. Only one ultimate orb away from having the Viper's Pit, so an additional win condition that they may look to try and use here, as B-long control has already been established, and these players, I expect, will go flying on through.
Yeah, nice little chip there, just missing out on the head. Taze is like that. Well, I'm going to go and get it myself then. If I can't get it at short range, or sorry, long range, I'll get it at short range. Upgrade to be had. Operator firing off there, and in that Viper's Pit is going to be even tougher. Gonna have to use the Headhunter. We've seen how good Icy can be with it, but we'll need to see them do it again.
Yeah, the Nightfall does come through, but it's going to be difficult to capitalize from this. The Terror Trails are there. Oh, and Gonch is just following the ball up. Has managed to find a huge triple inside of the smoke and bring it to a 2 versus 1. It's just Agility left. They've got a Headhunter of their own to try and work with, but will need to start doing it sooner rather than later, because Icy is already sticking this defuse. Winter stuck a couple bullets to their forehead, and that will be a 5th for Converse.
That is a massive round there, has a massive round indeed. The scoreline being 5-2. I mean, that really looked like a WVU round. I was just
WVU dub, I guess you could say.
Yeah, exactly. I was expecting that to be the case. I had accepted the situation that they were not even going to have a chance. But what a play from Gonch's, and that was what we were missing in that last game.
Yeah, they got really sucked into the idea of a retake coming through defenders' spawn. It was the last 2 remaining players to do that, but Gonch is with the bulk of the work. Icy getting things started for the defense here on what is going to be a gun round for the attackers. Let's not forget, that was their eco. good ideas being presented, but on the whole, not counting for numbers. They will try B once again, but with a player already dropped.
Right, well, these players here, oh no, unfortunately G-Chronic just gets that opportunity. Gonch's nearly capitalising, and here we look at it. It's a 2 versus 3 has it, the spike going down. And Converse just looking so strong, trying to get up that operator to play from long. We are going to get the regrowth as well. And these two remaining players have a Viper's Pit to play. Don't think we'll get that. I think that'll be more of a reactive one for next round.
Yeah. Especially considering the position of Winter here as well. Coming in from the corner, we'll get that first one onto agility, and now it's down to a 2 versus 2. Perhaps it could be committed here to make a safe defusal on the spike, but still big risk to be taking, and Boltsy has already dropped Arctic, looking for the second. They get it. 3 on the round, and 3 now on the board for WVU.
Yeah, they are going to get that response. That's so unfortunate. We still have 4 ultimates available and a lot of economy for CVU if they want to do, or if they're going to bounce back from this, and you can well and truly see that. Looking at the other side of that coin there, Hazard, we are going to get the exact same kind of situation. So with 6 big ultimates, 4 on the favour of on the side of Converse, this could be a very spicy round.
Potentially. Euros once again going for the same play. At this point in time, if you're Converse Varsity, you have to be more than aware of how it is that West Virginia set up. What the conditioning is remains to be seen. Once again, slow this time around, I think, is the difference for West Virginia. Taking their time, and it seems as if when they go for a slow hit, it's towards A. When the hit is fast, it's a B execute. We'll have to see how much Converse Varsity have read into that, as big utility is committed to try and crunch this Showers position. Taze just holding off on the showstopper. Eventually it comes through, and we'll confirm that kill.
Advantage West Virginia University here as they get the chance to move through. These remaining players on the defense have stuff to work with. There comes a showstopper. Can get through this molly. Going to go up. Can't find a player in his well shot. Needs to get it shot out soon. Just misses out the brim. So close. Will get the player though. And now they move through. All the players they're walking through here. It's like SEAL Team 6. The way they surgically are finding these last remaining players. Although J-Chronic will find the opportunity. Icy will find themselves back in spawn. G-Chronic with a huge double kill will win that round out, and it's a similar situation to the last map.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it, but at the same margin, it's been incredibly back and forth. It's like the script that we had on the second half of the first map, right? Where it was one round and another, one round and another. This time the pattern seems to be 2, then 3, then 2. Perhaps the final 3 rounds will go the way of Converse. If the half ends 8-4, then I don't really know if it's going to be the same as the last map or not. We will have to find out.
Oh,
Converse. Yeah, oh look, the Viper's Pit is there. It's enough to drop Taze down. There's a snake bite to stop additional congestion from happening at this point in time.
This is a huge position from Boltsy though, Hazza. The way that they're sitting down, oh, nice little guiding light. And realistically, we're looking at the space that's been brought up. Uro so low on HP, all would have taken as a spam. It's one of those ones where I feel like screaming, just shoot, just shoot.
Yeah.
But no,
Blitz has spotted that.
Yeah.
Yeah, ahead of time. Saw the shoulder of agility, thought twice about it, and then said, wait, I went to maths class, right? I didn't skip.
No
oh
way.
My God.
No
you
way.
have got to be kidding me. What? Winter is back to back right now. With the gun barrel's gone up their rear end, for goodness sake. It's like an exam when you go to the doctors. They've gone and had their colon felt up by the end of that Vandal. It's a 4 versus 2 now either way. It seems that Converse will see this one out. I don't know what I've just seen. There's a tiny little gap inside it.
That is Twitter content if I've ever seen it. That is Twitter content if I've ever seen it. What is...
I mean, look, we'll
man.
we'll leave the rest of that one up to the imagination. But 6-4, Converse able to find it. It was a good Viper's pit, right? Until that happened, and
By the way,
yeah,
wait a second. Shout out to Bowlby for catching that, by the way, because I had absolutely no idea.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. But West Virginia, incredibly stubborn on the previous round to try and push through that Viper's pit. You could have faked it for a bit, perhaps, but not too much. Agility shows the end of their toe, and Icy gobbles him up.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that image, though, to be honest. Gobbling up toes.
You don't really get to choose.
Oh, okay. Well, in terms of choosing...
Just like Agility didn't get to choose having their toes gobbled up. It is what it is.
Well, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. Looks like West Virginia will go for a situation where it's going to be on the B site. With the Viper's pit invested, that's going to be the only ultimate for them this round. Couple trades coming through, couple of bullets being found on towards heads. We're in a 3 versus 2. The Viper still not found, holding close on towards the entry into sight. There's 2 players outside, but do they know? Well, they'll know now. What a shot towards Uros. It drops down. It's all up to Boltsley. Will they find the frag as everybody decides to whiff at the key moment in time? Except for Icy. Well, when they had the opportunity, they won it out. And they bolt down below. It's in celebration.
Yeah. Icy, ice cold when asked of them. 7-4. Converse now with the advantage coming out of the first half. It's just a question of whether they can find an 8th or not. Didn't look good in the second half with an 8-4 advantage on Ascent. Breeze, I would say, is probably more attacker-sided. So considering that factor, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing a similar kind of setup from Converse in the second half. But then again, West Virginia have looked so good on their defense thus far with double controller, Brimstone as well in the mix.
Yeah.
I don't know, Cairo.
Just one of those situations that we'll just have to wait and see. Now I've got Ice Baby stuck in my head. That's all I can think about just now. Well, will we see these 2 teams stop? And well, a couple of players looking to collaborate. Brimstone saying, listen, well, you'll need to listen to West Virginia. As you see, Agility go huge. 2 players remain. It's 4 versus 1 now. There's only all up to Ice.
And they melt under pressure. It pushes down on them. It pushes down on you and me. And this half will be ending 7-5.
I now like just want to break out into like the rat of Ice Baby.
I'm not gonna lie, the collaborate and listen part was textbook. I love that.
Yeah,
we did a good job last week. Actually, we had the rhyming game as well.
Oh yeah,
didn't
that's
we?
true. That's true.
That was good.
I was gonna say like it was kind of there on the plate to be taken, and you know me when it comes to food hazard.
It's not the first time you've said that this series.
Yeah, and it won't be the last time I say it on this broadcast.
True, very, very true. But this will be the last pistol round that we get between you and me, Cairo, in this last map of this first series of the evening between Converse Varsity and West Virginia. Converse picked up the first one. The trend would dictate that West Virginia have a response for us here, and they've gotten underway already. Taze has found the first to kick things off.
Yeah, J Chronic very, very low. So Taze. That's 2 players below like 6 HP. Well, that's going to be 2 players back towards spawn. Regrowth coming through for West Virginia. They are going to get the spike down here for Converse. And that's going to be a large train on the map. Has a look at that.
Yeah, the question is, what does the post plant look like here for Converse? They're a player down. Priority has been taken towards elbow. I think we saw a rendezvous, perhaps a misclick happening in and amongst things. The players will be headed off by J Chronic on the low HP, takes out that information, but also will drop, trades back and forth to a 2 versus 2, which is won outright by Converse Varsity. They get their 8th this side of the half, and a second pistol round in a row, which is just enough for them to lead the way in terms of scoring of those.
Yep. That is a very good round, and that is also a very deciding round as we see it move towards potentially 9-5. There won't be a force from West Virginia. Apparently, Taze wants to go for a bucky, so I imagine we'll see that kind of like dive style play where they'll blast back in, try and blast someone in the face. If it works, class. If it doesn't, I mean, it's just a cheap weapon anyway, so yeah, we'll see how it goes.
The bucky, of course, only costing 950 credits, I believe, so pretty cheap as far as things go. 850 then. You know what? I think that's the first time that you've corrected me on game knowledge. I'm joking. We see it's not really done anything so far. Hasn't ran into anybody. Because Converse have just gone to the opposite side of the map. On the retake, you're really looking for exits with this kind of weapon because right now Winter is holding down the long angle and I fancy them to probably find both here.
Nope, okay.
Forget about it. Forget about it. This is just not my round.
The caster's curse comes through. We love to see it. This time, Icy will go for that similar play, the pink shells, and then we will get a collection. Icy just aware of potentially a second. Agility, not aware of a second swing. Arctic takes them out, 9-5, and Converse Varsity look absolutely amazing. And they'll be feeling like they can go further.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling like $1 million right now. They don't have $1 million to spend. Probably wish that they did. This is the bonus round, of course. So we do see Bulldog in the hands of Icy. That's about as good as it gets, I think. West Virginia have a full set of rifles. Light shields on a couple of players to make sure that the utility is there for them. Being key in the way that they can hold players back on this defense double controller and the like to do so. It's a fast approach, at least from Converse Varsity, to start things off, though. They want that ult online, the Cosmic Divide, to make this execute happen as they look to try and split A.
Yeah, and that wall, the Cosmic Divide, splitting in the site in half.
Oh,
that paint shows. Yeah, I just think it's just missed out on the player close to it. With that being said, all those TPs were held. They're going to have to go through. Lovely shots from Blitz. They're trying to get close. Uros will get Arctic, but look at the players. They just managed to clear out Showers. Huge position as that's where Spike was closest to. The last remaining players trying to spam, but they're not going to get much for it. There's only one player left. It's all up to Winter in this situation. Snake Bite to come through, and we are going to get the swing.
Yeah, the Snakebite there good as well for double damage, so it means that Winter is able to hit for 110 per body shot, which is huge, but ultimately not around they're able to find. Spike Plant will help make sure that every single player here will be fully kitted out on the Converse Varsity side. And it was a nice idea as well to just say, you know what, we're happy to invest one ultimate into this round. That is my final trade offer. I will not be bidding any higher than that. But if we can get a round win out of it, then it's going to be more than worth their weight in gold. Doesn't happen, but they now do have guns. And well, West Virginia are a little bit mixed in their investments.
Yeah. Smokes down. Look at this, keep the space in towards Hookah as well. Like, they've just taken so much. The two players on long somewhat isolated. If Gonchas can get up close to that that kind of window position, there could be a crunch and there could be no repercussions for it either. Like, even attempting such a thing because there's so many players stuck in there.
AJ Chronic is holding this one kind of passive. Only on the Spectre, though. And the timing is here. It doesn't suit them whatsoever. Gonchas has dropped in from the opposite side. This is where the long players need to get to work, but they're being cut away. Euros has found a couple of them. Gun round looking fairly decent for West Virginia so far. If they can hold on to the remainder of these weapons, maybe find an upgrade here and there. Keep 4 of them through, 4 or 3 of them. Then things will be coming up good. This is a nice util combo. It's forced Taze out of the picture. Makes a 1v1, but the trade is there. Only Winter now remains.
I still feel confident Winter could do this. Although they have
time.
Yeah, that's true. I've never even checked that. I never even checked it. The key component. The most ruthless teacher. Teaches you
It's
so...
like someone getting ready to go for a bungee jump into, there's a cliff below them, right? You're like, oh yeah, I reckon they can do this. They're just not tied onto the cord whatsoever. Not going to happen. There should be a bit. Hello? But Balti incredibly reserved not to just swing that off the back of the contact of two players. But yeah, comfortable round in the end for West Virginia.
Yeah, no, there is a saying that like time is the cruelest teacher, because it's like teaches everybody in the world like through experience, etc., but kills every single one of her students.
That's very interesting. I like that one. That's a nice little
Do you know where I learned it from?
idea that you've presented there. I don't know.
Crema.
Ooh, from where?
Crema.
From Kremer, NECC alumni.
Yes.
I don't think he's with us this time around. Perhaps
With
in
us,
chat.
he's no longer
Who
with
knows?
us. That is,
He's no longer with us. He went to war, bazooka on his back, and couldn't do it. Unfortunate. I've seen the picture on his Twitter. I love it.
right, okay, yeah.
It's beautiful, man. It is beautiful.
I think
It's a classic. It is a classic.
For
Anyway,
yeah,
it seems as if this Converse team pretty much only have a classic to try and work with. I a little. This is going to be a very late execute. The Horn does come in somewhat early though, and that is information given. Agility takes this one every day of the week. We've seen that happen a couple of times now where that angle is just not favorable. Nice Prowler to take the first fight, but just can't win it. 9-8. West Virginia start to close the gap.
Do you know what? Has it? The gap, I think, is basically closed. That's my take on this. We are going to see. Oh, I was going to say we are going to see potentially the op moved across from agility because the tour de force is there. Not the case. It's going to be 5 rifles versus 4 rifles and an op, and it looks as if it is going to be a B split.
Well, that's what the survey says, but let's see what happens when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, to the business. There's a Viper's Pit to help efforts on A. For some reason, the trademark sits inside it. Doesn't really matter, though. Taser's found this kill on B. I don't think the gap has been closed just yet, but this is the round that would do it in my mind. It also gives West Virginia a chance to stride into a lead of their own. It'd be just like what we saw in the previous map and converts a reverse sweep comeback for them.
Yeah, Gonchu's in towards that corner there. Just doesn't even know that T's so close. This angle's a bit funny because you could see the chamber to the left there. You get covered by the smoke. It looks as if they're beside each other. And T's just
We had that once already in this game. I don't want that image. It's already been burned into my mind, and soon a bullet will be burned into the back of Gonch's head. Taser's found one. There's utility to keep Icy in the corner from which they will also be claimed. Spam coming through. Boltsy finding Winter. It's just Blitz. And I feel as if these Converse Varsity haven't really even had a fair fight. They're just taking these gun duels one by one. West Virginia picking them off every single time. You know what? It's your gun round, but if you don't do anything substantial with it, then what is the point? They're going to be reduced to nothing on the next. Blitz may just be smart to hold on to this one.
Pardon me. Oops. Just a little bit of a burp. J-Chronic gets that with a classic. Well, has it after everything, after all the advantages and the kind of discussion about CVU being in that position, they'll just let everything go, and that's where we are going to see a timeout. What was it, 9-5 the scoreline was after the first 2 rounds of this half?
Yeah, it was a 7-5 half. However, we saw Converse able to pick up the pistol round as they have done on multiple occasions so far this game. I believe they've picked up 4 to the 2 of West Virginia of the 6 that we have seen. And it was this one which gave them that advantage in the statistic, gave them the advantage coming through as well. But West Virginia swallow up that gap very, very comfortably. It's really just been a difference between attack and defense between these two teams. The defense is the strong suit for both of them. West Virginia just look that much more comfortable from this position. For that reason exactly, Converse call a timeout. The most important of the timeouts that they are going to be calling this evening, I think, because this time something has to be found. They've got to hit double digits. They couldn't do it in the previous map, and they may be doomed not to find it here either.
Yeah, and already look towards exactly the kind of default that is looking to be built here. Spike somewhat left in towards that place where we always see the trademark. And it seems as if the players are going to try and take Show's control quickly. Agility close by. Oh, just misses out on the shots. Hazard.
Could have been such a clutch kill to find, but Agility is able to get away with murder. Or rather, not get away with murder, but the fact they're still alive is a crime in and of itself. He'll remain posted up on this angle for the time being, but turns away. And it seems as if Converse Varsity may just be waiting for someone to make a peek here before they go through. But up on the boost is going to be Taze, and I don't know how you ever clear this.
Oh, that's how. You don't need to clear it with a wall. Although, just going to walk through it anyway. AC does take out Agility, which is another big kill. Close by.
They're not even aware of it still.
Yeah,
they have no idea, and Taze is just running circles around them from above, like a monkey in a tree, throwing their own, well, you know, dirt down from the trees.
You could have just said bananas.
Yeah, I was gonna say bananas, but you know what monkeys are like, and
no, they definitely.
Yeah.
Hazard. There's one thing that can be said, and it is that they are a very cheeky monkey for getting away with that one.
It was cheeky, right? But it's like, it's that one small adaptation that West Virginia are able to flex into their defense every single round that gives them the slight little bit extra that is required to shut down Converse in this situation.
Yep.
And you know, they have guns here. Finally, a gun round will be coming through for them. But it's just yet another situation where all they're able to do by picking it up is leveling the score. And West Virginia will have a bye to match in the following.
But looking so far at how everything is going, Icy stuck outside. I was about to see if Taze had swung a bit harder there. That would have been a free pickup. Not to be though. 9-10 the score still, and I mean, look at how slow this round is. Nothing like what we've seen previous.
And look how many different pieces of util, different big game, execute heavy ultimates that Converse have. They have all of them. The only exception is the Tour de Force, but that really doesn't factor in here whatsoever. Once more, they will just wait, but it's going to have to come in eventually. There's only 30 seconds or so left, excluding the time that it will take for that spike to get planted. Ice just holding, narrowly waiting, but Taze, the recoil from the showstopper, fires them back into the angle to contest. 2 versus 4, the TP will be taken. The spike will be planted, I believe. There's just enough time to cross the angle and get it on down. However, this retake will be so quick if they do so. Viper's Pit, a necessity at this point if there's any chance for the round to be converted.
Yeah, already committed here. Hazard, the 4 players coming through from CT. A nice snake bite just to gain that little map control, but Arctic doesn't even know how close they are to Taze. This swing could make them round. That's a huge pickup. Arctic, though, does get another huge pick. We do have the haunt, the swing from Agility with the headhunter, but look at the defuse. They're so hot. Oh, no!
And the reason why we see that plant come through as well is because Winter doesn't want to try and clear towards elbow. When you have to make a decision like that in the 2 versus 4 to head elsewhere, especially on bind with the teleporters, of course, allowing for such a quick rotate, you're not at liberty to be able to clear all of these different angles. And so that is the concession which is made. It's a concession which ultimately loses out the round for Converse Varsity. pushing them onto the very brink of a bye here, which if they lose will be map point for West Virginia on the decider, series point, and a potential for them to find their first victory here in the champions bracket.
Yeah. Now, CVU, a giant somewhat within this league, gets the first pick taken against them. That's the first the first kind of incision in this round that we're seeing. Icy doesn't even realise how close they are. This is going to be a massive, massive loss if they do get that happen. We do see the rendezvous get taken out by paint shells. Uros now knows. The swing has a... There we go. Absolutely massive. Orbital strike committed. Seeker's still available as well. Arctic somehow finds himself on site.
Yeah, Euros living inside the Wolves' den for an elongated amount of time. That first laceration was made, but seems as if Converse Varsity may just be papering over those wounds for the time being, keeping themselves from bleeding out in this game. Such an important one to pick up as the Seekers come through. It covers the fire necessary for players to follow things up. Boltsy able to get one. Winter's position now identified. Blitz is all by themselves, playing outside of Octagon. It's a 2 versus 2 and the defuse is beginning. Gravity Well will deny. Times continues to tick on down. The Sky Spoke now expired. Taze is just sticking this. They're going to be able to defuse the whole way through. It eventually gets denied. Already half stuck. J Chronic will go for it late. It's slipped from their grips. There's butter on the spike, and Converse Varsity will get their 10th.
Surely we don't go all the way to overtime, Hazza. Surely that is not the case. Because if it is, this is going to be a fantastic finale for these two teams. They both had good maps in their own right. Maybe you could say CVU have been a better performer, but nonetheless, West Virginia need to win this next round, make their opponents hurt for taking the last. And I mean, realistically, when you look at the bans, it's not a full buy.
Yeah, we're on the night shift right now, Cairo, and it could soon be a night at the museum because IC's been fossilized. Taze has taken them out, reduced them to dust. And once more, Converse Varsity will be fighting from the lower pegs, trying to get their way back into this game.
I'd be so interested to know what the kind of... Oh, I was about to say, what a lovely entry there. At least gets one. But I would love to see what the first blood score is on either side. See who's got the most, because there have been so many for the side of West Virginia, and that's the best way that they've been able to leverage their rounds, although Agility looking away at the wrong time, trying to clear that corner. Finds Winter, but Winter wins that out.
And it's opened up A for them. Winter will be the first point of contact. Exactly the same as that round before. The 2 versus 4. The spike not planted in the best of positions this time. They have a little bit more room to try and look for. However, Taze is already on the scene. The showstopper brought online will continue to push them back. 30 seconds left. Seas goes in towards Lamps to even just deny the swing. Spike still not yet planted. Arctic holding. They've been stellar so far in this game, but 2 versus 3, they'll need to find something a little bit extra.
I think the fact that we saw that Nightfall come out, just for a little bit of information, the 2 players though, the 2 main players, Boltsy, not being caught by it. Yeah.
The Nightfall allows them to go for the wraparound. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Still more required of them. The spray through the shells. Not quite enough. Map point and series point confirmed for West Virginia.
Tease. Look at that performance here, Hazza. 27 and 18.
Really stepping up to the plate. Gonchas has showed big moments in this game. Arctic 2, Winter Blitz, I mean, the whole CVU side has been fantastic. On the side of WVU, I'd say it's been a little bit more mixed. Taze, Agility, and Boltsy, the 3 players at the top of the scoreboard right now, also, incredibly strong, each having a good map each, but this one takes the cake. Tay's looking fantastic here. Arctic needing to find some fantastic work of their own to shut down Agility, who's gotten away with a missed op shot on another round.
Well,
Bring them down.
it seems as if there is a little bit of faked presence towards B, but there seems as if West Virginia haven't actually bit too much into it. This is the original setup. And as the spike moves towards E, the setup that the players have got in terms of a crossfire is still good enough. They'll need to clear out Taze. Nice paint shells. Boltsy getting a big pick there on towards Gaunt. She's a huge and big, massive rifle lost. Who's going to come up trumps? It's not going to be Taze.
Yeah, Taze can't get the drop anymore. Is forced to move into the cubby without shooting out the Haunt if they don't want to get revealed. Now Converse have an advantage here. Can look to close things up. There was barely any investment from them. They threw absolutely everything that was available into this round. It still may not be enough though. Already on the site are the WVU forces and J Chronic is making things work. A double from them finally shifts the balance the opposite way. Euros claims Blitz from inside of their own snakebite. There's still Viper utility on the opposite side, however, and I think it might just be enough to deny. It's at least stopped the defuse for the time being. It's not been half stuck, but there's just enough. West Virginia University, at the third time of asking, on the third map, will be confirming the series 13-10.
Third time's the charm has her, as we finally do have confirmation on who is our winner. A massive, massive, massive game for the West Virginia University, but also when we look towards the other team here, Hazard, they put up such a good performance as well, and they'll be feeling maybe a little bit disappointed at the fact they didn't finish out this series after having all the advantages that they had.
100%. I mean, even on map 2, I don't think if things went the way of Converse University, we would even be in this situation. I would be over there. I would be tucked into bed already at this point, Cairo. I would be, you know, oh, right, whatever. We wouldn't be in this situation. They were up 8-4 coming into attacker-sided ascent, and they only found one round. It pushes us to a map 3. They find an advantage yet again, and it's not one that they're able to convert. Their attacker side just lacking that little bit, and I think that was the main point to take away. West Virginia University were very strong on the defense. They just struggled on Breeze initially because they didn't have that preferential choice. Sometimes things don't always favor you like that. You're not always going to get the luck of the draw in these terms of things. You have to be flexible. You have to show that you can be capable in more than one aspect. But yeah, there we have it. Their first series picked up in our first series of the night.
Certainly is, but has it? Well, it's the first series of the night. It's our last series of the night. Only on for one, and then it's a good night from us. But there is still plenty more games to come.
Yeah, there certainly is. We do have 2 more games for you guys this evening. If we get a quick reminder of the schedule before we go away and close things out, we have a couple more. I think it's Infinosis and Mick that we've got coming up next to bring you guys through. Rio Grande versus IU Cream. And then last game of the night will be Sac State GWB versus CSU DH Pearl.
You know, there's so many acronyms in America. That's the one
Yeah,
thing
man, I don't get it. Look, if you're from the UK, you probably go to like Spudfort University or something, right? Do you know what I mean?
The Royal University for like
the Royal University of Fudge or something. That just sounds stupid. But in America, you go to the XYZ of ABC. But like, look, who cares? That's enough from us. We're going to be, going to sleep, obviously, because we need the rest. This is just ridiculous at this point in time. We won't take any more of your time. The only time we will be taking is a break before the other casters come for the next series. So thank you very much, guys, for watching. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant coming up, but that's all from us for now. See you next week.
Welcome everybody to the NECC. Game 1 is complete. Game 2 is getting ready to start. My name's Infernosa, joined here by my great friend Mick. And we've got ourselves the Indiana University side, the IU Cream roster, versus the side of University of Rio Grande. That is the Challengers lower Midwest section of our division. We have so many divisions now for Valorant, it's hard to keep up, but they also, both of these teams are coming off of, well, unfortunately, we don't have the records from last week, but they're coming off of at least having some success in the season. There was a win for University of Rio Grande in week 1. We don't have the scoreline for week 2. I personally think it was a bye game. The IU Cream, though, they lost in week 1, but they did take a map. It was a very close game against the team that Rio Grande did win. So there's precedent for this game. We'll just have to see how it turns out.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, man. Considering we're back in the Challengers division already once more, I mean, the main just kind of area we get in terms of these Valorant scenes and I mean these teams and what they can really compete towards. We've seen on a week-to-week basis that things are looking outstanding for them. We got ourselves some really close games, not really too many wipeouts just yet, but I feel like as the course of the game and as these seasons go along, considering these upper echelon teams as well are going to really make those adjustments where necessary, I feel like we're going to see some evolution of these squads. We're still early in the season, so you can't really make too many calls just yet. But still, just to go ahead and get a nice little mechanical layout of what these people are capable of is just nice to look at nonetheless. We do get our leaderboards to see what we're dealing with so far in terms of the division and who's actually undefeated so far, who's got themselves a loss, and who's gone ahead and made sure to bounce back as easy as possible. So that's going to be Purdue Black, SIUE Black, and Redbird. Oh, the junior varsity squad, albeit. All sitting at 2-0 here for the season is the two teams we're looking at are going to be Rio Grande and IU Cream able to go ahead and have themselves one loss, but Rio also pulling out themselves a win as well. Looking like some closer matches with those rounds, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Their first game looked like they struggled a little bit there in map 1, a little bit more behind. They won their map 2 and they lost their map 3 by about the same margin. They looked good. They did lose in week 2. IU Cream does. We do not have their scoreline against the Adrian College, but they did lose that week 1. But look at that round differential, Dallas. Just a single round. That's how close that game turned out to be inevitably in the end. That is still an amazing statistic for them to have. Kettering is, even though they're also 1-1 tied alongside the 3 other teams in that position, they're looking at a spot where, with a positive round differential, they're just barely above Rio Grande. So there's going to be a very interesting matchup for this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rosters themselves, though. We'll pull up Rio Grande first and foremost. There's a couple of these names we will recognize. There's Asgod McOneTap. That's the player more specifically. They're actually tied for the record, I think, here in the NECC for most kills in a map. So look out for that player to absolutely pop off, and they still got plenty more time here in the NECC as they are a junior. Lime, Bunny, and Fago for the side there of Rio Grande. And we've got ourselves a pretty good option here to head over to the IU Cream.
Yeah, and even then, when you talk about these players, when you got Witschmidt and then Anders, Abapt, Mulf, and Ajayi. These are a lot of interesting names, I'll say nonetheless, and even then pronunciation's a little bit off possibly as well out of us, but still, look at the roster and what they're capable of. They're all still not exactly young, I would say. We don't really have any freshmen here on the roster, but a lot of juniors and sophomores showing that even then they've kind of had themselves a collegiate career as this game has grown in its own right. I mean, keep in mind that Riot has only had Valorant accessible to the public for about 2.5 years. So, I mean, it still lines up perfectly where they felt kind of themselves throughout college, getting a realization of what this game has to offer, and even then making sure that once this game is released, they probably had themselves a little bit of a composition to figure things out and evolve with the game as it's gone along in time.
Best of 3 series, which means that we're going to have our pick of the litter, so to say, when it comes to those maps. Not having to worry about banning every map but that last one. Let's go ahead and take a look at what those maps are and maybe kind of get an idea about what these teams are thinking when it comes to that veto phase as well. First map banned, that was banned by Rio Grande. It was Icebox, following up with Breeze by the side of Indiana University, their cream roster. Haven will be the first map we head to tonight. Ascent to follow up, and we'll finish things off on the map of Bind. Nothing too crazy, I would say, here for this veto phase. Icebox being banned first is the only oddity that I see, but there are just some teams that don't really maybe have the capacity to play that map in the same way. That's the map of miracles, the 9-3 curse map. You've got to be ready to have a lopsided half. Some teams just mentally can't prepare themselves for that, so it's not a bad idea whatsoever to ban it.
Yeah, and even going ahead and having Bind as our last map, that's the thing that's kind of crazy to me to some extent, is a lot of teams will show that they have some acceleration here, that they look really good on that map, they know how to match the aggression that the map really asks for, so they look to get it kind of early on, look to have it as somewhat of a lower retort, make sure they can get themselves that guaranteed map, or even then find a little bit of an even up, because, I mean, you and I kind of looked at this last week when it comes around to Ascent. It's almost kind of a giveaway, knowing that one of these teams eventually are going to pick Ascent, so when you actually have to select that map, rather than just leaving it to be the decider. It's almost like you kind of toss something up in the air. So a map where you know you could have possibly had yourself a guaranteed advantage compared to where I feel a lot of teams meet their even ground. So already as we get ourselves into Avon, look at the likes of these compositions we got to work with so far. Already IU Cream is prepared and ready to go with what they got to work with because they got themselves the likes of Arrays, Onset, and Duelists to be getting themselves an engage on the site and a lot of initiative power with that Breach and Fade as well.
It's very interesting a team kind of have that confidence to lock in instantly. The second we switch to that screen, they're already up and on the go. The Indiana University side looks good. They look prepared. For Rio Grande, they all locked at the same time. They didn't actually lock in until officially, Valorant makes you do so. So maybe feeling a little bit of hesitancy. Maybe they had already been ready and hovering over what they wanted to do. We'll have to see ultimately in the end, but this map of Haven, we've said it so many times. It is a 3-objective map. You have to be very concerned on the defense about how you position yourselves, where you like to play those macro positions, and how you like to aggress. A lot of teams you see that fade and that raise combo to tether and paint shell towards A main so that defensively you can get that ult orb and start to kind of fall forward in a very, strong manner of use that momentum of building those ultimates to give yourself a higher chance of success. But it's hard for the defense to get control over that C ult pip. So it's kind of a battle of who can get those ultimates online. And once they're up and running, you see a lot of teams head towards that B site where they have a little bit more of an advantage to use those aggressively.
And even looking at both these teams and what they had to offer so far, I'm really liking the likes of that Neon being introduced here. But there's still just so much that's still up in the air out of that agent specifically. Much really definitive advantages, but one thing you do have an advantage of is the man advantage. Already going ahead and get picked off. Let's start there on the first one for IU. It's themselves a little bit of aggression towards the A side where we see probably 90% of these first round hits really end up helping.
Slow so far after that first pick. Notice that the Indiana University side are just taking their sweet time working through long. They catch Asgod completely unaware. They're not really sure how they have to go from there. They're going to go and quickly move forward. The trail is gathered there by Schmidt, but past that, they will lose their life to the player of Lime over on the Rio Grande side. Zest with the paint shell fights too. A very nice toss over the top, and that defensively absolutely tore them asunder. It's just one player left standing. How do you try to survive this? Well, maybe you hope for a single pick or two. Just a consolation prize for yourself. Miracles can occur. They're asking for a lot here. They managed to take down Anders, but Zest will finish the job for a 3K to close out round one.
Yeah, already a good start here from the board on IU as they get themselves this force to work on, but even more importantly, get themselves as kind of a nice little layout in these rounds, seeing that these players will be working off each other a lot more, kind of looking to play very contested and very close and personal. So we already saw, the likes of that little toss-up we got from Zest, that one paint shell, going ahead and managing 2 kills. You don't really get very many situations where you find so much value off of one PC utility, especially one that's free and deals that damage. So knowing that, obviously, that's going to be somewhat of a tell. You know what these squads are going to do. The IU's going to play very close to each other, but they're going to play it aggressively. They're going to move around. Rio Grande is going to kind of get a little bit stationary. You can't let that happen here when the rifle rounds start coming up soon.
Man, they're getting really aggressive and in your face. Bunny's kind of forced into a rough spot. Flash blind, no eyes, not really sure what to do, but did get a little bit of damage off the other way. Problem is, you can't complete for the kills, and all of the aggression that Rio Grande are attempting to bring out here has not netted them a frag, which is kind of a bad spot to be sitting within. With 2 players down low, still kind of a spot that you can work with. Schmidt's wary of the flank. Asgod's looking the wrong way. Their head will be cleaned off their shoulders. It's up to Lime, who has a really nice flick around that corner to remove Schmidt and pick up the Guardian. That's further damage, not just to the eco of the IU Cream side, but also the chances of them moving one more rifle out of their hands, or SMG technically speaking, out of their hands, heading into the next round and maybe praying for that exit frag to also deny themselves of that kill. It'll be interesting how Lime plays this one out. Slow and steady around the corner of defender spawn. He takes down Zest. He takes down TNT. But Anders finally says enough of your shenanigans and will send them to the next round.
And even then, already making sure to carry over these 2 very critical guns that get those one-tap headshots in any range, can be the Guardian and the Vandal there for IU Cream. It's a good stance for them. Looking at those guns, they're utilizing, not really investing all the money into the sun, and even then finding a very good trade-off to make sure to have this armor still fully available to them. You can even see them going for a force as TNT's going to be forcing that out as well. So I gotta like what they're going for in terms of their game plan. They're keeping these rounds even, and even then, to some extent, may have themselves a lead in terms of the arsenal, looking at the sacrifice armor that the majority, or at least a couple of these players of Rio Grande are going for. So I gotta say, talking about the aggression that they've brought so far, and really the kind of play style that they're starting to encourage in here, and knowing that the momentum could kind of really get out of control. Maybe this third round, if it goes to their favor, I gotta say this game could go ahead and result in possibly a double down, get the next 3 as well. So we gotta see Grande look to halt things right here, right now.
Yeah, you got to set that tempo. You're going to really force them to respect your play style. And we're seeing a totally different style right now from the University of Rio Grande. They're playing more passively. They know they have this gun advantage in a lot of ways, and they're just trying to enforce their will upon IUK without needing to aggress into their face. Zest will try to clear out courtyard. Nobody's actually hanging out past there towards Bunny. This is going to kind of take a couple steps back. They will be tagged here. Just trying to make sure they don't get spotted for too long here by that trademark. Get out of that slow field that was popped. Raj becomes a very difficult spot to work from. Lime is in a really rough spot despite getting a little bit of tag damage back. Anders will complete for the kill, though, and that is first blood, though it has taken them about a minute and a half to get to it.
And even then, you know, a little bit of a lurk. You know this presence already towards the middle of the map, and you haven't heard too much yet just going on this A side. So you're still kind of expecting somewhat of a rotation here. You're expecting to hold things down, get yourself towards garage, maybe reinforce and put another player over towards that B side. We're seeing those modes finally coming into play here as the pressure also to side comes down a little bit aggressively as well towards C. So that's where things are going to end up really going into that retake scenario as Bunny already goes ahead and results into one. Can't find a second as Schmidt is able to go ahead and close that out. So still, main advantage playing for IU Cream, and they make sure to really hold things down because every single rifle, no matter what, win or lose, is going to be a lot of money in difference in the next.
They have the man advantage still here for the post plant. The problem is they don't really have themselves positioned where they want to be just yet. TNT was still trying to find a spot to hang out to kind of assert their dominance.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness, that was a disgusting shot again. That's a 2K for the man in the round, and Anders will once again, I think for the third time here, finish this one off strong. I'm genuinely amazed, but that, like you said when we started out this round, they go into that one feeling comfortable despite having a disadvantage in terms of what they should be bringing to the table after having the bonus and the force that will come out from Rio Grande, and they still manage to take the W, which means probably a fourth and maybe even a fifth, considering they can stagger those credits even further.
And even then, the thing that kind of concerns me now is maybe a sixth as well, because if you end up getting that fifth, you'll see the eco is going to be flipped once more, and things are going to be much more problematic at that point in the game. But look at that, even then, with a gun advantage, even then, a gun disadvantage coming out from IU Cream is, I mean, things weren't really working out too well for them. They knew they had themselves one player that didn't really even need the weapons. Obviously, with that Headhunter doing so much damage in the last round, that it was just easy closure for them. They're making sure to get themselves leads, winning out gunfights so forcibly. They're not even really shoving it down your throat. They're just finding these kills or waiting for these players to swing on them. And they just have the reaction speed to meet those qualifications, to find those kills, to hit those shots. So it's players like those that you're honestly the most scared of. You're not worried about the utility. You're not worried about how they set it up. You're just saying it doesn't matter what it takes. We just somehow have to win these fights. And the first three here for IU Cream have been so dominant and look so clean on their behalf that it really brings a lot, considering they're getting so much free damage through all these pokes, these penetrations, whatever it may be. It's getting so much to play in for the rest of the round.
Indiana University already tagging down McOneTap. That's just a very pivotal player for the side of Rio Grande that they're going to try to work around that. They lose a really big potential early on. I'm going to mention as well that Breach, extending for them first could be the wrong idea, but Anders has something else to say about it. They'll lop one down. Zest will join them on that kill feed. Zest is still over towards B, denying Bunny's transition over towards this A site. And all of the A side is entirely gone completely, as you'll see that the IU Cream side has taken control, put down that spike, and are now attempting to assert their will, so to say, in this post-plant position. Schmidt not allowed to escape. Like one tap from up in heaven with that Headhunter. A quick tap up, and AJ is done and dusted. It's just down to TNT towards short. They do still have one player below in hell, but that is a lot of pressure that's going to be reliant on Bunny to actually pursue that. Anders swings around, though, lets the player McOneTap drop, and that's a 3K to the player themselves. IU Cream will now go up 4-0.
And I mean, with that, obviously we were expecting that round to kind of go into their favor, and even then you talked about the Breach kind of being the engage overall, but when you have the double kind of initiator work off of, that's the one player you kind of want to let go into that rear end, to take that sacrifice for the team getting onto that site. That's kind of how the switch up happens, where you set yourself up for a site, but even in the exchange, all these lobbies that you work with main, with showers, with avenues, with long, whatever it may be, you need to make sure your initiator is going first, filling up that slot, saying no matter what, once we get onto site, that's the more important location we have to deliver ourselves to. And if you can make sure to have your duelists alive by then, that's all it really comes down to. If you can make sure to have that impact in that player with the utility at the right time when it comes around to it. But already, Cream, you look at the stance of the game, you look at the ultimates to work with, you know rifles are once again in the midst of these Rio Grande players. So, I mean, in situations like this, you need to make sure that, okay, going forward, things aren't going to be a problem. We have a Nightfall to play off of. We have a Rolling Thunder. We have a Showstopper. Make sure to use all of it, especially when we miss initial kills like that.
I mean, you're talking about McOneTap with the nasty flick just last round with that Headhunter, and they're missing with the sniper just not what you want to see. Thankfully, though, for the side here of Rio Grande, they'll collect at least one kill early, knocking down Anders, who had collected that 3K in the last round and has been a very pivotal figure for the Indiana side. It's all the way over towards Cubby. Lime is lying in wait, maybe looking to use a Rolling Thunder or Landslide if they decide to kind of overexpend in that position. It does look like the Indiana side is going to push towards the C objective. They use the Nightfall, but Bunny denies the entire transition in from Garage by cutting down 2 players simultaneously, and Lime also loses their life, denying all of the util from the breach on their side as Bunny finishes the job with a 3K. Rio Grande? Impressive.
Closure, some initial picks, more importantly, some actual impact on the scoreboard. Most things is really what it comes down to. Get themselves a point, get themselves down to a 1-4 situation, 3 rounds of the differential between them and IU Cream. So things are looking plausible here, but I mean, even then, with the ultimates to play off of as well, the Nightfall was extended in that last round by Schmidt. So, I mean, things are looking good to know that even with these investments, with the exchanges, the kills to go down, with Schmidt getting those really only 2 kills that you're looking at, you're not really too concerned about what else may unfold in this next one. But still, Rio Grande, to look for a little bit more here. They've had to find some pressure. They have to look for a little bit more of the map and even then find themselves an initial kill. So to carry over the operator, I think is going to be the #1 thing to work off of. Because as you said, McOneTap is going to be a huge catalyst in that here on this defensive side. And if they don't start going off, there's going to be a lot more problems to work off of.
Interesting decision by the University of Rio Grande to extend Ascot, not just through Courtyard, but actually deep over through Big Window in mid. Kind of maybe falling back to the same strategy they tried to employ in round 1 and round 2 of taking the fight early to the side of IU Cream. Maybe a little too early to tell, but when you don't have that from the shadows kind of ready to go and kind of instantly being popped once there's noise, kind of makes you question the idea. But there is a player coming back from the flank. Lots of util dumped on site for IU Cream, and Schmidt will not be allowed to come in from that A main side to assist now for the post plant.
Yeah, getting this fight down is going to be the first thing that Cream really has to look for and give themselves success in, and they've managed to do that. I mean, time and time again, so they're not really too concerned about that. Even in these post-play scenarios, knowing that you have an operator trying to go for that retake, you have to find these shutdowns. You have to make sure to stall these players as much as possible. So there's a lot of utility to kind of play off that info roll. Not too many bodies actually on site. In situations like these that make it very, very difficult to hold down that spike, and you just have to play off these smokes and really hold things out. More importantly, buy some time. So there it is. Already one coming through. Lime getting shut down as well. Zesh just waiting out the clock, shitting that showstopper very last second. Go ahead and shut down Skyline. It all comes down to McOneTap trying to play for the area. You're able to go ahead and manage one impressively enough and even get that tap off. But there it is. Zest coming in last second, closing things out, saying, look, we're going to keep this at 4 as best we can. Even then dying in the process, but that's all it really comes down to is another round. So more money to play off of because goodness gracious of their pockets swollen.
Yeah, and both teams using a lot in that round to try to recover from. Great idea coming out from Rio Grande to deny the flank back over towards IU Cream to give them a little bit of backup. Schmidt was the player that was trying to initially pressure towards C long and kind of transgressing back towards A, where Asgard capped them through over inside mid window. A lot of the times you'll see a lot of attacking teams work through Courtyard instead, Dallas, and they'll push to B. We saw them try to do that in round 3 and 4. It didn't work for them because Rio Grande kind of caught on. They did an even trade in round 3, and in round 4, it did work for the side of Indiana. But past that point, Indiana have been really aggressive towards these sites, and they're not limited to just the weapons in their hands, Dallas. They have used an ultimate, it feels like every single round. They have dumped all of their utility as much as they can, and it's not just like, you know, pump and dump, waste away the utility. You're actually sending that with a goal in mind, and I think that's one of the difference makers we're seeing right now for the side of Indiana, where they're using the util, and it has meaning, it has depth, it has, it feels like it's not just popped for no reason.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at the utility usage in that last round, you can't really freak out if you're Rio Grande. I mean, things aren't really going too bad for yourself. You're making sure to get exchanges where you can. It's just very difficult to know that on a map like this where you have 3 sites and you're trying to hope you can cash in that first blow with an operator. That's a 1 in 3 chance rather than 50-50 of what you're typically looking at. So you can't really freak out about the results, what these pre-rounds are looking like, what the lead-ups to the plant is going to be kind of sitting at. You just need to make sure that whenever you're going for these retake scenarios, it has to be a little bit aggressive, has some crits in a little bit more space, because the biggest thing is making sure the operator can have an impact there. Clear down enough space, give yourself some breathing room, and then making sure to really hit off these choke points there for the likes of Rio Grande. But not too much of that has happened just yet. Some aggression does come down right now, results in at least 2 kills there for Anders, and Lime gets an exchange as well, but it's just not going to be too much success as Rio Grande, they know what they're working with. They know a lot of players are going to be down. And honestly, McOneTap can just play back and say, hopefully they still push C, but that's not the case, Chief. They're going for the B side.
They have the man advantage. Why doesn't it just go straight to the B side that's closest to you, easiest planned objective that you can get. And when you have the ability to set up for that post plant, you can put a player inside Garage's link, you can put a player over towards A link. There's just nowhere for Mick One Tap to go except for towards defender spawn. And from that point, Indiana don't even necessarily need to push them. They know he has the tour de force. He does not have a weapon that's necessarily required to be dropped out of his hands, because he didn't have to purchase it for the round. So why risk their weapons? Why risk their lives to do that? Yes, they can collect the kill. They can get that extra pip, but past that, there's no need. Slow walk up for Mick One Tap. Clears out Gong for the time being. A player stacked up will have dropped. That was TNT. Because of that drop, Mick One Tap's not ready for the get up. They'll lose their life, and that will be a dominant round win once again for the Indiana side. It was a thrifty and an interesting attempt by Rio Grande, but just didn't get the impact they wanted it to.
Yeah, just a little bit more could have been done. Even then, I mean, not too much more in terms of the defense. So, I mean, all things considered, I mean, you got to look at the stance. You got to look at how they just kind of went for the 5-man push almost, with at least that kind of that backup. When you have so many smokes, you have to kind of have to really force yourself through. You can't really expect too much. So, I mean, honestly, IU Cream, they're playing this game almost perfectly to a T. There's no really other way to break it down right now. It's just that Rio Grande needs to look for a little bit more avenues to be playing off of. They have to make sure to shake up this map some more. They need to make sure their defense seems a little more sound. And it's just something we haven't really seen out of them just yet. I mean, looking kind of extending, you know that IU Creed's going to be kind of getting into this antsy, this confident kind of mindset to work off of now, where they're going to probably be extending on an individual level instead of together now, knowing that they can accomplish a lot more. So you just have to kind of pray that they find themselves into your crosshair, and then once that kind of comes around, you immediately start filtering out a lot of that utility just to say, get off of me, we found the first blood, wait for it to regenerate.
A lot of teams you see will actually fall into that mindset of having a 3-round kind of memory span, Dallas, where they'll forget what happened a couple rounds before, because the other team is constantly kind of diversifying the strategies, changing things up. And because of that, they don't need to remember that far back. They just need to adapt on the fly and really set up their strategy and stick to it when it comes down to their attack or defense. That hasn't been the case for Rio Grande. They've done the exact same thing over and over again. So for the Indiana University side, all they've got to do is what's been working. They're continuing to pick up that pace. AJ does open the round for a kill. Doesn't seem to do much past that. Lime is trapped over here behind crates, over towards short. Anders will just spray them straight through the box and flick over to Hall and find Sky at the same exact time. Skyline not surviving long enough to make that impact. And wouldn't you know it, last player left standing is Mick One Tap, who at least is good for one. Takes down Smith. Zest is working from the behind the objective, gets tagged just a little on the shoulder, but not enough for Mick One Tap to find any sort of success. Zest will continue to hide from behind that crate. Because note, he's got a player over towards Hall. He does not need to worry about it. It's Anders who does get the kill and completes for a 4K.
Yeah, huge rounds here for IU Cream, just kind of following through now. Set themselves at a 6-round lead, 7, no matter what, guaranteed an advantage when the half kind of starts to roll around and sides are flipped. They're just really just running the show right here. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And the odd thing about this is how it's Rio Grande's map. That's the thing we really have to start focusing on right now. Looking at this half kind of coming to a conclusion up here soon, saying that, honestly, they had to feel comfortable here, right? They went for the Neon. They went for the double initiator. Very kind of aggressive composition, I would say. And you're expecting, okay, things are going to look good. They're going to look amazing, almost near flawless once the second round starts to roll around, because that's what they picked for. Problem is, they got to get there, and they don't have very much of a chance unless it is literally flawless for once they get there. Already with the Tour de Force available on that C site, a full ring around the rosy. Only player there is me, Zest waiting on the flank. That's the player that usually goes in first, but then the last one in line just holding down the rear end.
It's almost like Indiana knew exactly where every player on the Rio Grande side is, and they don't need any help to do so. It's just the same strategy being brought out every single time by Rio Grande. There's no diversity for their strat book. They're pulling out the same pages over and over again. They need to find more depth in terms of how they're playing these defensive rounds. Something has to change. The problem is this catalyst of IU Cream is not even giving you the chance to change by the time the round ends. A near flawless result once again. The Tour de Force is popped and it does net them a kill towards the end, but just a dominant performance still coming out from the Indiana side as the scoreline goes even further now, 7-round buffer.
I mean, even then, I mean, you talked about how they're just kind of reading into things. They know where all these Rio Grande players are. They know how the map is looking. It's almost like they can see it in the same perspective as we can, or even then get the benefit of looking at the silhouettes. That's just not the case, though. They're just winning this thing out. It's like they watch the tape, study things out, and then players are just going note for note. They're saying, like, honestly, here, minute 1, second 25. Somebody swings out there on the C site on round 2, and you just go ahead and just free fire that, and it'll work. It'll find that kill because it just looks like Rio Grande is a little bit too readable as it stands right now, and every single site they end up getting hit on, they just can't really find too much of a retort. So already looking at one more situation where you do find that operator on site, how to make one tap. I would go ahead and find one in the meantime on the Anders, but Skyline, you got to find that follow-up. You have to be there to find the exchange. This is not going to be enough. A huge defense coming out of Make One Tap. Still just holding it down now for a 3K as it all results down to Zest.
We said they needed a provincial player to step up big. We've highlighted Make One Tap now 3, 4, 5, 6. It feels like 20 times in this game, and we're finally seeing that impact come through. We saw a couple glimpses. Finally highlighted again. 9 and 8 now on the board. A huge clutch up round for them, though they didn't get to save their teammate before Schmidt managed to take them down. They get the refrag instantly, and that's the team play that Rio Grande need desperately. They'll take themselves with that round win. And interesting enough, the Indiana side will be the team that actually calls this timeout. We say time and time out here, Dallas, use it or lose it. It's the same thing with your ultimate expenditure, and the timeouts work that way as well. Talk things through, say, hey, what exactly went wrong in that round? We've now let Make One Tap get a little feisty. We've let them heat up. We've let them charge their confidence. How can we shut that down? How can we deny this chamber from finding successive kills? Because now that he's done that, he'll more than likely have a sniper in this next round because he'll buy out.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, looking at Rio Grande, they're really just relying on one tap, right? That one exact round, you can't really call those rounds that are won by the team. I mean, because that's just not what happened, honestly. It came down to 2 players holding down the C side and winning all those kills to make one tap really feel themselves living up to the name. So, I mean, you can't really call for celebration after rounds like that. You can say, good job, one tap. I mean, you're starting to feel yourself. Let's go, Chief. I mean, you're looking good right now. But it's a team effort game. Everybody has to step up here. You can't do that on the attacking side. Chamber can't be your engage. Chamber can go ahead and now stop the bleeding on this defense, but there's no lead to be working for right now. It is purely just halting the entire push that Cream has available to them and looking to slow down this game even more so and give themselves more of a chance in the second half. So a little bit of a slower play right now, and even then some adjustments to be made. I'm sure Cream will be looking across the map and they can get a much better read on their hands. I think they have to speed things up, though, to really go ahead and counteract that chamber as we saw earlier. You know they have an operator to work with. You don't really have to peak things slowly. You need to get on fast, kind of bait out a shot and say that, all right, the rendezvous's now been used. They're off-site. They're in the safety of their own homes. Now let's put that spike down and make their retake look that much more difficult because you got one player just hanging in the rear end the entire time.
The one big boon I could give Rio Grande in this game was their ability to maintain control over that old pip in that A-long position. Once Indiana, though, want that, they enforce their will fast. They'll swing out all their utility. They'll step straight through the tether that's in play. They want it, and they'll make sure that they take it because it will set themselves up for that side push. The problem is, there's still players on site itself. They dumped all their utility in A main to deny them off A long. They didn't have enough to situate themselves onto site. A 3K out of Skyline, a little bit of assistance from their teammate, but now it's all down to just one player, AJ now for the side of IU Cream, and you're asking a lot out of this one single chamber. We've seen Make One Tap go off before, but Make One Tap will finish off here on this round as it'll be a flawless round result for Rio Grande.
And even then, more importantly, you have to look at the minimap of that last round once it kind of concluded. Looking at the split of players, seeing how they divvied themselves up to get that approach on the site. It was a 3-1 split, one player watching the flank when honestly, you don't even need that luxury. You don't need to worry about the flank. Looking at the kind of the tipsy-turvy situation we saw earlier, you have a chamber and a trademark to cover that rear of yours. You don't need to do anything else. You push on with full aggression, find yourself a 3-2, even in 4-1, whatever it may be. But that closer angle needs to be swung out first. You have to have somewhat of an engage. You have to have a piece of utility create that opportunity. And we just didn't see too much of that out of IU Cream, unfortunately enough. They instead decided that, look, our shots are looking good. We're winning the majority of our gunfights. But when you have Make One Tap alive and well, you have to double check every single thing because you never know.
Does Make One Tap have the Tour de Force out when he had an operator in his primary?
It's last round.
Interesting decision. I love to see it, though. Also, the slow field does actually assist you quite a lot if you were to get that pick. So, you know, you do you, King. Go off Make One Tap. Unfortunately, though, it's the actually side of IU Cream that go off first. They'll find themselves first blood. Netted down a player as they were attempting to pass over the top of B. But it still looks like we're going to see the Indiana side try to aggress towards the A objective. 2 players in short, 2 players in long, spike towards the long side. This is where they got cut down in a very quick fashion before Bunny finding 1 and Skyline taking down 3 in very quick succession. And flawless round for them. Already denied of that possibility, and the ultimates will start to be sent outward. Nightfall popped by not just IU Cream, who did theirs first, but also by Rio Grande. Zest gets a double kill paint shell again, Dallas. Much like they did there in round 3, if I recollect correctly. And now you're looking down a 5v2, which is almost impossible to come back from. Hopefully, McOneTap can highlight their name.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, it's going to be a lot to ask for. With that Tour de Force still fully, readily available, and even then now being a 1v5, it's a lot to ask for. But it can go ahead and be a darn good start when you make sure to manage that first kill. You know the barrel's there around that corner. And you know they're just going ahead and teasing with you. It's a 1v4 situation. You've resulted yourself one. Got an operator in hand, and you can result yourself another, but now the Vandal actually going ahead and handing it over. Honestly, if you lose this round, you can kind of give it a lead, saying, honestly, that's the last thing we needed to give old McOneTap, but still, can't result another, ends up with 3 players towards the rear end of the round, as coincidentally enough, that's just as many rounds as we saw Rio get. So there's still another half to work off of. This is now where they have to really wake up and smell the roses, because their map pick is literally just about to disintegrate within their own fingers.
All right, the curse, the question of it being true or not will have yet to be decided, but there's no way to question it. The Indiana side looked dominant by the end of that first half. Good job, though, for University of Rio Grande to at least collect 2 more in those last 3 rounds, giving themselves at least somewhat of a foothold to maybe recover from. But now it's the defensive half. IU Cream can kind of decide how they want to attack. And they'll have that advantage in terms of numbers when it comes to pushing that objective. Looks like they'll test their luck against the Chamber over on C Long. We do know that while AJ hasn't necessarily been the top fragger for the side of the Indiana University, they're still an amazing player. We've seen them clutch up big. We've seen them find picks towards that site. And they're also doing a really great job of using those trademarks in a position that deny a lot of Rio Grande's map control on that defensive half.
Yeah, I mean, already it just kind of has to once again kind of come down to these first picks, which McOneTap really just can't do unless somehow proven wrong. And you just wait. All right, you know what? Take her this way.
All right, we got it. Ascon will go ahead and
dude.
put that plant down. We all have that moment there, Dallas. It happens. But it is the Indiana side now on the back burners with a man disadvantage in the spike, handily in favor with the plant time ticking down. 3 players will kind of move themselves back over towards C Long. There is a player to peek them, though. Anders good for McOneTap. Still 2 players in cubby. A Molly or any kind could actually flush them out from that position. Skylon's on site to deal with TNT. They'll find a second kill. Anders will finally fall. It's just Zest all by their lonesome. Looking like a Winter Classic Home Alone, a.k.a. And they've got to deal with the 2 intruders on their site. They have to keep them at bay. Looks like Skyland's looking the wrong direction. Paranoia sent out. Asgard will be tagged just a little bit by Zest despite being blind. But Zest does not feel comfortable enough to actually go for this defuse just yet. They realize there's not enough time. They'll take a couple steps back, but they will eventually die to that spike. But they did kill all 5 by the time the round ended.
You're not really worried about anybody dying. I mean, you're not going to be carrying over these ghosts, relying on them in the next round, unless you're going for something like maybe a force spy in the third and praying that enough teammates really line things up for you. But I mean, that's just not the case here in a 5v5 situation. You're looking to lay out the game plans. You're looking to get these guns. You're looking to guarantee yourselves rounds where you can and get that luxury to work off of. And getting that first round, getting these force spies to play with for 2, now 3 of their players, it's going to look good here for Rio Grande. It's going to be a nice little start, considering that they need to win this half. They need to get themselves back onto the train and start chugging away. But as it stands right now, you just got to really start to rely on your offense. You got to start to feel the flow of this, set the pace of the game into your own tempo, because that's not a luxury you had on the defensive side. So they're kind of making sure to speed things up. It's not looking like it's overly aggressive. It's not looking like it's forced. It looks kind of comfortable, quite honestly, where they're pushing up, grabbing control, and they're not really finding themselves too many players dead. But finally, as you get yourself on the site, you don't check every single corner and you end up resulting in losing 2.
It was in a really rough spot, having given away their position in McOneTap. They tried to use that Prowler to their advantage, but an SMG will easily cleanse that before it can actually tag you. And they didn't wait for Anders to actually get close enough to really find any level of assistance. It's an easy cleanup round for Rio Grande, to be frank. They had the proper weapons, though they did manage to drop 2. IU Cream was cheeky on the site with those shorties, and that's at least some minor successes for them. Now it's going to be in the hands of Rio Grande, not just considering the fact that they're using SMGs against the rifles that should be accumulating out from the IU Cream side, but also with the loss of those 2 SMGs. The question in their minds is, how do we buy out? Do we force a weapon here? Do we just go classics? Do we just go sheriffs? And for Bunny, is sheriffs the right idea? McOneTap will buy soft armor. They have the headhunter as well, so they can bring that as their go-to weapon of choice. But with limited ammo, limited economy, you don't want to really burn yourself a hole here too early.
Yeah, you most simply don't. I mean, looking at the stakes of this game, I mean, there's really no first blows just given up yet. IU Cream, they had themselves some definitely better guns to work off now, and Rio Grande aren't exactly perfect in their resume, or at least what they have in their own arsenal. So It's kind of weird that they're looking for these overextensions, these first picks, expecting IU Cream to really kind of go ahead and give up their position and resulting in that first death. But I mean, you got to consider they know that you're working with Spectres. They know you don't really have the lineup. They know you don't really have an advantage to be playing off of. You're going to be playing aggressive in your own right, setting up these chokeholds. They're going to wait things out. They know they don't really have the pacing to set anymore because they're not on the attacking side. You have to expect more of your opponent, and it feels like IU Cream, honestly, around like this is looking pretty disrespectful to them.
AJ is really close here, Dallas. This is a rough spot to be standing within. They will rendezvous away. That's what Chamber's speciality is, retreating fast. They will manage to keep their life for the time being. Lion will hang out by the double ready, and that stack can be maybe tagged quite a little bit, but AJ is just ever so slightly off with the attempt there of that wall bang. Skyline does have that spike, and it looks like the Rio Grande side will put down the spike and enforce a time constraint back now by Ukraine. Like one tap gets one, able to make a quick and hasty escape, but not for too much longer as Anils sprayed them through that wall. Lime gets two uncontested. Asgard may look a little finicky to find that one, but still alive and still fighting, trying to deal with the player of Skyline, or sorry, Schmitz here for the side of IU Cream. That's kind of lagging behind over there in garage window. They're able to cut down Skyline's anticipated flank, and now there's just two players left with one tap, and of course, sorry, Bunny, and of course the player of Asgard who are still within that garage side. They'll use that Prowler initially to create some space, and instead of retreating, Dallas, when you get paranoid and you can't see more than 2 feet in front of you, you swing wider to that hallway, and that's an easy cleanup for the University of Rio Grande.
It most definitely is. It's a good way for them to get themselves on the board once again. Kind of answering things back almost in the exact manner that we saw initially in that first half. I mean, not exactly being 4 rounds just yet, not really replicating exactly what we saw out of IU Cream, but still looking pretty darn close. Looking to pace things out, looking to get themselves some control, and even then get themselves some guns and some free upgrades in the process. Almost kind of repeating that same exact formula where you have 2 players remaining. So you're not really too stressed for that. It just comes down to the rest of the game now and seeing what kind of force rounds can happen. Whether any thrifties could be really maintainable, because we're not seeing this weird aggression we saw earlier. Instead, we're seeing value. Paint Shell's able to go ahead and result in 2 as we see that Seize Paint combo really go ahead and shine once more.
I mean, when I mentioned at the start of the game, when you have that raise, you can easily get control over towards that A lobby side alongside that tether. It's so easy for a defensive team to maintain control. They had a little bit of that when it came to Rio Grande defensively. They would send the tether, and they would have bunnies nearby to maybe try to toss out anything at best, but there's just not much that your Neon can truly do at that range in terms of keeping them at bay. So once IU Cream really wanted to take control of that lobby, we saw that in the final round of that half. Like I mentioned, they take it. They send util. They dump it out. But the problem is they didn't have enough util after the fact. Now they're going to have a little bit of the same problem. Will the util recharge? Will it be worth the expense? They want those ultimates to start accumulating to their favor, but they actually got to get kills to find it. Schmidt misses 2 early shots of the Marshall. The third will tag to the head to insta-kill. Skyline and Asgard will now be the only players left standing, but they'll at least find 1 kill apiece. And they'll manage to put down that spike, forcing the post-plant position now for IU Cream on this A objective.
I mean, already good little placement here to get that spike down to really make sure that you have something to work off of. But I mean, we look at the teams, we look at what they're trying to maintain here, and we look at the retake trying to come into a process. You have the Headhunter, a Spectre, more importantly, and a Sheriff. And honestly, they don't all have a kind of lineup that works perfectly for them. But honestly, once you go ahead and give it that space on the attacking side, especially towards these areas of A long and short, I mean, you honestly have a good way to make sure to get some closure here. You just swing things out, rob these guns away, make the round expensive. And Anders is looking to go for that. Able to go ahead and maintain those kills, get that round, and you got more than enough time for that defuse. It comes in a thrifty, as I already mentioned, for the side of IU Cream as they make to really return with some fire that they needed for this second half.
Double digits are achieved exactly at that time as well. They now have a 4-round buffer, though it has been closed in upon by Rio Grande on their attack. It's now pretty much dominantly in control with rifles and armor for the side of IU Cream. They were struggling for a little bit there to kind of get things together. Like you said, that last round requiring a thrifty clutch. That's also kind of a tone setter for them. If you can win a thrifty, what is your excuse for not winning the rifle buys when they come through? What was your excuse in round 3 for having rifles when they had 3 SMGs and 2 pistols? You gotta find answers to those problems, and I think we're gonna see Indiana start to kind of key in on those and adjust their strategy as the rounds kind of digress onwards. They'll give some early pressure over towards short. It looks like Schmidt's going for an early kill, but Lime denies that very quickly, and that's a man disadvantage for the Indiana University side, and not really where you want to see them go, especially after a last round like that.
And even more importantly, when you have a tour de force still in the grass of Ryogram for this round, I mean, they're not looking to invest too much. They're trying to go ahead and have a little bit of a rebound, so they still have themselves some pressure and show that last round was a little bit of a fluke. They have to go ahead and keep setting this tempo. They have to make sure this pace of the game goes in their direction. And when you look at the kind of lineup towards C long, if you're not checking the right angle, if you're not looking up top, things are going to go south really fast. So Rolling Thunder and a Nightfall both expended towards that C site calls for a very quick rendezvous and a very quick little excavation to go on there as Islanders and League are both able to go ahead and get themselves one and have a very quick answer still in hand. So obviously 4v3 on hands here. Cream is looking to go for the rotate. They're looking to go for the execution. They can definitely make sure to get some work out of a little bit of it.
Try to clear our cubby pretty quickly with that rupture. Still, when you have a player of Asgard that's watching down that flank with that from the shadows, though they did get tagged by the Rolling Thunder, that's just a big misplay of the side of IU Cream, not playing that one smart as they should. Asgard sends out the paranoia, and as if they're an initiator, they blind the opposition. I know you and I call it short-sighted, but and they initially swing that kill and get it. Kind of fulfilling a different role when it's necessary. McOneTap also at that range to bury another with that tour de force. A lot of small mistakes by IU Cream, and I can't help but feel that maybe it was a bad decision for Schmidt to aggress early for a kill that ultimately never became successful, and you were at a huge disadvantage from the get-go. That extra man probably would have saved you because they could have been your flank watch.
Yeah, they most definitely could have. And even then, I mean, look at this double digit and look at that pressure still available. You can see that IU, they're still trying to once again work themselves into a thrifty round. They know they've done it once. They know they can possibly do it again with the tour de force and a bulldog within their grasp this time with a couple of lift shots there on the attacking side. You're saying this is a luxury we don't typically have too often. And honestly, it doesn't result in a very good look for them, knowing that they're going for these long plays and the short side's been taken. B is the one you have to play for the retake for. And honestly, that is the most difficult to really manage, knowing all the hellfire that's been raining down from the back side and from right there in courtyard as well.
Skyline does get paranoid, cuts down their sightlines a little bit further, but they did not clear Asgard, setting up on top of Crate. It's 2 kills easily acquiesced, and Bonnie finds 2 more to bury the chances even further. Rio Grande are just edging closer and closer to the IU Cream side. 2 rounds now at the buffer. When we were looking at a 9-3 half before, that is a huge disparity closed up, and there's going to be a much-needed timeout from IU Cream. This is no longer a situation saying, haha, funny guys, we let them have a couple rounds. Now we're saying, okay, they're contending. This is a game.
Yeah, they most definitely are, and it's that situation right there where Cream, I mean, obviously looking for a return, looking for somewhat of a layout, it's a kind of a blueprint to go off after these next couple rounds. It's going to be very difficult to find one, because quite honestly, I don't think Rio Grande's really have themselves somewhat of a formula that they're going by. They're just looking to work across the map, kind of feel themselves out a little bit, see what possibly comes their way, what intel's given up, and then kind of execute off that. Even then, the scoreboard alone is enough to tell you that even then, they're not going to go for these aggressive plays anymore. Rio Grande can now actually have that closing power to make sure this game can get that much closer, to get some aggression onto their hands, to start feeling a little more confident in themselves, because it's not just McOneTap anymore. It's everybody else stepping up to the plate. They're all hitting, not homers exactly, but they're getting a couple plates out of every single swing. And it's situations like that where IU Cream have to make sure that where they can expend what you can't really buy anymore. It's things you have to earn. It has to be these personal little trophies you can carry over this cross line and the finish line, more importantly. And I think that honestly it's going to be that Nightfall and that showstopper. Once you hear that defuse go down, don't wait for an exchange immediately right after once that spike goes down. Try to deny it as fast as possible. Once you hear that noise, you know they're going to be waiting on site. You know there's going to be setups and crosses set up towards these spawns. You know that these players are going to be sitting around these doorsteps waiting for you to just step over that line just so they can mow you down. And once that happens, find that perfect little moment between once you hear the audible to really take that engage rather than waiting a little bit too late.
You fed the raid boss, now you have to face those ads, and you're failing to clear them. You're failing to clear any of them, truly speaking. McOneTap just kind of giving the team that go-ahead. You're scared of him for a long time. Now, much like you said, the rest of the team is here to show up. They're already looking to pressure this attack over towards C long. Send out a quick rupture. They've got themselves a little bit of chance to take down AJ, but AJ does manage to rendezvous away and manages to find Bunny with a shot through the Radiant crates, as well as it being a headshot and through a smoke. Very interesting decision-making from them to kind of extend past their comfort zone there, but to make matters worse, they've now lost McOneTap, the raid boss we've so highlighted so many times. It's now a man disadvantage bar 2, which is not where you want to be.
Yeah, not the best look so far, but still, I mean, there's a lot of more time. There's still a lot of potential in terms of the players that are alive because there's still some guns available and an ultimate to work off as well. You just have to make sure to check these angles, and if you don't, ASCON is going to be waiting over there in the corner for you to take those shots and get those kills for his own right, knowing that defense is now going to come out, find some success here. IU Cream do manage to clutch it out with only 2 players remaining, but still, you're not worried about how many players are remaining. You just look at that 1 that you've gained just inside this half to make sure to topple on top of that, cross that double-digit chokehold instead of checkpoint that we've seen out of them, and go ahead and just keep saying it's not a concern anymore. We just keep this thing going and make sure that it doesn't happen again.
The game was going in this cookie cutter way of saying give 2, take 1, give 2, take 1. All right, sorry, give up 2 and then take 1. Much like we saw there where they took round 4, they gave up 2, and then they took the last round. That would be fine, but the problem was they gave up 3 to start off the half. They gave up that third expected round. They will unfortunately be met with OT if they continue this 2-1, 2-1 favor. You just can't go into the kind of complacent mindset saying, okay, guys, at a moment's notice, we can kind of change things up. So they're going to try and adapt on their strategy. Take a page out of your IO Grand's book. Look at the early aggression that Anders employs inside Courtyard. Knowing that they're now all turning their heads over towards Courtyard and that mid window, what do? Swing towards lobby now as well. Take another player off the board. They now have 2 players dead and dusted, not able to help the team whatsoever, and that was a lot of money that you're still trying to hurt them economically with after they have essentially been winning round after round and having only 1 round taken in return. You just got to make the chance of them having a return even harder. And that's how you start to string rounds together if you're in a university. But it's going to be even harder because now Asgard has your flank. And the last time we saw this, they took Seaside easily.
Asgard has been just kind of a professional in getting these little nooks and crannies that we see are actually available on the map. And even then kind of actually utilizing the fact that Haven is so crazy that you don't know what's going to happen. But I go ahead and give the man compliments. He does go ahead and kind of trip overextend onto his site. And as you see, once again, just 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, all the players around Grand go ahead and fall, go 6 feet under, and not exactly 6 rounds under, but still very, very close, sitting at 4 as we now see ourselves a match point.
This is a proving spot right now for Rio Grande, and well, what do you expect here, Dallas? A timeout to talk things through. They'll have the money to buy out in this round. We can already see rifles in plenty of their hands here from this overhead view. It's just a matter of how they want to play this one. Indiana University played a trick hand. They put, what would you call that? What is it in poker when you fake a hand? Is it just like
I do not play
bluff?
poker.
You bluffed initially that you would play the same strategy you would have done before. You said, all right, we're a team that defensively like to sit on our sites, like to wait for you to come to us. We'll play around to these corners and we'll be a little smart. Once that strategy is kind of looked in and keyed on by Rio Grande, IU take a timeout and they say, okay, let's just fight them up front. We won the fights in the first half. Why are we making excuses and saying we can't do the same thing here? So they aggress. They take the attack there. That was their favorable half. Let's change the defense into an attacking sideline and try to bring our own chance forward. They do that, fine too. Rio Grande now are in a huge ditch they have to dig themselves out of, and they failed to do so all off the start that nets you 1 and then a second quickly after.
Yeah, just a little bit of a questionable stance here for Rio Grande, but still definitely manageable, I'd say. I mean, with the 3 they saw initially in the half, but I mean, look at the 2, more importantly, that was both rifle rounds back-to-back. The problem is they now have a little bit bigger of an arsenal to go up against, more importantly, to find these nooks and crannies to step through. And I think, honestly, IU Cream, they're just feeling a lot more of what Rio Grande's trying to do. I mean, they're trying to slow down the game, they're trying to speed it up, kind of go for this weird alternate, but it's just not going to work. Going back and forth is only going to result in your deaths. And even then, when you see it in a round like this where it matters the most on that match point, you're already 2 bodies down and you've only extended 1 initiator, not even a bigger role that you're really trying to rip away.
Hiding now back behind the site, TNT. Pressure from both angles. They'll duo swing, but not fast enough. If you're Bunny, you just baited your teammate of Lime. Lime's now dead. A horrid misplay by Rio Grande, and they're going to have to spend the rest of this round paying that price. Thankfully, Bunny is still good. TNT caught at the very end of their paranoia being sent out. Rifle was not ready, and McOneTap, as clutch as always, will manage to take down Zest. Anders coming from the flank. Bunny turns at the wrong time, and because that McOneTap will fall. Spike now done on the ground, not planted, and it's down to the 1v1. It is the chamber for the side of IU Cream. Can AJ find themselves a little bit of success here? Denied, as Bunny gets cleaned off this map with a sniper shot through and through. IU Cream will take this first map here on Haven 13-8.
A situation we didn't really know we were going to get to when you look at the map picks and you look at the trends and history of teams, of confidence and where it exactly can go. But problem is now in a situation like this for Rio Grande, more importantly, it kind of seems to be in the dirt a little bit. They're kind of concerned looking at a map like that where McOneTap was kind of your catalyst, your second grace, your resurrection for the squad for the longest time until Lime decided to step up and take their own swing as well and kind of looked good in that second half, being the initiator. You're kind of supposed to, but I mean, all things considered, though, it wasn't close enough for their comfort, I believe. I mean, there's a lot this map has to offer. If you're going to choose Haven with 3 sites and how crazy that map is, you have to be prepared to start on the defensive side. That's going to happen probably 9 times out of 10. No team goes to Haven saying, I love some defense. They don't. They never will. I mean, unless there's an agent that can somehow literally give you perfect neural thefts at the beginning of every single round when a hit's going down. And that's not going to happen. Instead, we now go over to the likes of a sit now, where we talk about usually these teams kind of throw in as a pick. They feel more or less kind of a lot more comfortable than a lot of these teams, because otherwise you wouldn't go for the selection knowing to get there inevitably anyway. So I got to say, IU Kareem, they've set this game up for success. I mean, getting this first map in their hands isn't only just good generally, but knowing now it's almost kind of an assist to themselves. They've now gone for the alley-oop, and they're just ready for the dunk.
Yeah, overconfidence, though, can be the most zealous of killers. And right now, for IU Cream, if they're a team that truly understands where they need to be and have that confidence level and have that maturity as a squad to head into the next game and say, we can close this one out right here, right now, they need to be looking at the end result of that game and kicking themselves in the rear, saying, why did we let it get that close? They had such a dominant lead, and they let it kind of close in. They're a team that they should be looking at that one and saying, what did we do wrong? Let's talk about it before heading to Ascent and not repeat our mistakes. Posing side thing, sad though for Rio Grande. They should be doing the exact same thing. You had the resurgency. What went wrong on that transition? How did they change things up that you weren't able to key in on? And how do we adapt upon that on Ascent? Different map, same gameplay choices that ultimately going to affect how this game goes down. But before then, and while these teams talk things through, we're going to take a quick break before we jump to Ascent. So make sure to stay tuned, because we'll have more.
back, everybody, here to NECC once more. We're rolling things along. We're getting ourselves into the second map of Ascent, which is going to be, obviously, IU Cream's map pick, considering that they also won themselves the first map as well. We saw Rio Grande not really live up to expectations until it came around to the attacking side, which was, well, the latter end of that entire map. So things are now 0-1 for them. They're looking to carry things on, and we're looking to get ourselves maybe a series to unfold in our hands here.
Less open space and one less objective may mean the difference in the world, so to say, here for Rio Grande as we head on over to the tried and true map of Ascent. Like we've mentioned, it is that Gentleman's Agreement map alongside Haven and also alongside Icebox, which coincidentally enough was the first ban of the night, which is also interesting to see. But from Rio Grande, they already have locked in exactly what they're bringing to the table. All right, I'll take that back. Rotate it back the other direction. For the Indiana University, they've already locked in everything that they want to bring here to the round. Rio Grande will finally join them on that feed. It's an open for both sides. I believe we also have that fade for both sides. Bit of an assistance there. Anders was using that KO. Lime will also be joining them in that regard, and they also have those jets. So I believe it is a mirror matchup between these two teams, and that's fairly a standard story when it comes down to Ascent. You've got to be very careful about those long-range snipers. You gotta be careful about chambers if they're in play. Got to use that KO effectively, and make sure that you're sending out that no point in a very correct spot so you get all of the information and the ability denial.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to work with here, and even, I mean, if we got Rio Grande, they still have a little bit of potential, but this map is usually where a lot of things feel even, so you have a little bit of a shaky kind of confidence. You're not really feeling too good going to a map like this, knowing it's your opponent's pick when these things just kind of happen already, and knowing that a map like this where things are very contested. Sites are very, very close up. They're very, very clustered. You never know what could really happen because getting onto them is always going to prove a lot more difficult. The biggest challenge in something like Haven is choosing a site. Biggest challenge in Ascent is getting onto it. So I want to see exactly how this kind of shift in terms of where the game really has much more importance is going to really impact both squads, knowing that this duelist matchup and this entire, I would say, near mirror matchup, with the only difference being the likes of the difference between, well, obviously, just the chamber and the cipher. So IU, they obviously had themselves an idea of what to do with that agent, and they got to go crazy with it as well.
Wow, I'm honestly shocked McOneTap survived that engagement right there. Zest takes the bigger lick of damage, so to say, down to 45 HP. Still plenty of potential for them to dash towards that site quickly. Tailwind is queued. Tendrils marking Fago and giving away their position. It takes a while for IU Cream to deal with them, still having not until just now, having removed them from their position. That's also control over that objective. So the hardest part you mentioned, getting onto site, at least that's done here for round one on this attack. Schmidt's able to get a little bit of attack damage alongside AJ, who ultimately does find that second decisive blow. Bunny will use their tailwind as soon as it's about to expend. They'll manage to unfortunately fall in the process, and their two teammates, so McOneTap and Lime, will join them in that afterlife. Readying themselves for round two. A flawless way to start off for IU Cream.
Yeah, things we're not really expecting too much, is honestly, is these flawless pistol rounds. I mean, obviously, just good execution, good layouts of sights, and even better just kind of shots, honestly, is what it really dwindles down to. So when you look at rounds like that, when you look at the attacking side, when you obviously see that a tempo has been set here, you look at the force running and look at what's to work with once more. Not just a Guardian and not just a Vandal there to kind of back it up now. Even a Bulldog going into the fray as well, showing that everybody's going to go ahead and pitch in and getting enough money, and even then for an attacking side, that plant money to back it up as well. So this is going to be a huge round, and even in a better follow-up if we can see really IU Cream have a lot of players remaining in the rear and to find these shots and have these really, really high caliber weapons in their hands.
And play over towards Tree. Lots of intel being gathered, but honestly, McOneTap was the player who was keeping an eye on there with that Hunt Hunter ready, was trying to catch AJ out and unaware as soon as Asgo was also looking to swing that corner. Notice how close we're seeing these shorties in play for Rio Grande. That's their entire strategy, trying to be, I guess, brew up something in terms of success, maybe a kill or two. If a tailwind swips past them, though, it'll be harder to use that successfully. But there is a player there to kind of avoid the worst-case scenario in that spot. They do have that cubby position. They'll give the intel away. They know he's there. They didn't get enough of an intel off of Lime, though, despite Zest dying to them. Asgod's Classic takes down TNT. Lime's now able to collect a Bulldog. This is a worst-case scenario point right now for the side of IU Cream. And Lime's not done just yet. A 3K. AJ too late to the party, does not assist the team in time, and now they'll not just have to cut down one or two, but four that are still remaining. That is a big ask, and they don't even have that window cleared. There's so many ways to give up intel.
And if you had something like a bunch of Spectres to be looking at, you wouldn't really have too much of a problem. Kind of saying, you know what, I got a Vandal, I can hit these shots, nobody has armor, not the biggest problem in the world. It's when you're looking at a Bulldog, which also one-shots against players that only have half shields. It doesn't even take the one shot, apparently, for one tap. It takes a couple, but it still maintains to get that rifle maybe there in the end, as the Vandal does get picked up there by that player. So still an admirable play, even then a better retort there coming out of the likes of Rio Grande, because you know the IU Cream, that round, honestly, alone could have set up a lot. Once again, kind of going ahead, flipping the game on its head, saying the next two are also going to be won probably most likely, and going ahead and shutting that down instantaneously with a very, very quick retort is going to be really, really good of a look for Rio Grande here to make sure they have themselves full rifles for something like this to really hammer it down.
No longer the tried and true age-old tale of 2-1 start in Valorant. That was denied in the second half of that first map, and now it's being denied here in the first half of Ascent. Speaking of denial, McOneTap's aggressive and greedy nature denied in quite a nice fashion by Zest, who was solo peeking over towards B main. A Prowler will actually be sent in by the side of Rio Grande, maybe trying to keep Zest at bay, but no denying the collection of that Vandal. Now it'll be up to Zest to really try to determine how they want to play this. Will they kind of complete AJ's role from last round and be that lone straggler elsewhere? The looks of things, AJ is actually sitting over towards Pizza. Switch will be pulled by the side of Rio Grande, and also keeps the Prowler at bay over towards the door. It will swing on out eventually, but not enough is really gained or garnered there for IU Korea.
I like the slow and steady pace here from the likes of Rio Grande. They get these reads, and they know they lost that first player. Things are going to be a little concerning, but you've already given up so much space to the side of IU Korea that they're making these exchanges. They said these weapons we already bought, even the weapons we didn't buy, we're going to go ahead and turn things around and get 2 more just on something like this. So some good swings, good utility usage, good kills across the board as they make sure to double down. Now make it triple as the third falls as well in a 2v4 situation where Rio Grande has to play for the retake.
That's 3 rifles that are done and dusted on the ground. AJ was able to pick up 1. Unfortunately, that third cannot be picked up again because they cleared out AJ fairly quickly. But they did only leave the side of Rio Grande with 2 players to work with. Question on their mind is, do they lose 1 and then just say, okay, try to save the rifle for another round? Or do they just say, send in? Try to take down more of IU Cream. Try to deny them the chance of taking rifles to the next round. It's a little bit hard to tell. Lime gets very aggressive, and Bunny's not far behind, but the same thing can be said for the way that they die. It's joined in very quickly. Zest gets 4 in that round. They were the common denominator for all of the little small successes that IU Cream gained. The first blood to McOneTap. That gave space for AJ to step up towards Pizza, and then obviously on site for 3. That was a great round for IU Cream.
It most definitely was. I mean, I think that was just one of the best rounds you could have found in this entire map, quite honestly, something like that. Just good execution, working across the map, kind of forcing these other teams out, giving yourself that space, and even then manipulating it to the fullest extent, setting up these checkpoints, setting up these chokeholds, finding these little swings that are going to play into your favor, and then just kind of really hammering it down, saying, thanks for the free guns. Honestly, we didn't even have to invest that much. Honestly, a kind of situation, an outlay like this, it's much, much more risky, but I gotta say, when the execution actually works, it works much better in terms of total effect in this matchup, knowing that, I mean, economy is gonna be room for the next couple, like a Rio Grande, and it could definitely go ahead and be manipulated right here. As Honors doesn't go ahead and get that first there, you know, players on the swing, TNT's there for the backup. You go ahead and run out, but it's not too much of a concern. Only 1 player down for the exchange of 3 in a round like this. If you can go ahead and keep that formula going and get the next 2, it could be a near flawless.
I feel for both TNT and Asgard just saying, why are you still there? Why do you keep peeking the angle? TNT saves his teammate's life for just a little bit longer, but inevitably still falls to the last aggressive player of Rio Grande over towards A main. Such an interesting strategy defensively when they know they don't have an advantage. They're just trying to play smart. Great trigger discipline here by AJ. It got a little dicey, but still, great closeout by AJ to finish things off strong. And they did that 2 rounds ago. They did that last round. And they're doing that this past round now as well. That is how you need to play that Cypher if you're bringing a Cypher here on the map of Ascent, which is not a very common agent selection. But if you're going to do it, play to its, like, proud. Play to its boons. Play to its big, like, advantages. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're looking like, I mean, the team that would choose this map like this, quite honestly. I mean, Ascent is a very confusing map, and I talk about it again and again, that this map is so easy to kind of go ahead and lay out in terms of attacking sides, just making sure to find these executions, but manipulating the map on something that's so small is very, very difficult, and still, IU are really finessing it. Again, finding the executions, just going ahead, being almost clinical, getting onto these sites, and they're showing that there's a reason we chose this. Not just because we know how to manipulate mistakes, but we almost give ourselves little to none when it comes around to getting ourselves on the site, and even then just holding on to them there at the rare end. Sure, some blood will be spilt because that's just the name of the game, but when it comes around to kills, we almost give up nothing.
Good post-plant positioning from the side of IU Cream. Nothing's really changing at the current point for them. With Ryer Grand, all 3 players are looking to maybe push in from defender spawn. Only 2 are being direct. I'm not sure why Mc1tap is holding back. I think they have a sniper, so they're just trying to at least ensure they can save the next round. Schmidt will deny Bunny's anticipated entry, leaving just Lime with a rifle in hand. No teammate to assist. There is Mc1tap to maybe pray for a bit of a consolation kill for that exit frag. They will miss it, though. And oh my goodness, Anders does not miss from across the map. A single shot to Mc1tap. And a flawless round result from IU Cream there for round 5, the 4th total in their favor. And they're starting off almost as strong, if not better, than they did on that first map here.
And even is the fact they've already resolved themselves a thrifty, right? I mean, showing that they can not only have strength when they have numbers and when they have guns and when they have money, but even when they're deprived of those resources, they still just look so strong. They still have an idea. They have safety nets. They have plan B, C's, everything through Z's. They got it all, and they're looking to utilize every single bit of it. I mean, they don't want to go ahead and go for the tried and true again and say, all right, look, that worked, so let's do it again. It's not broke, so let's not fix it. Let's do it again. They're switching things up. Even though they go for this A hit, they're looking to kind of manipulate the fact that these players are going to be in different spots. They're going to be checking things up. They're going to be putting this utility in different spots. And I'll say Ryo Grant, I think honestly just kind of doubling down on something, saying it didn't work, so let's just do it again, would work even better for them than just trying to switch it up, because it's just not really resulting in too much. So not the best kills on the board so far, as AJ does go ahead and get closed out by Mc1tap, which is to be expected, but you're in a very, very rough situation where you got to retake with the rest of your team when you have nearly nothing to work with.
Obvious tether to Lime. That position will give them away as well. That's why Lime is looking to pot flash. Not as a way to entry in, but as a way to fake their escape from that position. The post plan's on for IU Cream. They have no reason to kind of fall into that bait, no reason to overextend for that kill. They know that both players are going to come from that direction. The only kind of missing link was the player trying to work in from B main, and they just snuffed that out very quickly. So you have Bunny, who just ran out of the timer for their tailwind. No way to truly escape. Zest has now cleaned up the third. They've gotten rid of the link there of Lime that was sitting up on top of barrels. It's just the Jets. Bunny's good for one under Schmidt. They'll take down Zest and humble them a peg longer, but past that, it is still a round dominantly in favor of IU Cream, who have plenty of money to buy out the next round, plenty of round buffers to try and give themselves even more of a go-ahead, even extend that lead further, and you're getting out with only one rifle to your name.
Yeah, and finally, a timeout to be go ahead and expended by the likes of Ryo Grand, knowing that things aren't looking too good for them. Even then, they haven't hit that checkpoint just yet that IU Cream hit in that last map, because speed was the name of the game for them. I mean, I want to say if you look at the exact same time frame, not in terms of rounds, but in terms of time outside the game, that they would have hit that 7-1 checkpoint by now. Things have gone ahead and just gotten way out of control, and we found ourselves in a bigger game because, well, Haven, you have to be decisive. You have to hit those sites immediately. You don't need to switch up too much, and IU Cream took that to their advantage. They're being a lot slower with the matchup now. They're really making Ryo Grand second guess a lot of their stuff. They're making them feel very indecisive. They're kind of switching up a lot of things. But even then, at the end of the day, they still have a game plan. Unless there's something and there's enough definitive evidence in front of their face to change their mind, they're going to stick to their gut. They're going to play off the idea they have at the beginning of the round. And timeouts like these, if you don't have a near flawless execution, you just gave your opponent that much more time to come up with something crazy.
You mentioned it earlier, saying that Ryo Grand are doing the same thing over and over again, and I mentioned that in map 1 as well. They didn't change up their strategy. There was no variety. I almost felt like it was a broken record with how just obvious it was for them. They still aren't changing up enough, and because of that, IU Cream doesn't need to change things. And despite the fact that they don't need to, they have been. Note the difference we saw there for that last round of the round before for the post plan, despite it being on the same point. They changed every single player's position. The only player that was still the same was Schmidt, that was initially sitting on site, hanging out towards Boathouse. Everything else was down to a completely new round, a completely new way to play. That's been how IU Cream have been changing the game. That's been how they're continuing to collect these rounds without really a mar against their record against this Ryo Grand side. Something's got to change on their end defensively to adapt to the attack. This could be the place to do so. Asgard will manage to have a great sight lane there once the dark cover fades away and AJ denied of that solo playstyle they've been doing throughout this entire half. And a very funny moment at that, but it doesn't seem so funny once IU Cream will start to dash towards this A sign.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, that's the one thing I was going to notice, the kind of one weakness of IU Cream so far is AJ being in the middle of the map every single time. Every single round, you will see that, I mean, that intel's trying to be gathered. I mean, and obviously it's a power position. I mean, that's what the game plan is for that Cypher. Play in the middle of the map. Give yourself some reads. See whether or not we can exert more pressure towards that area of the map. And honestly, it just hasn't been too much of a difference. But the rest of the team, they're kind of going ahead, swinging around. They're getting crazy with it. They're going for tree control. They're going for main control. They're switching it up. And also in a situation like this where you see so much already being used and players already getting on ahead and dying, honestly, even if you win that gunfight, I don't know if the execution on the site is going to look good because you're in a 3v2 and it all comes down to TNT just fragging out more so on this operator.
TNT unfortunately takes a couple steps back, uses their ultimate though, realizing it's kind of a lost chance on that A side, and will put down this plant towards B.
Planted.
It's still a 3v1, so the odds aren't necessarily in your favor, and you do your best Katniss Everdeen impression, but I don't really think anyone's truly going to save you at this point. TNT will have to do this by themselves. They're going to go and step up on towards Crate, start to walk towards Walkway.
Oh my god.
Asgod's been spotted. Bunny somehow survives the initial shots, and TNT runs out of ammo in the clip. As you'll finally see Rio Grande string together another round of putting them at a scoreline that is much better than it has been. It's 5-2.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd situation there, but still, I mean, nonetheless, it works out for Rio Grande, and that's what they're saying. Hey, we took a timeout. Sure, it takes a little bit of mistakes here and there from IU Cream, just exactly when we were kind of giving them all the praise for not really having too many. I mentioned it earlier, even then when you're at a man deficit, you go ahead and make a read, kind of lap around the map. It looked for just a hero attempt from TNT after gathering those 2 kills on site to say, you know what, the From the Shadows doesn't look too shabby right now. I'm going to go to the other side of the map and make them take their time. Where was that earlier? I think, honestly, even if you have one player to set up a checkpoint, manage at least 2 kills, go ahead and blindside a couple of these players, you get a lot more value out of that because it's not just you. You're completely throwing out the game plan. You're showing it's completely different now. Every man for himself. Let's start going ahead and improvising a little more, and that's going to freak Rio Grande out. It's just not a resource that they really took advantage of, but still, they're looking to double down on it, at least find something with in this round, as we do see AJ getting a little bit crazy with it, going somewhere different, but still, you know, the spike is down towards the A site. You know a lurker somewhere on the map, but the spike isn't there, so you don't really concern.
Selfish play from AJ, but that's been AJ's forte on this map, and on top of that, a neural theft. I'm a little bit selfish. I'll admit that, guys. But also, I can help you guys out. Here's the neural theft, exactly where they all lie. The side of IU Cream says, oh my goodness, there's so many on the A site. We've already lost 1 player. Let's take B. AJ has full control over it, so let's just continue to maintain that sort of emphasis. Unfortunately, Zast, who initially had a good spot to work from in Courtyard, kind of moving with their team, gets caught out as they try to step through bottom mid, and they'll not only lose that player, but also drop that rifle, which can be picked up by the lone pair of Asgard. That was just kind of in a bad spot for Rio Grande. Now there's a man disadvantage if you're an Indiana University fan. 1 player, aka McOneTap, has a little bit of assistance from their fade coming from defender spawn, but it is a 2-2 double push coming out from Rio Grande to market, to defender spawn, but ultimately they're all going to have to reach and breach that point that gives them a little bit of a sight line towards sight. TNT within the dark cover, it cuts away at the wrong time, and they'll lose their life to the operator. Bunny and Asgard decimate the 2 players on side of Schmidt and AJ, and the round, though planted in a good start for IU Cream, is dominated by Rio Grande as they start to make a bit of a resurgency.
I gotta say, yeah, retakes like that really go ahead and just turn this game on its head. I mean, sure, we already saw the rounds going ahead and have a little bit of closure. We saw Rio Grande starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in this game and in this map, more importantly, but now they look so dominant in a round like that. It's not even the biggest difference in the world. Now you Cream are still like, oh my god, take a timeout. Let's figure out what happened there and let's break it down because things are not looking good for us. No ultimates used either, which is the more impressive thing to me, is that we're still seeing Rio Grande with a full arsenal to play playing off of. They're not really too concerned about the utility or how things are going. Shots are just landing. IU Cream just kind of overextending in situations like that where it kind of happened in Haven there towards that second half. It's where they were overextending. They were slowing the game down a little bit. And, I mean, their post plants were just looking a little bit iffy when they can't get crazy, selfish around the map and really have teams question themselves.
That hesitancy that we should be seeing from IU Cream has not really been there too much when it comes to pushing, and it's an odd situation to be in where they are winning the early game of the rounds. They're getting these kills. I would only cut maybe 2 rounds total in this half so far that IU Cream have just outright lost the beginning stages. That was when they took down AJ early, and then another round where Zest did get 1 kill, but then AJ gets taken back, and then it was a huge problem for IU to actually swing towards the A site where they lost to the shorties. That early game has been IU Cream's kind of finesse point. But past that, they have been shanking the ball when it comes down to actually finishing the round. post plant's not been clean. They do manage to get that nice pivot from one side to the other to get down that plant. But one of the times they had to do it, guess what it required? TNT to use there from the shadows. And another time, despite having an even man count advantage, it's squandered by Zest dying in mid, at bottom, as well as having to face the full brunt force of 4 players pushing out where you're just not in an angle to fight it back if you were TNT. That's got to change for IU Cream. They got to look at that as a learning point instead of as a major failure. But right now, AJ's about to learn something about escaping, because 3 players through Link is a scary proposition that Rio Grande tried to bring forward.
Yeah, it all comes down to first bloods. Now I feel like in this case, the game, and even with the post plants, we talked about they were a little bit weak, and something like that you really have to work on. I mean, you go ahead and get shut down by a big one tap there right towards a man. You know the pressure's going through there. You know it's a fade. It's not a lurker. It's not a cypher. It's probably going over towards A, and you have an operator locking it down. So finally a blind coming through, not hitting both players, but still resulting in some good effects and some space, more importantly, for, I mean, I would credit to be playing Ana.
That's holding towards Pixels. It's decided to actually hold that spot. The Blade Storm would be better in a bit of an unanticipated position. One tap's got a cheeky spot, though. It looks like AJ actually moved over to that spot. He'll be blinded, missing the shot barely to Zest, but the rest of the team has finally stepped up from the flank. It'll be Anders, the only player left standing. They'll take Ascon and Bunny out, but McOneTap does a big jump downwards, looking like a COD montage. No 360 involved, but a 3K at the least, as Rio Grande will etch themselves a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, already making it a 4v5 now. Still not too much really used by these teams. No null command for an exchange. I mean, just once again and again and again and again, we're seeing the likes of Rio Grande say, you know what? Let's just hit our shot, boys. Let's just hit our shots. Why not? And then it's the question of saying, why couldn't you do that in the first map? Maybe they wanted to go ahead and force on a third. I have no idea what's really going on anymore, because Rio Grande is really starting to wake up. They're looking good. You can tell they're feeling good. They're hitting every single shot they need to. And McOneTap is also somehow always in the right place at the right time. That's the thing that's really going ahead and setting the pace here for their squad. I mean, we saw this player on defense when it came around to last map. But now in a situation like this where you don't even have to get crazy, it's not a 33% chance anymore that Kree run into him. It is a 50-50. And when you see a lot of players getting very unfortunate in that.
Fight has to brew up, and it looks like both teams are kind of falling apart when it comes to the aggressive early angle. Like, OneTap still not having the sniper be removed from them is a huge problem child, at least in the terms of IU Cream. TNT initially makes that jump swing, sees something they do not like, and will say, all right, gang, let's go ahead and bring back over towards that B side. Paranoia available, I believe, here for the player of A-Song, but you still have to be, or sorry, Asgod, but you still got to be quite aware that you're sending a dark cover over towards the A site. That will limit the utility you'll have available later. Asgod does manage to get a nice kill to Anders, who solo swings. Not enough assistance quick enough from Schmidt. And with that intel and the easy spot, they're going to send out Lime's quick use of the 0, and they'll manage to suppress down 2 players. They'll know that there is at minimum 2 players to push from. The third is kind of missing an unknown, that missing piece that could ultimately be a big deciding factor for the side of IU Cream, but there are 4 ultimates, Dallas, still available for IU Grande. That is a lot to ask for IU Cream to manage to take towards site. They have to just pray they can get out the gate, and thankfully AJ makes an opening for them.
Thing is, when every single player has an ultimate, every single kill results in an ultimate loss for the side of Rio Grande. So, I mean, honestly, it's looking good for him, and knowing that McOneTap's probably not going to use his because it's a tour de force, and you're not going to use that for a retake. Instead, you pick up a Vandal and use that as your trusty little sidearm. It all comes down to now the stance and looking at IU Cream, because this is going to be a crazy stat probably. I'm pretty sure that's the first round that we've actually seen AJ push with the squad coming around to get that spike plant down. So we got to see what he does. He finds us some good value, resulting in 2 kills just for the take initially, and now resulting in 1 to stop for the retake as well. We're making it a 1v2 situation where Fago's really having to clutch it up, and with that timer ticking down, at this point there has to be a time where you say, I just can't do it anymore, play for exits. It's just not it.
Yeah, Fago, more like they go away from that fight. They're going to go ahead and retreat with that operator that was initially brought by McOneTap over towards defender spawn. And because of that, it'll allow for Fago to take down TNT, killing them in the process. Schmidt will go ahead and die to Spike. Honestly, if I am on the side of IU Cream, I'm accepting that death at face value. Not really feeding Rio Grande's eco, or at least their mental game, any further. You fed the beast on map 1, aka McOneTap, and you faced the horns, aka the rest of the team that started to pick up that pace. They do not want to repeat of the same thing on Haven, where they were probably kicking themselves in the rear for allowing it to get that close.
And even that call from Schmidt wasn't even really just for the mental game or for the eco. That was for the ultimate, most importantly. I mean, there's only a couple rounds left. You know that Fago isn't really the best performer on the team, so the less free kills you can hand over, the better they're going to look, because these nightfalls aren't really being used too much. That was the first ultimate that we've seen in a very long time, especially I think the first one at all that we've seen at Rio Grande. So something like that is going to result in a very quick exchange. As once again, the AJ says, you know what, guys? Let's run it to mid again. And Mick One Tap's waiting for you.
Is this a best Phoenix impersonation? He's doing his run it back. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to run it.
I
in
was
the next
thinking
round.
run it down. I was thinking of a different Riot title.
You know, true. I don't get that reference there. I only play one Riot game.
Let's stick to it.
Yeah, you know, I have no mental capacity to try any of the other ones. Schmidt able to manage to find a avenging kill. Unfortunately, Anders falls and make one tap a wee string in a bit of a wild manner. Takes down Schmidt, who had just gotten that kill. There's only 2 players left standing for IU Cream. TNT has a little bit of assistance by Zest, but
One enemy remaining.
Lime shows their Zest a little bit of their own zesty nature, able to take them down quickly on that play all the way back to attacker spawn. TNT still up and running. Fragments tossed to create a little bit of space, but he was not expecting Lime to push through it, and Lime wasn't expecting to die instantly in the process. From the shadows, up and running, and TNT is sprinting, essentially, over towards that A site. Like one tap barely missing as he just decides to stop at the gates over towards Tree. Maybe buy themselves a little time, hope he swings their direction, but he did not see him cross. The dark cover does make things a bit questionable, but you don't know for sure where TNT is lying, and that's the name of the game. Sitting below in hell. Fago can maybe go for the floor bang, but expected would they be on the left side, or the deep side, so to say, of this hell. TNT's watching for drop first and foremost. Fago is unfazed. May shoot to the opposite corner first, but it's a quick swing over to TNT's head, and it's a clean clear.
It's a 50-50 that we saw TNT trying to go for. Not real results that were needed and not results that were wanted, more importantly, but so you have a lead to work off of. You don't have to guarantee advantage going to that second half just yet. So 4 ultimates to play off of for Rio Grande, and 3 on the opposing side of IU Cream. And I got to say, 2 of which aren't really going to be utilized too much in this round. But again, another situation, I got to say, as a man who plays a lot of Omen, waiting for the From the Shadows is more of a panic button to get out of there when you don't really have any teammates left. Saying, all right, you know what? We're going to switch up the map. I'm going to guarantee a plant no matter what, which is a good stance, but there has to be some more merit behind that. There has to be a reason. There has to be more to it. But more importantly, the big thing right now is after a round that didn't look too good for IU Cream, the econ still looks much, much worse right here, right now, as a lot of players are working off of sheriffs and really just trying to scrap it together.
Cypher Cage not really stopping any bullets, nor is it capable of so in the first place. They'll snuff out AJ very quickly, joining their teammate of Zest just as fast as they were brought into the round. 3 players left and remaining. Tour de force and pop for Rio Grande. They also have their null command for both sides, but I'm starting to think that, well, Rio Grande is trying to make sure that there's no chance of anything being utilized by IU Cream. Anders sitting at top of mid. Maybe could have seen the player there of Bunny, but doesn't really peek out in due time to do so. We'll use that dark cover maybe as a chance to escape. It's trying to see if maybe they can spot a player below, as it is a dome shape, so it kind of works around that corner. Maybe they could drop down themselves, just trying to figure out just what are they capable of at this point in time. And from the looks of things, we know they're capable of a lot, but you're asking for even more than that here in this round. You're going to have to pull something out of a hat. Bunny up close, trying to be the thing pulled out of the hat, all pun intended. They only have a classic in hand, just trying to play smart.
Doesn't matter what you're pulling out of, you better find a solution. You better find it quick. It all comes down to TNT, who has been almost on fire in this series, really lining up at the right spot in the right time. But when you go ahead and swing right through mid, once again, it's the one player that's lingering in mid for the majority of the game and finds probably the majority of the kills for the entire team in that half. Quick one tap, waiting once more, cutting off the squad. So already a little exchange of sides going on. 6-6. Finally, some legitimate GH is going on in the chat here, I'm sure, as we see ourselves finding it even. And even on the map, pick up IU Cream, where they find themselves very, very strong starts. Honestly, as the time goes on, they kind of lose that control. They don't really switch things up too much. And even then, during initial rounds, as I mentioned, at A through Z, it only seems like as they had about 5-6 rounds, they're only ending at EF.
You and I have a lot of experience when it comes to collegiate Valorant on the map of Ascent, and it's not just because Ascent is a map that's heavily played or that we cast a lot in collegiate, but also because it's very easy to remember. Teams, especially big teams like Hawaii and Houston, are I'll say it, pretty horrible at defense at times. They just don't do what's necessary, and they'll let teams have a huge return. The fact it's even on a cent in collegiate, to me, is a good margin for either side. It leaves the second half up in the air. And there was an interesting ploy there by Rio Grande. They used that Prowler up through bottom mid to get rid of that Cypher tripwire. They managed to swing towards that site using that momentum in their favor, but they only go even on the trades. Now they'll be forced to rely on their post-plant positioning, and they're stacking 2 players in back of Boathouse, which means, to be frank, Rio Grande are relying on McOneTap once again to solo watch an angle, and they're praying that he survives, and unfortunately, Anders denies all chances of you finding anything there.
Yeah, rounds like these are really good, especially knowing it's pistol rounds. You have to find yourself the stance. Knowing it's a 3v2 retake, that's really in or miss right now. It's looking good, knowing that you can get yourself at least one more. Even better for Ryo, though, as they manage to get those kills. But it comes down to Anders, and the 1v2 decides to go for the hunt. The 50-50 you lose. Fago barely surviving there towards the rear end. But regardless, that's not the thing you're worried about. It doesn't matter how many players die. That spike was still down, and the round still goes over to Rio Grande with an extra little bit of money to be working off of as they're taking a play out of IU Cream's book to say, you know what? Vandals on second rounds, usually we hate them because we're on the receiving end of those bullets. But I got to say, man, does it look tasty if we can get our taste of, obviously some big rifling on the second round here of our own.
Yeah, but Dallas, I don't know if you remember the first half. It was, I
definitely do.
But despite rifles being bought by IU Cream in the second round, it was still won by Rio Grande. Now Rio Grande are attempting to do the same thing, but note the notable absence of a player stacked over towards Crate, where they had found 3 kills from that one player last time. They're really praying that they can keep Anders at bay, and they really can't. Zest right behind, able to find another of their own, and Rio Grande take a huge blunder stepping through the gates, the arches of that A side, all because Anders finds 2 kills with that shorty. That puts things in a really rough spot. McOneTap's able to cut down a player trying to step over through tree. And now AJ's all by their lonesome effectively as their only teammates still trying to deal with that door and step through that switch. Schmidt's doing their best, but doesn't get the tether on the right time, but it's enough. It's close enough to see the man. They can't deal with him fast enough. McOneTap will be dealt with finally by AJ, but AJ can't flick down to Bunny as the Spectre rips them asunder. A rough round for Rio Grande, but inevitably they do still take that round win.
Yeah, big sense there for Rio Grande, making sure they get that second round as a follow-up and maintaining carry all those rifles over. That's the biggest thing they're looking for. No one in a round like this, typically IU Cream, they look much better. But I mean, even then, look at the rifles, look at the armor, look at what's available. Even then, just a Phantom would do you much better in a round like this, knowing that a couple of these players aren't be running that armor, or even then now decide to instead take a sacrifice for that utility instead. So I mean, it all comes down really to the stance. Holding down these angles, whether IU Cream with that Phantom can really go off, or even then with a Guardian, maintain to get a first blood on the board.
Start things off strong for the side of IU Cream. Aggression met early. We saw that was how IU Cream recovered from their notable tripping and that notable blunders they were making in the early part of that second half where we saw Rio Grande recover. Maybe IU Cream's trying to bring that a little bit quicker than last time and try to make a little bit of a return back to tie things out in that scoreline because they're not capable of missing 6 rounds and then having a return. They're actually behind. It was tied at halftime. That is a big spot for Rio Grande to say we're going to a third map. Bunny's able to find one, but McOneTap had actually found the first for their side in this round. Bunny quickly sprints through the Cypher cage, ignoring all of those oddities there, and AJ will pay the price because of it, not able to flick up in time. That leaves just Zest working from defender spawn, has a little bit of assistance from their Omen to try and work from market. They'll drop down to walk alongside them. McOneTap inside B main, standing at the doors, waiting for the audio cue to be made. TNT just walks directly into their line of sight, and so does Zest as they swing Wally around the corner. 3K, the Chamber, who has been that one-man army.
Yeah, it's just situations like these where Rio Grande, they really go ahead and not only get themselves a tempo that plays in their favor, to not only encapsulate this lead and kind of put it in a bottle and say, you know what, we can save this for later as well, considering all this money we got. Let's just store every single bit towards the back end. Let's try to get ourselves another free round here with the way the IU Cream look. But in a stance where we saw their defense, I mean, kind of not look the hottest on the other map, where we saw and kind of go ahead and look back towards that 10-round chokehold that I like to mention as instead of a checkpoint. They didn't find too many results on this defense. It kind of took them a while to light up. But when you find yourself at a 9-3, you have a lot of leeway there to work with. Situation like this, where you're now sitting at 9, you're looking at 10 coming up on the opposing side, and you're losing 2 bloods without really any exchange of damage at all, you can't let this really slip by.
Can't let opportunities that are easily in your face be squandered. Lime is on a hunt, though. Hounding forward, has a little bit of assistance from the flank. 2 more players nearby, but they survive themselves. Able to quickly swing around that corner, take down 1 player lingering over towards Garden, and now can start to press very swiftly down onto this A site. Asgard will begin to plant down that spike. Bunny looks like they'll be the proprietor to find the next kill. That will, in fact, be concluded as Anders' head is removed swiftly. It's up to Zest once again, a 1v5, and Rio Grande look like they could be primed to give themselves a quick, flawless round here to bring themselves up to double digits, which, to be frank here, Dallas, might just be the end-all be-all tone setter. Might just be the way that we see this game fall. I get it's a thrifty round for IU Cream, but recovering from a flawless after you already have failed to find a single round win in this half, can't help but feel mentally you're going to struggle to kind of overcome that.
It just comes down to this point in the game making things expensive, showing that if you do ever maintain to get yourself around a thrifty, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter in what fashion you can really get your grasp on it, it's just not going to look good. Rio Grande are just going to double down. I mean, they're looking good. We talk about the prior rounds of the latter end of that first half, and I mean, they were just finding confidence. They were really just finding an answer. They were looking good and just said, you know what? Whatever's thrown our way, we can take every single bit of it because our retakes are astounding. Our initial site grabs now are looking good. All we had to do is really, I'd say, improve on the post plant, which, I mean, when they have nothing but sheriffs, isn't very hard to do. When we have ourselves a half just done, set, just absolutely guaranteed to us as something like this. So IU Cream, I mean, they got to switch up this map. They got to find some control. And even more importantly, as they do now have to really take in and suffer that burden of losing that chamber for a Cypher, where you look at what One Tap did during that first half, you got to figure out how to find that same potency out of a single player.
IU Cream now, in a much expected timeout, man. This is a much needed one. We saw them kind of come back a little bit, though it was like few and far between little successes there on first map. It did inevitably lead them to kind of make that mindset shift, that gave them the upper end to clean out the map on Haven. But this is going to require more than just a simple mind shift. This is going to require a lot of adjustments. They have not found little to any success here in this second half. 4 in a row for Rio Grande. They went out blazing with rifles in the last round, and they lost none of them. So on top of the fact that you gained no success from the past round, you weren't able to deny them a plant, you weren't able to get a defuse, you were not able to find a kill, and you're heading to the next round where that could be the same exact story, even with the loser's bonus, where you're forced to have another thrifty round when it could be the round result that leads 11-12. But that's not over. The round's not done. You have the rifles, and they're playing fairly up close when it comes to TNT inside bottom mid. Now they're trapped using their quick use of their shrouded step to escape. But it does look like they're just trying to kind of pressure over towards B main more specifically. They need first blood, and they know it.
Yeah, and that's honestly what it dills down to. We talk about these first bloods. We talk about the potential out of them. We talk about the way you can just trade one for one after that. But that's not a luxury you get when you're behind. You have to have a player, as I talked about earlier, really have that potency, really be a hero for the squad, and really light up that kill board. But that's just not something we're seeing too much out of these IU Cream players. They're all kind of playing collectively, and if you lose a couple pieces too early, it just doesn't look too good. As Hinders does go ahead and maintain to get the first kill, almost immediately traded out. The big thing right here, done right now, is this damage already accumulated, where 2 of these players you could essentially say are one tap.
Lime dead, moved. TNT, the player that managed to bring things close. That is Big One Tap isolated. That's now effectively, if you're fast enough, you're IU Cream, you're now fighting a 4v2 on site. One player in hell, they'll be sent there quickly by AJ. Vago's trying to work in. They'll send their tether deep over towards the site itself. Big One Tap finally tries to join the foray, but it's too little too late. AJ's watching that flank, and IU Cream, in a spectacular result of around a much needed one after that timeout, they'll survive with 4, and they'll kind of slow down in a major way that Rio Grande dominance that's kind of been brewing up this last half.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, you could just say it was a 1v3 situation, still just kind of working out for Anders right off the get-go. Because, I mean, that's the one thing you look at in this match that's really absent, is a lot of kind of, or any potential for heals at all. No Reyna, no Sky, no Sage. Any piece of damage done is going to be lurking through the entirety of that round. You're going to see these players just kind of dripping blood, leaving a trail behind them, and showing that they have to live with that for the rest of the round as things go on, when you're looking to just maintain a lead and get yourself a win. More importantly for Rio Grande, who is obviously, looking at serious point for the other side right now. So McOneTap resulting in that first kill, able to go ahead and find it towards that B main area. An overextension is inevitable somewhere, and that just ends up being where it goes. So quite honestly, it comes down to execution. Comes down to team negotiation right here in the middle. As you get comfortable, you're saying, where can we move in the map? We push up mid. We go for A site right here. What plays are we going to make? And I think mid's the move.
He's hiding within the dark cover. That's kind of been the name of the game. Schmidt, though, still in market. How do you walk through market, not even see the player, and fall to them so quickly? TNT's finally dealt with, but on top of that, Asgard managing to save the day only for themselves because they've lost their teammate to Schmidt, who cleans up a 3K before falling. It will be a usage now from the shadows. No longer is it TNT doing it from cross map. This time it's Rio Grand's Asgard. They'll get down spy control over on that B site. And now IU Cream have to bring forward a bit of a problem solver of themselves. Anders inside market. It does look like AJ will join them. Both players brewing up to swing out through door. Maybe applying a little bit of control over towards Asgard. They will be suppressed. That'll force them to take a step back. We've seen too many deaths already in this game of Ascent off the back of that dark cover dissipating too quickly. They spot away. McOneTap can't click in time. They're trying to get the damage to the Radiant crate. They can't. Anders will have to swing around. AJ takes down Asgard. And wow, IU Cream will manage to find themselves a defuse here. I believe there is still plenty of time. And that will be a loss, bringing them a little bit closer to the side of Rio Grande.
Like I say, even then, a little bit of missed shots right out the get-go out of AJ there, kind of leaving me concerned knowing that you know where that player is, but still a lot to work off of. Good execution, good retakes coming out for IU Cream. And I got to say, on these last couple rounds, these 3 rounds alone, we see timeouts from both squads looking to say that, okay, things are concerning, and we don't really want to put them in a spot to where we know what could happen next. So consider it right here, right now. We saw the same exact kind of layout in the last map of Haven. This is where Rio Grande went ahead and stalled things out. They got their little bit of a win streak going. Sure, it was a couple more rounds, but it was still 10-8. We saw that chokehold start to occur, and it's also when we saw it end as well. So, I mean, Rio Grande, maybe they could go ahead, flip the table, say, sure, it's on our opponent's map pick, and history is kind of repeating itself, just in a little bit of an alternative universe as it stands. But IU Cream with 3 ultimates to work off of, 2 of them which are extremely good for these retake scenarios, and one of them that can get some early information in these main areas. I mean, they could execute every single one of these and show the economy and in the terms of pacing of this matchup could still go to their favor to even this out pretty easily.
You gotta keep in mind as well, for the side of Rio Grande, McOneTap's speciality has been sniping. On the defense, they were using the operator and their tour de force, back to back, round to round, and were burying IU Cream's first blood every single time. That is something that cannot be allowed to happen when it comes to their attack. And the good news is it's very difficult for McOneTap to find those first bloods. So he can't use the sniper rifle every round. He can't use his tour de force as the end-all be-all, and has to kind of be there with his team. Doesn't need to do their best AJ impersonation like AJ soloing on that attacking half. He needs to be with that squad and ready to peak. McOneTap will prime themselves, possibly swing outside towards Link. Zest, though, with a great angle to maybe cut them down if they get a little bit too greedy. Bunny's looking to use their tailwind to extend on towards that B site. Swings over to switch. Will press, uses their cloud burst to maybe give themselves a chance. And Zest is caught with their gun down. McOneTap for the kill. Only Schmidt able to find a frag back. And now IU Cream in a really, really bad spot, Dallas.
Yeah, most definitely is. I mean, already in a 2v4 situation, you know the tour de force is still available. And even then, Rio Grande, if they do manage to get themselves in a situation like this later on, you can be possibly looking at obviously a lineup and that operator in that kind of position, chokehold the swings onto something that you don't want to see, kind of resulting once more. But in a situation like this, honestly, you're just waiting it out. I don't think the IU Cream are going to go for anything. They know there's so much on this site. They know that only one player resulted in getting a kill in this entire round up against everything you had to work off of. And operators in your midst as well. You just can't really take these sacrifices. You can't get crazy with it. You just have to play out the clock and say, hopefully we find an exit frag. And I think AJ can get at least one, considering everybody's going back to spawn. But, I mean, they're just way too far away to really hunt this thing down.
Does AJ still swing this here, actually? It may be the right idea. Asgard swings it first. That can't be a miss for AJ there. You really need to expect them to pick up that kill. But IU Cream still in a very rough spot overall in that round. Obviously, the somewhat disparaging early blood there by McOneTap, who caught Zest unaware. That operator was dropped, had to be picked back up. That had wasted time, and they needed to make sure they saved that for the end. Round results still in favor of Rio Grande. They're looking at themselves now a single round away from match points. 2 rounds away from sending us on over to our 3rd map on Bind. That's where Ryan Grand need to be, because they took and lost that first map. They need to be very aware of that end-all be-all. You have to win to succeed. They get greedy. IU Cream swing in with the Blade Storm. Why is Schmidt swinging that close to ult orb with an operator in their hand? They picked up Zest's blade after he had died. I'm in awe, Dallas, at what just went down over there, man.
Yeah. I'm on the same page, honestly. I don't know. But hey, you know what? Obviously, it's worked enough at least for one of your teammates, but it's maybe because they're a duelist, a blade storm, they can smoke themselves, they can dash away, they can go up in the air. But, you know, they can do that too, so long as you just believe. Regardless, so look at the map right now, look at the stance, looking at the members, looking at the space across, the situation at hand. You got a 4v2 situation for Rio Grande, and, they're the ones who are in the disadvantage here. They had the spike all the way back in spawn, and we saw this 2v4 scenario in a post-plant for IU Cream, just 1 round to go. And they said, you know what? We just play it out. Just not go for anything. Go for exit frags, see what we can do here. And for a situation of Rio Grande and knowing that their money is going to look all that good, honestly, you just wait things out. You don't go for an attempt here at all. You wait inside of A main, you play it slow, and hopefully somebody eventually swings on you, unless you want to go for maybe a little bit of a Navi hit, but there's nothing really to gain from it, quite honestly.
It's all about trying to pick apart the pieces that are available to you, because there's still plenty of chances for Rio Grande, maybe not now, to find a little bit of success here in this round. They do get spawned immediately by that haunt, not able to clear it out fast enough. And with that, this is a smart decision by Rio Grande to just say, okay, what little chances we had, we're going to save the weapons, do the same thing that we saw IU Cream do just a couple rounds before. Keep the operator, 2 rounds before, because in his last half. And just try to keep themselves smart and collected. They can say, give them this round. We still got a 2-round buffer. There's still 2 rounds separating them from even getting you to the point of tying us. And we're not a team that gives up that space so easily. We're not a team that lets them string together too much. The only time we've seen a huge amount of rounds given in one turn was IU Cream in the first half, and they still let Rio Grande close out to tie it at halftime. And then the very beginning of the second half for Rio Grande. So they are still feeling confident after that, but confidence can be a huge killer, and I mentioned that at the end of map 1.
Let's play.
Yeah, so big stance here. McOne tap, even bigger first blood already on the board, considering that that's the operator you're looking at for the longest time. And sometimes it gets given over for free by a player looking to run it down. Sometimes it has to be fought for, and you end up using an ult for it. But regardless, that operator's already out of the way. And honestly, I gotta say, I like that stance. You just go ahead, kind of leave it there, leave it out of the game, and say, now we can just play around these rifles. We can get close, we can get contested, we can get a little bit bloody with this, we can get crazy as well. With that null command available, knowing that Tour de Force is going to be the thing that's going to be the really biggest game changer on the field right now, you just wait for that. Wait for that spot to go down, as I mentioned it earlier. Wait for that audible, play off of it, and make your execution right then.
Anders is going to go ahead and use their knife, and they spot out the Omen now on the side of Rio Grande. Was very wary about Asgon's positioning. They were the solo player. Spike still left over towards Octopus on B main. And for Rio Grande, they're just trying to find the right opportunity to push towards a site. Lime worked through Puppy, worked through Tree. They had the ability to squeak past TNT, but they can't really get past the player of Anders, who's still up on top. They're starting over towards Stack. They lose their teammate Asgod, and now it's up to Lime to Riley try to even things out a little bit further, give themselves back that man advantage. They'll send out their knife, tag it against the short wall. It will only spot one player, giving them an idea that they're at least safe for the moment. But note that Zest was right behind him. He was just barely out of the range of that knife, meaning they may not be aware just yet that there is, in fact, a player close to assist. That may be what they're having to rely on at this point. And even 4-on-4 for the post plant. And Odin for AJ to spray through and maybe tag down Hell. There goes another suppressing knife, making things even harder. Spotting the player down below, and Hell AJ finishes the job. Anders is able to find one more. The Odin from up above could be able to tag a player from out behind Jin. One player in Tree, but they run out and they both get instantly scrambled by the side of Rio Grande as they will reach match point.
Even then, the panic button was in full swing at that point. I mean, you saw the null command coming extremely late. Spike was already kind of halfway done in terms of getting its whole situation over with. And even then, the lineup, regardless of 2 players shooting at them, both one from Jin and from Door, you were already lined up for that 1 player in Door. Some damage was done by both parties there. I mean, you're just kind of going and pressing buttons. Sure, you want to work off and have this little oracle next to you, but that's your teammate. They're going to be shooting things as well. You have to trust them to do that. Split up and really execute onto a site, and that's just not something we saw too much of. So IU Cream is really facing the consequences of their actions right now. They're in this last round scenario. They have full buys, which is great for them, but that doesn't relate too much of a difference when you don't have an operator to really get those first splits like we saw Rio Graham maintain during that entire first half to get a comeback going there. And even then, a Nightfall's available, but you can't wait last second or even then have Schmidt pushing up too much to where that's the first thing you lose.
Schmidt with an early clear of door, though. Press switch, send it down, and then destroy it quickly. They're aware that when Rio Grande can take control of that A site, they're a team that likes to use the switch. They use it to keep that Prowler at bay. We saw that before in the very first 3 rounds of this second half. And IU Cream just do a much better job when they have that open sight line. But it goes vice versa. The same thing happened exactly just last round, where Rio Grande couldn't survive pushing in from rafters because they lost the player pushing through gardens. And that's where we're seeing kind of the problem kind of accumulate in for the IU Cream side. Adjustments have to be made. They need to play a little bit smarter. Right now, with a little bit of a limited weaponry, they're trying to do that here with Zest and the Judge. They managed to down one. They managed to tag a second here with Anders. AJ will have to join them in the feed, but a restabilized Lime still puts them in a spot where they can possibly contend for Rio Grande's push. IU Cream have a man advantage. They know where they were pushing from. They've left Mick1Tap, their best player, alone on that B site, and somehow he manages to escape.
Spike down mid.
I'm amazed.
10 seconds
What a
left.
different game than us, man. It's sniping and it's sneaking. This guy's playing, what is it? I don't know, Ghost Recon, something. I don't know what it is. What's it? Ghost, something. I don't know. It's a snipe. I literally know the game on the top of my head, but I'm fumbling the bag. I'm selling.
Sniper
you know how
Elite.
it works. What's new? But no, that's not it either. We're not gonna worry about it
probably me.
anymore. I'm sure chat's out there having a good old laugh at me being dumb. But what's new? But all things considered, though, I mean, I can at least count to some extent. I can see that 12 to 10 is on the board right now. IU Cream themselves want more to work off of. Don't really expend too much in the process, but knowing they still have that Nightfall to work with, knowing if From the Shadows is still available, these are something that have been in play in the game here for a pretty good while, I'd say. And they really haven't done too much with it. They've waited for these big panic buttons to come down to say, all right, Ultimates are going to win us around immediately, and we can press it right now. No. It still has to be something set up. It still has to be something you really play off of. It opens opportunities, but it doesn't guarantee you anything. Unless it's a tour de force. But that's a different equation. That's something different. And that's not available for your team at all if you're IU. So you have to really make do with what you got. And honestly, waiting at this clock, seeing that information, not swinging on mid immediately and running it down when you know that Mick1Tap is waiting there with an operator most likely. You can't let the same thing happen on defense when you're the one who's supposed to have that advantage and get the first blood of your own. So slow and steady wins the race. Wait for it. Play for the retake because Rio Grande have nothing but a blades from at least for one of their players.
And this is a big round for Rio Grande. Because of the way that they bought this round, I don't think they have enough if they lose this to continue to buy out for the next. That could be a big problem for them, but obviously one they're only looking to really worry about should the problem come up. Zest, bit of a problem themselves over towards Winery. 2 players dead. Queued up their Tailwind to go ahead and send that on over so they can retreat back towards Arches. Schmidt was nearby to assist as well. That's what you want to see between a team. Quick rotate also employed by IU Cream over towards that B site. Just trying to play a little bit smarter. Just buy a little bit more time. 5 players up against 3. And it looks like Rio Grande are priming themselves for this A push. But they're running out of time, Dallas. They've got to push.
10 seconds left.
They most definitely do. And they got 2 seconds to do it? 1 second? Yeah, that's around. Good
No
job.
seconds?
No seconds? No seconds?
No seconds?
No spike plant? It's a little bit difficult looking around like these when honestly you're in a situation where the game you can't really fumble anything. You gotta at least give things a shot. I mean, knowing that this is not a situation where IU were distressed. They were sweating bullets just trying to find some relevancy in this matchup, saying this map, it was ours, now it's not, and now it's looking like it could be possible once more as we get ourselves 1 round away from overtime. And once again, where Rio Grande just kind of throw around down the drain and have absolutely no econ. So, because IU Cream said, you know what, this is our map selection, let's just wait 1 more round, win that first blood to carry over the op into the next, and then say, all right, We get one more shot once we go to this OT. That is if it happens. Nightfall already going ahead and being used by the attacking side. Give your saves and spells on the site. You know a player's over there towards the back, but AJ with that Odin just spams things down, results in another kill. Still a main advantage, but Rio Grande have 3 remaining to protect this plant that's taken effect actually within the route.
What's the phrase of the day we've been saying? Not run it back, run it down. And Rio Grande taking that one to heart once again. Nightfall does come through, though. Becomes a bit of a problem for them. IU Cream in a really good spot to prime. They'll send the fragment to the back of Boathouse. Trying to create a little bit of space. Sorry, no, that was the EMP. Fragment is not available for Anders at this point. Zest able to secure kill to Lime. Anders for 1, and Zest completes a 3K. Would you look at that, Dallas? OT is guaranteed. As we'll see IU Cream tie things out in a 12-12 fashion, we are heading on into overtime at minimum. We're going to see a couple more rounds get played out, and with the resurgency of IU Cream, I would like to expect that they could finish this one and not need to go to a 3-map series. But this is still anyone's game, because that's just the way OT works, baby.
And yeah, even then there's some adjustments that have to be made. Now, quite honestly, there's a lot more to tell, and knowing that Rio Grande had one formula that worked for him in that entire first half, that's just the one thing you got to be on the lookout here in OT. Say one tap. He's obviously a player running an operator, probably more times than not. That's the guy we got to look out for. But guess what? He said, no. I'm going with the Vandal. I'm not going to glass cannon this time. No, sir. I've been in the middle of the map a little bit too much, and they're going to expect something like that out of me this time. Yes, they will. So let's go ahead and take it somewhere else. Let's move to the A side. But more importantly than that, I'm going to hold it by myself. And that's where it looks like the majority of IU Cream is going. And if this guy lights up like he usually does in terms of his barrel, he's definitely going to get the results they need. So IU Cream, something we saw on Haven that didn't look too good. Their engages on the site. Their utility usage to raid a site before really executing on top of it. If they don't make the raid of anybody, it needs to at least be one tap right here, right now.
I don't know what bits you were going for. You had about 15 of them at the beginning of that handoff, but I love it. AJ all by themselves towards Lynx. They were hanging out with the Octopus on B main. They're going to go ahead and step away from that at the moment. Anders will come by to help facilitate a push maybe through tree. They obviously have that man advantage when it comes towards the A site, but it's not by much. 2 defenders on B. McOneTap was initially defending the A site all by themselves. That will no longer be the case. 1 player defending over towards Raptors. And of course, still having to deal with Fago, who has been really good in this map. Not silent as much as they were in game 1. They're looking to try and hold out strong. Bunny with the first kill of the round. Cuts down Schmidt. Will manage to try and secure themselves that man advantage for this retake on this site, but the spike going down forces a time constraint into their laps. 1 player looking to step down below, and hell, AJ is not sure he wants to stay there just yet. TNT will take control of that space instead. AJ will still stick over towards that pixel peak. Bunny will have to swing out first. Maybe you send McOneTap, who's already a little bit damaged, or maybe you double swing that exact angle. They're just very aware. Lime's going to pop flash, and once they do that, that's both players that could feasibly be blinded here. Zest gets 2. Anders on the board with AJ's assistance. This is a huge round for IU Cream, and AJ closes it out. It'll be IU Cream taking the first round of OT. Another round in return in a row for their side.
I gotta say, man, I was looking at the cross there towards door, and I was like, Zest is in a terrible spot. I mean, this guy could be seen from almost anywhere. All you have to do is literally hug the wall inside of door towards tree, and you see a barrel there. But there was no reads there at all right off the get-go. Instead, it was just a blind run on the site there coming out of Rio Grande. And next thing you know, they're saying there's not 1 player, but 2 here waiting for us. And it's like, man, it's those twist-ups that you don't really expect too much. And when it happens, it's just, it really, really stinks. Because you saw the pile of X's there. It was just it was bodies on top of bodies, literally, physically, right there in that one part of the map. So it comes down to situations like these where first blood once again has to go on the field, and not only is it a first blood for one side, but for both, as we do see an even exchange, not too much real damage going into the favor of one side or the other, just a little bit of damage towards AJ now sitting on that B site, nicking himself nice and comfy behind all those tripwires.
You trade your KOs here too, and I would honestly say that favors the side of Rio Grande much more so than it does IU Cream. Not only for the fact that you can't be suppressed on your entry, the battles more specifically for chambers when it comes down to the KOs could be a major contending point, but there's really no way to get that Tour de Force charge, nor really use the Headhunter when you can just buy out these rifles. And it's been kind of the forte of McOneTap to spin rifles for the latter half of this half. They have not really been sniping as much as they necessarily were at the start, nor how much they did on that map 1 of Haven. IU Cream still holding strong defensively. They're going to split themselves up with a 1-1-2. 2 players towards A, 1 at bottom mid, and then 1 player defending that B
30
site.
seconds left.
Dark cover will cut down the sight line of Zest. Great patience by Rio Grande to wait a little bit longer so that player of Zest could pre-fire initially. Asgard tries to enter her sight. You run out of ammo, and, well, Dallas, this may be it unless McOneTap can have something to say about it. 2 kills swiftly. He has to have a 4K in the round. A player on site is quite low. Could be a possibility. You've got to get that spike, and you've got to get it planted. But Schmidt will deny IU. Cream will go high as they'll manage to finish this one out. 14-12. Only 1 round of OT needed. What was it, a 6-round total in a row to make that comeback?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. There was almost no contention whatsoever. We saw 2 rounds come very late after that very early start. I mean, even then we talked about the way that this game was lining up. It was 6-9 at one point. First 3 rounds going initially over to the side of Rio Grande. And as an exchange, we finally saw one, another strand of one, then an answer finally coming through. So it was a little bit of back and forth. Just took some time to come online. And I got to say, I don't want to say I called it because I couldn't. You had the rest of that round. Is that honestly, even then, you can check our production chat right now. I was giving Infernosis way too much crud for saying that, you know what, losing a KO on your attacking side, it actually benefits you. Who has ever said that? Please, I need to know. They lost all their flashing potential. They got no information to work off of at that point. I mean, considering the likes of the game and how things were unfolding, operators abroad, I mean, everywhere on the map, you don't know where it could be really lurking about. And finally, we saw, I mean, just initially, that IU, they said, for once, we're going to try the operator. Just when we saw a switch around and make one tap, go for a Vandal, we said, no. There's no gentleman's agreement here anymore. This is overtime. Anything goes. We're going for the glass cannon on the Jet, and it's not going to find the most effects in the world, but it's going to be an intimidating factor to say, you don't peek mid, you split your team up onto each side, and it worked out for them. So scenarios like that, finally, it took IU a while to get there, but they finally crossed that finish line and said, it was a rocky win on our own map, but hey, we took theirs much more easily.
A scrappy conclusion and a great return and resurgency coming out. I mean, what more can you truly ask for? You have to get down and dirty when it comes down to closing it out. And, well, you do. Put your guns up where it matters, and you're winning out in OT. That's all we have here for match 2 of that night, or technically game 2 of the night. We have another match coming up right after this with 2 new teams, same old casters, and hopefully the same old audience. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. We'll see you guys when that game is ready. We are back after a bit of an extended break, to say the least. And on top of that, we're still not entirely ready, but the show must go on. And so we're sending it anyways. This is not a full 10 party coming in. There are 9 players entering the field, as they did not have enough to field the 5-man roster. It's going to be a very interesting game here. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my great friend here, Mick. Are you as excited as I am for this one?
Baby, am I stoked to see something like this. I mean, honestly, that's all you really need if we're being real here. I mean, let's say, honestly, I mean, when you go back to other esports, you look at something like Rocket League, they only need 3 for a team.
Yeah.
So why not go ahead and cut out 2? Let's see what we can manage there. Maybe sacrifice some defense, not get a sentinel or a controller, whatever it may be, because when you have 4, you still don't have to choose a role. You can still go ahead and get your duelist, your initiator, your controller, and your sentinel. You're not really making a decision there, but still, honestly, every single role maybe will be filled, but that's still up to kind of question whether or not we see that when these maps start to unfold.
Go ahead and take a look at the history, so to say, of these teams coming into this game. Have a little bit of an insight about how they're going down. This is the roster of Sac State, their Westbridge roster coming in, facing off against CSUDH's Pearl roster. Sac State's fairly high up there. They're 2-1 coming into the point so far. They've only dropped 2 maps and have won 5 in that process. On the opposite end, the Pearl side of CSUDH, they're 2-1 as well, having gone 4-2 for that split. But the round differential between these two squadrons is nearly 20 plus, Dallas, which is something to say. There is definitely a note of maybe a context of how this one may go down, but it's kind of hard for us to say how anything will go down when you know for a fact one of these teams is not coming with a full 5.
I'm kind of with you on that, but I mean, more importantly, we got to look at the rosters, at least the players that we have in the meantime. And that's going to be the likes of Moriarty, Ziades, Death, and Osido. 4 players, as we talk about with Sac State, the one that actually has a higher stance up on the leaderboard, only having, 4 out of 5 of their players. But honestly, if you take away their rounds and kind of go by a rule of numbers here, a rule of fifths, and remove a fifth of their rounds that they have against other opponents, they still end up having a positive season so far.
Yeah.
So that's impressive in its own right, quite honestly. But over on the other side, we'll figure it out. But CSUDH, so on the opposite end of the spectrum, we get ourselves the likes of Dr. Delusion, Sora, Donnie, Saf, and Ashenol. So, once again, a full roster now to be working with, something that we're a little bit more used to, with 2 freshmen, 2 juniors, and a senior. Very diverse in terms of years of class as well.
Now, Sora, sorry to break it to you. Maybe, Delusional Era can kind of give you an insight into that as well. But Criminal Justice, have fun with that. Don't change majors. Great major, totally sure. I graduated with that in case that joke isn't being lost on anybody there. But the maps we're heading to, unfortunately, we're going to be seeing the map of Pearl. CSUDH are ensuring that one. It is, in fact, going to be the opposing side, Sac State, picking up Icebox first. We're going to be heading over to a Freezy Tundra. Immediately afterwards, over to the newest map in VALORANT, where most of these teams truly don't have as much strategies in regard in comparison to maybe some of the other maps of the pool. And should that third map be necessitated by some crazy play in that rule of fifths, like you mentioned before, maybe being true, Bind will be that decider map in the end.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of like the map pool at least, so we do get the opportunity to go ahead and cast this, looking at Pro once more, because this is the one map that we haven't really had too much of a luxury going over in a lot of other leagues. But for some reason here in the NECC, this could be the second time we get the luxury of actually going into this map, breaking things down, and getting a little bit more used to what's kind of laid out for it. Not really the exact kind of circumstances surrounding it that we're used to, but still nonetheless having an opportunity. It's going to be good, and it's going to be some nice fun to watch. But in the meantime, obviously, as you mentioned, Icebox being that first map, being Sac State's pick as well, considering the kind of hurdles they're going to have to be really getting themselves through in the meantime, it shouldn't be that big a deal. They just have to go ahead, kind of buy some more time on the clock, see what they can maintain, and even then for something like Icebox, can figure out if they can really get that element of comfortability there on the field. Because I'm telling you, for starting on defense, they got to feel darn good, because not only usually when you find yourself in a 3-man retake on the side or one station up towards the center, you're losing a lot of information, and even then you have a lot less to work to get yourself back onto that side if things do spiral out of control.
Well, it's going to be an interesting uphill battle, to say the least. But for CSUDH, they've already locked in their agent selection for their attack. Ash and Holt will be picking up that KO. Donnie will be playing that stage. We do have the Viper, the Fade, and the Jet as well. Fairly aggressive lineup, all things considered, but also a very, I would say a very trustworthy lineup. One that they can easily fall back on that utility. The Fade to entry in towards those sides, the Toxic's going to cut down sight lines, and the Sage wall. A lot of the times you will see a Chamber be employed instead of something like a KO. but I still think a KO is a very solid decision, even when you know the fact you have a man advantage going into it. That kind of gives you an extra agent to kind of really play around with. Something to maybe test the water with, something that counteracts maybe just one or two or even more of the opposing side, because what we're seeing from Sac State, they have only locked in that chamber. I'm expecting Ocido to continue in with that Viper and the Reyna and that Faye to kind of be locked in as well, but it's an interesting lineup for it, considering that they don't have a great way to get onto that site as fast as possible because they don't have a jet for the tailwind. They don't have a raise for the boost pack. They're going to be relying on running as fast as they can.
The crazy thing to me is how they're going to this defensive side starting when they have no sitting at all. And I know that people are thinking, okay, well, Chambers is sitting. No, he counts as that. If you're saying that, hush. No, it's not. It's just go ahead. Sorry, hate to break it to you. He doesn't really have the utility for it. He does have that trademark. He's able to go ahead and get across the map. So these rotations will be that much faster. But I got to say, the confidence out of Yachty already off the get-go to be that first lock for the side of Sac State and let the rest of them kind of ring out. Usually in a situation like that, as you mentioned, not really any efficient way to get on the site. A lot more slower pace, not even a raise with those blast packs, and even then to go ahead and cover up the likelihood of that A site with those paint shells to go ahead and kind of scatter out, maybe flush some players out and get an idea of where they're hiding. But, I mean, all of that's kind of gone instead. It's just a straight-up leer, expecting that frag ability alone will carry yourself through this entire series, or more importantly, just this map alone to get yourself up 1-0 here to work with. So it's going to be a little bit of a weird situation to look at to see how they spread themselves. But I think, honestly, even then for Chamber and that trademark by itself, I think, honestly, would be a good little kind of way to almost replace where one of these players could be sitting at, kind of putting it over towards 2 or putting it over on the B side, or even then putting it right down the middle to see if somebody's going through alert in the middle of the map. So I think that's the ideology they're going for here, but CSUDH, we're going to see this aggression, whether or not it can actually bring that pressure they're really looking for.
Yeah, maybe CSUDH get a little overconfident, a little overzealous, assuming that it'll be an easy victory considering their man count. They are barreling towards that A side. Nothing too odd yet considering it is the pistol, but still plenty of chances for success to fall in favor of Sac State, and they find two instantly. Death able to find not just one, but a second headshot, make it a third total kill. Osito cleans down Sora, and it's only Downey left standing. Can they survive longer than one kill? They will be denied of just that as Yachty finishes the job. A 1-0 start for the team that has a man disadvantage. I like to see it.
And I mean, once again, we talk about first bloods, and even then how it can go ahead and set the tone just for an entire map, and it's lonesome where you have to get at least one player to go ahead and capitalize off that and get, you know, 2 players to even it out, obviously, because that's how math works. But the crazy thing to me is that even then, regardless of circumstance, the player being down, this isn't your average ranked game. You don't get extra money for being down a player. You don't have a free ult orb all the way back in sight because they DC'd a couple rounds in and you can't remake anymore. It is what you have to work with. It's what you got. So already, Sac State them to get themselves that first round on the board, look for a little bit of lead and get the force to work with. And this one is going to be interesting to say nonetheless. And even then, by sheer numbers of CSUDH doesn't crush onto their opposition.
Early duel in the first one actually goes over towards green on B. The sage for the side of CSUDH is maybe trying to put a little bit of aggression over towards Yanni. Johnny's was playing first, though, with that frenzy. Went down. He's still managing to get the upper hand in the end, though, and can use their healing orb to bring themselves back up to that full shape, essentially as if that first duel never truly went down. They'll even pick up that frenzy that was in their hands, trying to take advantage of anything available. Death with that Spectre, though, managed to find one. Moriarty joining them in that kill feed, tying us out now for a 3-on-3. Ocido not wanting to feel left out will also put themselves cementing themselves further in their scoreboard, and it looks like CSUDH, despite having a good start, managing to make it a 3v5, which is an interesting thing to state. Still not going to get used to that. It looks like they're still crumbling in the end, as it will inevitably be finished off with another 3K by death.
And still, I mean, not too much here on the board. You know you had the weapon advantage, these 3 players with the Spectres to work off of. You expect to win a round like that, and even then, Death already going ahead and being a major catalyst of the success in this team in these first 2 rounds. 6 kills on the board, only 1 first death, and even then that's not too much of a problem considering that before that even happened, it was 3 kills in that initial round. So it's somewhat of a follow-up. The Empress to work with in a round like this, you make your Spectre literally just a stinger that does more damage at some point. So it's going to be very, very potent in a situation like this if they do decide to push onto that A side. And that's a Death is prepared for it, quite honestly. You can go ahead and push right through. You can find that Devour. You can go ahead and get yourself into a nice little cranny somewhere and get that reload in, considering it's going to be so much shorter by that time. But even then, not too much of a pop just yet. The Empress decided not to be used. Instead, a little bit of alert towards the middle to see if you can go ahead and pick up one of those Vandals first.
Cats doing everything they can to try and maybe isolate for an early pick, but notice the aggression coming out from Death. You pick up 6 kills in 2 rounds right off the bat. You're going to feel confident trying to use that aggression to your favor. Easy pick up there onto Sora. She was completely caught out and unaware. The Learson out as well. Huge range on that, and Saf unfortunately could not spot them as they managed to make their great escape. Sprinting back up through tube, and that solidifies us now for an equal footing. This is a very interesting matchup so far, all things considering, and Sac State kind of putting themselves off early once again in this round. Could be a great way to see it, but Ashen has something else to plan about it. Sends out the suppressing knife. Delusional Arrow will hop onto that site quite quickly, dealing with Osito in the process, and now they'll have full control over that objective, but they place the ice wall, the barrier orb too thin, and unfortunately cannot plant without having to clear it.
Yeah, already a little presence here on side. It can be considered as a 2v4 situation. CSUDH finally showing that they have some nice little bit of a chance to be working off of with these better guns in hand. So you have to find the appropriate moves. They have to still utilize this utility to its fullest extent, find some possible kills, being they don't want to lose as many as possible, knowing that even then, every single rifle robbed out, with Morty already able to go ahead and pull off one more with that Spectre, 3 remaining in the rear end, and finally some closure. And even then, finally a little bit of presence on the board as well as they get their first here. So I mean, I gotta say, man, every single time they spawn in, I see that one portrait missing. I'm thinking, how the heck did that happen? I always end up forgetting. This is gonna be
It's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
It's gonna take us a while to get used to this one. And there's a couple reasons why the Sac State team are down a man. As far as I recollect correctly, it is a lot of their subs are currently in school. And then I think the one player they were going to have sub in was not ranked. NECC rules cannot do that. He's trying to pump out those ranked games as fast as he can. I think he needs 2 more. But I don't think it's going to happen. Possibly. But, I mean, the scoreline's still in favor of Sac State. So maybe they can hold on long enough to get those 2 games underway so that they can maybe bring them back in to have a fighting chance. That would actually be a crazy storyline, Dust. I think I would be genuinely, like, in awe and impressed by that.
And I mean, I kind of would too. I mean, in the Navigators division, we say it again that you never really know what could happen too much. So a 4v5, quite honestly, hey, let's see it happen, baby. Let's go ahead and create history here today. But regardless, we got to see still like the circumstances, see what's kind of handed to us here in this next round, knowing that this is a retaliation round. I like to label it a lot. When full rifles are on the field, a lot of these teams have a lot of this money, and even then you're expecting maybe somewhat of an answer, somewhat of a form, a little bit of a punch back, a little bit of a reverse and a swing coming through from the likes of Sac State. When instead CSUDH are actually doubling down, able to maintain to get that first kill onto Death. You don't have a rain to work with anymore. Retakes can be very difficult. And even then, Yachty's also sniffed out as well because the rendezvous isn't really up anywhere else. You realize that I forgot to put it in the back of sight. And when I try to rendezvous, I'm just going ahead and saying, how much money's in my bank account?
Bikes down in full control for CSUDH. Let's take a little bit of a look and in-depth analysis of their post-plant positioning. They're playing one player of their jet all the way back over towards mid, possibly with a rotate through orange. They shouldn't necessarily kind of require it, but the right idea. Barrier Orb blocks Osito initially. Moriarty very aggressive to be able to take one player out over towards the yellow crate because they overextend. That's not what you want to see if you're in a post-plant like that, but past that point, past that one mar, so to say, in terms of their positioning and play style on that post plant, it was a near flawless round for CSUDH. 4 players still surviving and thriving. That's 4 rifles you don't need to purchase up. Though SAF does not have very much money, they'll easily be bought back up by their teammates, and they'll be in a good spot to go to the next round.
It most definitely will be. So, I mean, a little bit of a placement here now. The game's starting to tie up a little bit. CSUDH showing that they're much more of a rifle team as their first 2 rounds didn't really go all that well. They were able to find a couple kills and, you know, get some damage onto the board, but there's just not enough to be really dishing out the kind of punishment that you need to reinforce your team and get yourself that lead that's necessary. So already the Vipers fit to work with them this time around. I think Sap, out of anybody in this game, in this lobby specifically, should be slowing things down, not really peeking mid too much, even if it is just to get a single piece of utility. Let some players clear that out first, because when you want to get into this post play, you want to utilize that ultimate. In a round like this, I can understand you're not stressed too much, knowing that there's not too much money to work with in the side of Sac State. They're just trying to scrap it together on a thrift.
It comes down to kind of being like a brutal brawl when it comes to these objectives, and for Sac State, that's where they want it to be. They need to rely on their gun skills to kind of close out. You can't prey on isolating 1v1s the entire game. And for a team like CSUDH, they've really caught on to the weak parts of Sac State's kind of man disadvantage that they have. Push very swiftly, maintain that there is only 1 player on site, or none in the case here for B site in this round, and then just sprint over there, place down that spike, and go to town. That's all you have to do. Then set up for the post plant. They're in a really good spot to kind of close out. Yachty's had that lined up for a while, and Ashen just did not see them over the top of that toxic Viper's pit. Easy cleanup. Death Knight looking to swing around the outside, has a stinger in hand, hits the headshot instantly, but just barely gets the cleanup before we see Dante able to find a bit of a shot back in return. Cito with the Sheriff. How is Sac State still in this one in the round? Death finally does fall. Moriarty with only a classic in hand. No time for the defusal. Looks like a hasty retreat by CSUDH through green, and the round will inevitably end in a result favoring the side of CSUDH again.
So getting themselves one more, round to work with, a little bit of advantage to work on the board now, as they do end up encapsulating and capturing that lead for themselves. And this is what they really had to work in. I mean, a little bit of a shaky start, sure, as you do get that pistol round, the follow-up, that's to be expected, but everything past this point is where things really have to start, being laid out a little bit more. You have to start compensating for something. You have the rifles to work with. You have money now. You have a presence here on the field. You have to make sure to back it up as well. So this is where Sac State, I'm kind of hoping they really step into the plate here now. Go ahead and kind of replicate that success we saw early in the game. And a lot of their players, keep in mind, are actually kind of positive. So it's not the worst thing in the world. They're making sure these rounds are close, but they're just not really securing them. So a Blood Storm to be employed by CSUDH, a Resurrection available in the rear end as well. They got to get themselves onto a cycle.
We're trying to gather a little bit of intel initially by tossing a haunt over the top. For Sac State, they are sticking more to that 2-2 split. They're not kind of isolating to send 4 to one side and hoping that they'll win that engagement. Ashen opens up from Belt onto Death, sitting towards Elbow. I guess Moriarty a little bit of a leeway to fight back, and they'll tag down 2 players, but you got to have crosshair discipline in that position. You've got to be able to pick your target and then move to the next one with proper spray transfer. So they'll find neither of those 2 players successfully in the end. And the fact they have a Sage means you can just heal up a player should they take too much damage. This battle of attrition will favor CSUDH, especially the longer this round inevitably goes down. Cito will drop off Raptors, able to take down 1, barely getting the shots off in time before Sora swings in to try to save the day. Yachty's the last player, all by himself. Not a good spot to be in. I am not sure how Donnie did not get that kill all the way over from Hut, but that does drop us down to the 1v2. A collectible round by Yachty, but they'll have to make quick work of him.
And even in these situations, though, where each one player has to account for 2 players on the opposing side, right? So this is where Yachty's kind of got to go crazy. And even then, when you have the respect of the other 2 players there, you never know what could happen. So even then, a very swift kill in exchange there for Yachty's, but still losing his life as well in the meantime, as we see CSUDH get themselves 1 more. So really no huge impactful ultimates employed in that last round, as we did see the Blaze Storm go out, but it's not that big of a deal because you have money, you've won these last couple rounds, and the win streak ends at 3, the lose streak ends at 3. Money is starting to pile up here in the rear end, but it needs to be exchanged for something. More importantly, just for Sac State, as they do know that they're in a deficit now, and that is only going to get larger and larger. So what do? You opt to go for a tour de force, at least on this round, if you're the likes of Yachty, who's been relatively successful, I want to say, in getting a couple of these kills, but it's not really Chambers' role. It's not these initial kills. It's not these first bloods, and maybe that can change. So we see Donnie going ahead and maybe getting antsy enough to swing into that, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case.
I like that patience, though. You kind of feel the pressure saying, all right, well, my team's all the way over on A side. They're praying to find early impact because that opening duel. Maybe it's my job to do the same thing, much like every other round before this over on B. But you've got to be aware, once they find that first player, you can kind of inference where the chamber is lying. Dante gets that exact intel. They spot the first player, the Fade kind of retreating away. Chamber and Fade are not going to be the same objective in this stance, so they're going to say, all right, Dante, retreat over through mid, take control over towards screen, doing exactly that, taking down Moriarty, and starting to put a footprint and a foothold even further down on the throats of the Sac State side. They're just having Cito work in from defender spawn on top of stairs through the Raptors. They're going to go ahead and leave their chamber of Yachty all the way back in defender spawn, all the way inside of the ship itself, saying, hey, try to maybe pick a player if they try to step out. Has not been the case. They'll pick up a Vandal to maybe try to contend, but very good decisions by CSUDH. They know we don't got to push this player. They used a tour de force. What truly kind of impact could they make? Let's all retreat, save for the next round, and be totally fine.
It's just a luxury you get knowing it's a tour de force, knowing that once again it's these situations where players with operators will not push for a retake unless they know they are just that much better than you. And if you're not sitting at least at, I don't know, let's add up all these kills together, 20 to the side of Sac State. If you're not 20-1 by this point, you're not going to go for it. You don't have the confidence to do it. And even then, I think, honestly, sometimes more than not, when it's a round like that, why don't you go for it? I mean, I understand the saving of a rifle or whatever need be, but I mean, you didn't invest anything in that last round, so you have nothing to lose, quite honestly, besides just carrying a rifle over for one of your squad mates, but that's not the biggest deal to really be kind of bragging about or to make that big enough decision, knowing that every single little decision you make impacts for more than one person now. accounts for 1 1/4. So you have to make sure that every single little bit is worth it. So Nightfall available for these retake situations. That's kind of the biggest thing I'm looking at. Even in the Viper's Pit to be employed early on, but that's not the case. Instead, a push coming through kitchen, Yachty's get snuffed out, and that's the first blow on the board as we found ourselves on the 3v5 instantaneous.
CSUDH, they've got to open up every round and kind of put a damper on all of Sac State's chances of the 4v5. It makes it even harder when there's only 3 players to fight back. Still a doable return, but it's very difficult considering Yachty did so much to save that rifle for this round, and it is just gone. No point whatsoever. That's how you kind of bear down on the mental as well. Quick play by Osito to work through 2, but Ashen will meet them in kitchen to make sure that they will not find themselves a hearty meal. Moriarty, though, managing to find themselves a quick snack onto Ashen, deals with him decisively. Stats will find one of their own with a Vandal. That is site control given up by the side of CSUDH for the most part until Sora can have something to say about it. They'll cleanly pick off the last 2. And Sac State will fall even further now. 4-round buffer, the scoreline 2-6.
Yeah, not a good look so far. CSUDH do keep their kind of reign going. Not really too much pressure on the field because, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, those first 2 rounds didn't look too hot for them. But honestly, they're probably just a rival team because a lot of teams are. They don't really work too well in situations with pistols. They're not laying out the map too good. And I got to say, that's something that's kind of stressful for me, all things considered. Where when you have to break the map down, knowing the second map we're going to go into by CSUDH is going to be Pearl, that's a very, very technical map. There is a lot of complications and I mean, a lot of scattered plays that have to occur on that map to find success. And if you're not really employing this utility to the fullest extent and you're kind of still playing the game pretty slow and not really finding that main gameplay to go off of, we're going to have to see what exactly can come out. So already, immediately, once again, 3v5 scenario once that first blood comes through, and the Viper's Pit to come in as retaliation to really hold down the day side. It doesn't completely cover everything up because you still have the outer bank still available to it, but still, honestly, CSUDH, they're respecting it enough to go towards this B site and find themselves one more kill to work.
I'm confused as to why, when you know you have a Viper's Pit, you 3-stack the site you're sending the Viper's Pit to. The boon of having a Viper's Pit means you can almost solo defend that objective, or at least buy a lot of time using the ultimate to your advantage. And still, they stack 3 on that side. That allows for Donnie to go for the 1v1 on a player that's totally not paying attention towards the side of green. It's an easy cleanup onto Yachty, opening the round up even further for CSUDH. They're thankful enough that Osito was able to find one right before, but still, a 2v4 is a rough spot to be in for the post plant. Moriarty's done a great job of clearing out yellow before. They will not have so much luck this time around. Saf will clean them out. Osito, the only player left standing for Sac State. No Viper's Pit to work with. No isolation available. They'll be solo swung by Saf, but Saf already won the first one. They'll win the second. A great round once again for CSUDH.
Just flawless execution going through these rounds. They're looking more and more comfortable across the map. They know that they can just win by sheer numbers. Once they get the initial pick, things look very, very dire for Sac State. I mean, it's almost kind of a little bit of PTSD knowing that it happens every single round. They're not finding these initial picks. They're not evening out the game. They're not finding these hero plays on these retakes to say that, look, things are looking plausible here. So just situations like that in its own right are already concerning enough. So, I mean, Sac State in this next round, they really have to once again find some reinforcement, look for some places around the map, find these chokeholds that may at least go ahead and result in an initial kill, even if it gets traded out, knowing that, okay, CSUDH can bleed, but something like that off the get-go doesn't look too good. And finally, an answer on the board as they do get themselves a first and don't even follow up for a gun as well. Moriarty feeling very comfortable in that spectrum.
I think Moriarty may have heard you. Note now that Moriarty is starting to rotate back and pivot over to maybe even fight for the rifle so it can't be stripped away from them. Should they come down to the matter of CSUDH picking it up and just throwing it back away so it can't be gone. They're going to do so, and on top of that, Donnie's going to go ahead and say, all right, we're not going to lose the player. I don't like the idea of a 4v4. We find more success when we get that opening kill. Delusional Arrow spotted first, but somehow death cannot complete. They will be taken down instead. Not the right idea. Osito gets a lot of assistance from the Nightfall that is popped. Unfortunately, it only gives enough leeway for the side there of CSUDH, and Osito's forced to take a couple of steps back. They have their own Nightfall in the hands of Moriarty, should they feel it necessary to pop it towards the side. But you're already at another man disadvantage. Maybe wait for a better opportunity. Toss out of the top here to get a little bit of intel with that hunt. Maybe try to get a marked player off the board. I think they're going to send out the Prowler quickly behind. Osito's just going to be snuffed out just as fast as this round gets started. Another kill from Saf. They are on fire right now, Dallas, when it comes to these middle stages to late stages of the round. Only Yachty's left standing. This is a tale as true as time. It's gonna require a miracle. Yachty's trying their best. A 3K made 4, but there goes Saf to deny the ace.
See, Yachty's out here looking like Mr. Clean right now. Problem is he's missing whole rooms of the house. I mean, some of them are pitch perfect, spotless, but you go into the kitchen, you're like, oh my gosh, there's why is there mayonnaise just scattered on the fridge? What is going on here? You're just extremely confused about a couple of the situations at hand. But regardless, it's enough for CSUDH to say, look, I mean, we get the job done. It's starting at least one spot. That's a dub in our book. And those 1-1-1-1-1, those spots are starting to add up now as it's a collective of 8-2. And I mean, this half entirely has gone to their favor. I mean, again and again, they're having these resources to work with. Sac State aren't finding the openings they need. And more importantly, if they can't even find that initial spark, they sure as heck can't turn it into flames. So, I mean, honestly, at a stage like this now where you find 8-4, worst case situation, if CSU start to unplug their keyboard a little bit, I mean, you got to make sure to look to work around this map. We're just really not seeing that.
So cleaning the sink, but actually forgetting to, do the shower as well. You got to go through all the stages, work through in parts, and that's how you kind of
There it is.
fall away from the dirty missing spots that has been happening so glaringly for Sac State. Go off that checklist, find what's working, and go from there. Yachty's with an easy sightline onto the player now planting of Sap. Unfortunately, did not take that shot. It'll just spray through the Vandal that was in their back pocket. They'll be suppressed as well, but they were relying on the Vandal in that last few moments anyways. A man advantage for Sac State, something I did not think we would ever have the opportunity to say, but still in a good position is the side of CSUDH. Nightfall popped and 2 players tagged from it. Rough to say the least. Moriarty will tap onto the diffuser. They tried to stick that spike, denied of it initially. Osito and Death will manage to refrag back just to lose an arrow left standing. It is down to the 1v2. They have to reload. Not enough time. They can't get the shot.
Oh!
Having to cock back the barrel. And there goes the round now for Sac State.
In the half.
Yeah, finally another round on the board there, and I think it all came down mostly to the likes of Delusional. Didn't actually have the weapons available, didn't have the bullets there to where your only job is to make sure that defuse goes ahead and gets canceled. Were you about a classic if you got to? You have a blade storm in your back pocket. You have a weapon available, and you're trying to exchange magazines. So it's a little bit of a tough predicament, but still, nonetheless, you have yourself a very sufficient lead going into this last round of the half, and you can make it 9-3 or 8-4. No matter what, the choice is yours. It comes down to the merit, it comes down to the grit, what exactly these teams manage right here, right now. So Delusional, no matter what, making sure that now that blade storm is available in the back pocket, going ahead, why not have it ready just because there's no other time you can use it. And make sure to get yourself a little bit aggressive with it. Maybe a right click would work, almost act as a shotgun. But instead, you look towards the back of this map. You see that Rain is over there towards Spawn, right there up on rafters. And at least one player's here, but you get the spike down. You're just looking to play defense now. Dwindle down that clock and find yourself the necessary kills, which is exactly what Delusional does.
Start things off, plant down, Beer Orb placed correctly this time, so they're still in a great spot as the continuation of this post-plant continues. The Lyra sent out fairly quickly cleansed by the side of CSUDH. That's because Dante was in a good spot, and though Dante gets snuffed out quickly, they're able to take Osito off the board first. An even trade plus great utility expenditure. That puts them still in an amazing position. Death just barely missing the right mark to take down the player of Saf, and will be returned fire instead as Ashen is the last player to get a kill. A dominant half for the side of CSUDH, an expected affair in terms of having to deal with that man advantage in comparison to the side of Sac State. But some of those rounds were quite close, and Sac State have definitely come here showing there is a competitive game, especially if they were to have all 5.
Yeah, I mean, already making sure this game is looking really feasible in its own right. I mean, still, this is the kind of same lineup we'd see from a lot of teams of just kind of going ahead, needing that extra oomph to get themselves where they need to be. So, I mean, that's something that's looking good for Sac State here. But now be on the attacking side, honestly, it just comes down once again to kind of dwindle down that clock. They have the advantage of surprise. They can make sure to have that numbers advantage going onto a site. Because you know that CSUDH, they're not going to 5-stack a site. They're going to split numbers up. They're going to get themselves coverage across the map, and that'll be just enough for Sac State to have the advantage in manpower, at least for a little bit. So let's see what they can do with that as they look for themselves a first blood, but it's not going to maintain. Instead, Osito takes a lot of damage and an exchange goes down.
Quick retrieve by Dante, feeling the pressure amounting very swiftly up by Sac State through Orange. That will have to come in for a little bit of an assistance, but I mean, you're pinned in right now, Dallas. There's nowhere to go. You are trapped between Objective and Central Pillar and Orange. There is nowhere for you to retreat to. None of you have mobility, and we're looking at the same problem I mentioned when this match started, when they picked up the Aiden selection. their duelist selection there for Death in that arena. Yes, you get a Leer. It kind of means that you don't have to bring KO or anyone of the sort for the flashes. You can kind of initiate for yourself, but you have no way to quickly cut distance, to close in space. You just have to sprint at the competition or be 2000 IQ Mega Mind, placing a rendezvous, retreating away, going back to that side, and rendezvousing back to close space. It's just not really possible, and that is just a big highlight of that situation where they're going to be struggling on the attack specifically to close into an objective.
Well, as you say, when you say Mega Mind, first thing that comes to mind is no fifth, but
No fifth?
it may not matter, quite honestly. But still, the problem still kind of remains at hand. This round isn't looking too good considering the CSUDH. They just kind of rolled over their opponents in that last one. Just making sure to get these kills by sheer numbers, waiting for the retake, knowing they can just overwhelm their opposition, and that's exactly what they did. They're wanting to do it once towards Delusional, just getting on site, looking to get some shots wherever they can, and finding some relative success in that second kill as well. So already half the members down for Sac State. That spike isn't even down yet. Y'all need stuff up. That's up to the Classic. Doesn't even have a Hellhunter to work with. When you're up against the the Spectres, you're expecting CSUDH to get themselves to 11. Now only being one round off match point and another off of this map.
CSUDH, great job in that round. I would like to more specifically highlight Delusional Era properly positioning themselves because of the slight, and I mean slight, misplacement of that toxic screen. When you send the toxic screen to isolate off and cut off the approach from TV, right? You have to do it enough so that a player on top of screen cannot just slightly position themselves in it, eat up the decay, just accept that fate within it, and still get damage off. Delusional Era only at a frenzy. It's an easy kill of the already limited man count of Sac State. Small errors like that add up in a big way, and they just got to be a little bit more, I guess, precise with that placement. It'll be sent out once again. We'll have to see if it's going to be a lot of the same problem. Delusional Era is not positioned in that same spot. They'll be up inside of Tube itself. It looks like it's still in the same problem child it had before. They'll pick up First Blood. Death with a great decoy through mid, able to find one more of their own to maybe tie things a little bit closer, but still that man disadvantage still breathing down their necks.
Yeah, already looking for a little bit of potential here. Sac State, I mean, with these rifles to work with in hand now, I mean, they're looking for these picks, or we're hoping somebody overextends, that they find themselves kind of being unfortunate and running into these crosshairs, almost blindsided. But on the defense now, you got to look at Delusional, able to go ahead and hold things down with an operator in hand, trying to go for that shot, just barely is able to go ahead and hit it. But make sure to hit the second, because that gives yourself the spike, knowing where the control is and calling in to rotate for the rest of the team, while still being very skeptical of what's around this map and around each quarter, and they're doing a great job just really nailing each hit after.
I love that peek there by Delusional Era. Swings wide, pass to get an eyesight view, and then just right back instantly killing the last player. That's what you want to see from a player specifically. I mean, especially even in this division here for Navigators, you like to see players that can pop off. And I get the man disadvantage is hurting Sac State, but cannot understate how good CSUDH have been in terms of dominating the pacing of the game. They know where they have an advantage, and that alone shows that even if there was a full 5-on-5, they would find the weak points of Sac State's game, even how minute and minor they could be, and they would be a team that could adapt on the fly and kind of figure out how they should push it, how they should pressure, how they should defend. And defending-wise, CSUDH have been quite solid. They're not defaulting to all one site and just going for the Call of Duty brawl. They're still stacking for the 2-1-2, one player in middle. They're going to isolate over Delusional Era, once again soloing on the A side, and put 4 over on B, because that's a lot of utility already given away from the limited util count of Sac State. They more likely than not will be pushing B.
I mean, situations like these, it's almost a little bit scary considering that you got to look at the course of this match and how it's gone. And around like the last one, usually in a 5v5, you feel the confidence, know the numbers, play the exchanges, go and play off the overwhelming effect you could have on one side and say, all right, we can go for force here. That would be pretty good. And especially if we win it, we can twist this game up and create some more breathing space for ourselves. But instead, we saw them just go ahead and cave in once more. Sac State said, let's give them that round. Let's go ahead and let the game play out some. And then we come back in the next with rifles and we win it flawlessly, and that just was not what happened at all. Instead, you go ahead and see the round not going your direction, and now you're stuck in a situation where you're going on a thrifty just to keep the game going. And even in Sac State, I don't know what their game plan here is, but it could be just a play for time. Make the game go as long as possible, wait for that one player trying to, finish these ranked games, but that's just still not going to be enough, quite honestly.
Quick sprint by Sac State, trying to make a bit of a recovery here, but Ashton's still up and tubed on B's side, makes things difficult for Gotti. Sora deals with death, and, well, Ashton will finish off strong. A flawless round for CSUDH, putting a pin in that map on Icebox, and it is a 13-3 scoreline in favor of your CSUDH Pro roster. Now, Pearl's not just going to be the team name of CSUDH, we're going to be heading to Pearl after our breakdown.
Yeah, I'm sure that may be a little bit of a signature map for them then. I mean, maybe going ahead, just trying to play off the name a little bit, making that a joke amongst the players, but even then, maybe a little bit of a comfort space as well and home territory they're kind of hoping for. Considering that, I mean, even then, a lot of other teams hate this map. So, I mean, you're taking a real gamble looking to get comfortable there because you never even know if it's going to go in the pool. A lot of teams like to go for that as their first ban because of just how weird the map acts. And as the course of time will go along, maybe a year somewhere down the line, whenever we get more maps, there may be something people hate more than Pearl instead of them just liking it. There, you never know what's going to happen, but you have to make sure to make these adjustments. And right here, right now, earlier in the season, if you can just squeeze it in somewhere before records kind of go ahead and get way out of your grasp, I gotta say it's probably the best practice you can get.
Now, if you're a Sac State fan or a Sac State player in this case, you were really hoping you could buy as much time as possible to maybe allow for that fifth man to get those two qualifying games out of the way. Don't think it's going to occur, but so now you gotta hope that Pearl is not one and done, that Sac State can still manage to take the W with the man disadvantage. We didn't see much of it on Icebox. Maybe Pearl's the go-to for them, but we'll see it after a quick little break. After this break, the continuation of this tale.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the series between the likes of Sac State and CSUDH Pearl. We're moving on to the map that shares the name with the secondary team. We're getting ourselves over. We're also in a lead a little bit with CSUDH. Just in case you didn't know, I'll give you a little bit of an update. Sac State still doesn't have a fifth player to work off of, as we're now moving on to a new series, a new spot in a new series, along with still only 9 here on the field. Myself, it's going to be Mick, and over to my left, if you don't know him, is Mr. Infernosis, and we're going to keep this show going.
Now, keep in mind, when CSUDH reached 12 round wins, should that be the case in this map, you never know what happens. It's no longer a match point scenario for them, Dallas. It's match point series point. And when they do take that first, only a BO3. Like I said, Sac State did not get the situation they wanted to be in, buying enough time for that 5th man to make that return and bring up a chance for that. So Pearl is going to be a really rough time. We're about ready to head on into that map as well. What do you think our agent selection is going to look like for the 5-man roster? And then how do you think they're going to try to do something together here on the 4-man roster?
I'm going to be real. I have no idea. Sac State at this point, I mean, they can surprise you. They can go crazy. They can do whatever they need to. But I'm going to talk about the teams that have enough positions to fill every single role and kind of look to flex a little bit as well. Because for the hovers, I'm seeing nothing but duelists. But from the entire roster, I'm seeing at least one of every single role. We're seeing the controllers being brought out, double controller, albeit. And then with an initiator and sentinel as a follow-up. Jet actually being the duelist opted for on the side of CSUDH, I gotta say, is interesting, but still in a map like this, you can never really sleep on the potential of that player. You just gotta look over at the likes of Sac State now, as everything else has been locked in, to see whether or not they actually go for a quadruple duelist setup. But I mean, once again, as I mentioned earlier, chamber counts as one. You're not gonna change my mind.
Yeah, I've said the same thing. I see chamber started the meme mindset for me about calling every new agent a duelist, right? Calling every agent a duelist, always. Called chamber a duelist, called fate a duelist. The end was already a duelist. I didn't have to worry about that one. And I did that, so I still do that today. I'll say, oh, they got 4 duelists because they got a fate on the roster. It looks like they're stepping back away from that huge duelist mindset. Maybe Moriarty will indeed rock in that Brimstone to get those mollies moving. Osito will go and lock in that Reyna. I think Moriarty is going to stick where they are, but 3 out of the 4 duelists isn't that bad for the state of the Bing. But don't let this map replay right here fool you. We are not heading to Icebox Pearl as the map we're heading to.
Yeah, we even mentioned it earlier already. I mean, looking at that agent composition, a little bit questionable there for a second, but still, I mean, things ironed out as much as they could. And I gotta say, for Pearl on a map like this, we talked about the isolation. We talked about the retakes not looking very strong for the side of Sac State when they were in those situations. And honestly, in this map, is multiplied by 10. The map is much, much, much larger. You have much longer to take to get over these sites, while you can lurk a lot more, which is honestly encouraged in a map like this in Pearl. I mean, you can find yourself very good results, but you have to also know the job to such an extent and really go ahead and study the patterns of these teams and see what they're checking, what they're not checking, and especially where you can make sure to result yourself some effect, or at least more importantly, some value every single round, which is going to be very difficult to do when you don't have nearly as many heads keeping eyes out.
Always be mindful of every corner, especially in a map like Pearl. If you're walking up through mid, you're trying to go through alley to get over from mid over towards the B side, or maybe step over through arch. No matter what, look how many angles, look how many turns, look how many 90-degree spots there are available for a defensive player. Just tuck themselves on in, take a quick nap, and wait for those footsteps to come barreling towards them. It's so easy for a defensive side to start to cascade so more in their favor, and it's really hard for the attack to put stuff together, especially now when you're considering that they don't have a lot of util in regards to initiating for themselves. Like I said before, the only true flash they had before was having to deal with that Leer of that Reyna. They do have the chamber to try and get things going in the early rounds with that Headhunter and possibly defensively with that Tour de Force, but they got to survive this attacking half to really get to the chance to kind of tally up in the second half with that Tour de Force. No kills netted just yet. Sac State opened things off strong. Osito good for 2. Moriarty finds another. Let's recollect that the pistol rounds were won by Sac State in that first map as well, and they're going to do it in a flawless way to start things off.
Yeah, another one of those situations where you go ahead and pistol rounds. If you let Reyna get that first blood, things are going to get, they're going to suck. That's just plain and simple. It's not going to be a good time for you, especially when you see that Reyna has the weaponry advantage. And sure, it doesn't have all the utility in the world, but just enough to go ahead and make sure that they have a lead over you no matter what. So in situations like that, Sac State can go ahead and repeat themselves. And we saw on that first map, get the first 2 to work off of, but still, I mean, as the rest of this map will go, we see that CSUDH, and I also mentioned it, that they seem like rifle teams. They go ahead and feel a lot more comfortable when those guns are introduced in the game, when they feel some real bullets and some real hefty metal inside their hands to be working off of. So already looking for some pressure, a little bit of a force possibly, but not enough to really qualify it. Instead, just some damage to go down range and find some possible kills on site. No, just a stack and hopefully some kills in the meantime.
Close that space quickly. Everyone's trying to do their best to go for it. So I was able to kind of keep things a little bit closer. Sap another to their name. Make that 2. It looks like Sac State are possibly going to lose out on this bonus round. Yachty's is doing everything they can to remove those chances. And unfortunately, Yachty's just could not precisely place that crosshair. And it's closed out instead by Sora, who managed to have a big impact in that round. Now you're looking at CSUDH tying things in for the 1-1. It's going to be interesting how the rest of this game goes in, because like we've said before, Sac State have to close that gap fast. At least they have the movement of the jet to do so this time.
They most simply do, and more importantly, they have the guns behind it, which is always the thing I'm kind of keeping my eyes on. I mean, sure, Jet's going to be great. You're going to get yourself that engaged, but in such a large map that honestly just comes down to really making sure to check your corners. I mean, it depends on where you go. If you're going to that B site, you're going right down long or main, just kind of same situation, kind of like C long when it comes around to C main, over towards the likes of Haven. Something like this, you just got to win down range. And honestly, Dante already saying, that's not going to happen for at least one of you. There's still 4v4, or excuse me, a 3v4, because I can't count.
It's all right. Sac State came into this one not counting on their man advantage to give them that go-ahead edge. They've got to do everything personally to close this one out. 3 players left for them, and it looks like they're not going to continue their options towards B. They may fake it that they'll rotate back over towards the A side as they hide over towards that top of ramp, maybe behind that short little screen. It's just really just a game of biding their time and hoping that maybe someone overextends on the side of CSUDH to use that classic to kind of tip-tap away at their HP. As Sheriff lands Bocito, they'll attempt to entry in. A missed shot over there to Donnie. Almost tags the Viper in the flank, but still managing to survive. Staff all the way back towards that side of Restaurant is able to clear out one more. Death is doing their best hiding in the toxic screen, but Donnie finishes off with a 3K and another good round by CSUDH defensively for a flawless round.
Yeah, it's situations like that where you see CSUDH just capitalizing on the fact of what they had, the advantage at hand already, and just looking to manipulate it, and even then more so just kind of expedite it. So already get themselves one more round to work with, working with double, but still it's very early stage in the game. Sac State just has to go ahead and keep mental note of what exactly is going on. The split that's across the map, not too much of a lurk. Instead, we see that trademark taking effect towards right there in B Hall, and I mean, that's where it's probably going to be the entire half. We're going to be quite honest with ourselves. It's the most easy way to go ahead and cut off the middle of the map. You know that A, it's very contested, it's very close, it's very easy to keep tabs on every single angle of it. So instead, B's the one that's much more spread out that you have to go ahead and account for. So when you see that trademark's destroyed, you go ahead and take a swing, and if you're Sora, you start throwing out some snake bites as well.
Just trying to keep them at bay. It's just kind of giving you a buffer, right? Because you know that they can finally close that distance. And once they get proper rifles, apparently they're able to close in that count as well. We're already good for 1. Jordan Gosito on the board. Quick flank around. Sav is able to at least expend the life of one more, but it's only an even trade in the process. Sora's having to do a lot on that site by herself. Death will fall.
One enemy remaining.
Dante will finally deal with one more. Took it a second. Yachty will eventually die, though. And it's just Moriarty now. Kind of walking and taking their time over through Art. A tedious process to go pick back up that spike. And Dante is fairly aware of where it lies, considering they took down Yachty. So instead of just pressuring directly from shop side towards mid place, they're going to go from top instead in through that doorway. They'll just barely miss that opportune timing. The perfect window to catch down Moriarty's attempt through Art and back towards Link. They'll meet up over here through Connector. Another window just barely missed. Sora will finally spot the drop. Not heard by Moriarty. And there goes the final blood. Round result once again, the pro side of CSUDH.
2 players still standing. A little bit of a slow execution there towards the rear end to go ahead and close in that final kill, but regardless, just enough to make sure it happens. And Sac State, I mean, they're just looking for these post-plant scenarios, honestly. With an orbital strike, they can go ahead and buy a couple seconds off the board, maybe get some kills, but there's just a little bit more that's needed, quite honestly. I mean, Sac State, they just have to find these kills, even though I mentioned it again and again and again as these first bloods, but I mean, I got to say, these side takes have to occur much faster. They can't be checking as many corners. They have to get a little bit reckless, I'll say, because they've already checked off that box. And they just need to really work off of it. Use it to their advantage to where, I mean, it's a one-man difference. the kills aren't exactly that close, so you have to switch up something, and just your crosshair placement may be the biggest thing for it.
Moriarty with the initial swing, able to see the position at least of one player over towards connector. Second swing kind of wildly done in again by the side of Sac State. They're going to go and have to force themselves backwards. They pick up first blood sap, and note the kind of discipline we see coming out from CSUDH to retreat backwards, not wanting to contest despite knowing you have the man advantage ultimately in the end. Because once you do contest, problems like that can occur. You're down your jets. You lose a little bit of that dominance in terms of mobility, so you'll have to rethink things. Plus, doing their best to kind of send out that hot. Doesn't have the best throw forward, but Dante and Saf catch Death and Osita respectively unaware. Just Yanni's up on the board. 2 headhunter shots. A possible lineup. A third onto Sora, and it's just Dante left standing. You've got to feel that you fed the beast at this point. This is the closest CSUDH have now felt to a round lost bar that first pistol, but you do have that spike control. Dante taking their sweet time, not over-aggressing to Yachty's and forcing them to them where they'll inevitably strike them down, thankfully to save CSUDH from a round loss.
Yeah, situations like that, we already talked about it. Yachty's being the biggest problem in a lot of these situations, especially in a 1vX scenario. That's going to be the one player that actually goes off and looks to have feasible attempts on a consistent basis. So, I mean, you have to look out for him. You can't really just blind swing and everything. You can't just go ahead and say, look, it's just a done deal. We can win this out. You have to still be intimidated to some effect. And I got to say, I'm surprised they haven't utilized Yachty's a lot more in this game because, I mean, with how consistently this guy's killing people over and over again in a lot of these hero rounds, manipulate that fact. Wait for a couple more players to go out. Let Yachty's, honestly, what we saw 100 Thieves go down in 0 to 13 with, Sac State could find some relative success and actually win off of.
Fairy Blunts once again sitting over in the connector doorway. You could hear the mobility despite the leer going through, and smart idea by Fairy Blunts to take another step back. But Sora here previously, if I recollect correctly, has been holding that position quite a lot. It doesn't seem to be either of them, though, that finds the first blood. Dante will swing back on over from tower side, take rid of the jet doppelganger, so to say, on the side of Sac State. Making things even more difficult to close down that distance. Sora with another flick over to Aceto, and you're now looking at a 2v5 down.
Last player standing. Spike down
Nope.
mid.
Looking at a 1v5. Well, hey, it's Yachty's. It's Yachty's, let's be real.
Right.
So, I mean, this is like another 4v5, right?
Yes? No. Yes?
Yes.
We got this, Yachty's.
I mean, you're alive.
Working with it. Is that Kratos on that
30
picture?
seconds left.
Sorry, a little distracted. The wanting posters right there are going to be going. Yachty's, though, not distracted whatsoever. Trying to find the right position to lock down Sora holding next to the old default. The silver default, I would say. Able to kind of snuff Sora out, though. The hip fire with the tour de force. That's a shotgun blast to the chest. Not what you want to see. But Yachty's now at a spot to maybe go for the plant, but I'm sorry to break it to you. You are nowhere near that spike. You have left it. Missing the second shot, hits the first to Saf, and Dante will say, all right, you've had enough of your shenanigans. I'll finally clean out house and finish the job, but interesting result once again. Thank you very much, Observer. That looked like Kratos to me. Am I blind? That's wrong. I know I'm colorblind. Maybe that was what it is.
Remove color, then you're correct. Yeah. Because that is, no, not
I thought it was a
Kratos.
scar. I thought it was like the
I could
paint,
say like
you know?
Soldier 76, maybe? Or something like that.
Maybe Valorant's excited for Overwatch 2's release.
Hey, maybe. I mean, but I just Kratos. I'm sorry, I cannot take you seriously. after
Shadows
that.
on the
That
head
is
look
terrible.
looked like the face paint on Kratos' head, all right? That was enough. Looked like PlayStation 2 era Kratos, right? It's all just 16 pixels.
No, whatever. Okay, we're in a new round here. Round 7, 5-1's your game. 5v4, just in case you forget. Oh, 4v4. Yachty's goes ahead and opens things up with the first blood. Finally going ahead and getting that impact that we've been talking about the entirety of this game thus far. Didn't even need tour de force to do it, but instead, still manages to equalize this game out. But the problem is, Viper's Pit is already present over towards his A site, holding things down. And honestly, Sac State, they're looking to do one of those situations where a lot of the times when you find a Viper's Pit, those Vipers are just as stressed as the opposition as well. They're saying, okay, who's trapped in here with who? What's the situation looking like? Where it's, I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. And you may not be trapped in it with me, but I'm trapped in here with you now. As already some even exchanges go across the board, but at the end of the day, it comes down to a 2v4 scenario where Zack State are looking to dwindle down the numbers even more and more and more, but Aceto inevitably does get one more, gets a little bit of the heal off of it, but gets out safe nonetheless.
30 seconds left.
Interesting decision to not just go ahead and rotate that spike over to the other objective. And because of that, Osito, we stuffed out by Sora swinging out over towards the bunker. They try to swing again. That's Yachty's within the Viper's pit, and Sora will deal with them just as quick. Great round for Sora to pick up 3. Great Watchmen reference there as well, Dallas. And that really is kind of what it comes down to. There is some level of fear from Vipers of hiding within their own Viper's pit. And you can see a lot of Vipers kind of say, all right, well, there is that constant threat of being quickly walked upon, them having slightly quicker reactions being fine. That's why, as a Viper, you can do this crazy thing called walking out of it. You don't have to stay in it 24/7 to keep it up. You just need to step back in every once in a while. We saw that highlighted right there. Sora doing exactly what a Viper needs to do. They all the way back over towards bunker. They did it not just once, but twice to find the first kill into Aceto and then to finish off the job on a Yachty.
Learn something new, eh?
It's always something new in the game of Valorant, Dallas.
Well, I gotta say, new days, new information, but right now we're looking at new rounds. I'm gonna do transitions like that every time. It feels nice. But regardless, I'm feeling like Linus Tech Tips, you know? But whatever. All right, we're now going ahead and getting ourselves with the tour de force here on the field on the defensive sides. I mean, that's gonna be really good, but already when you result yourself in first blood, I gotta say, Zack State have been nailing that down. They've been finding these first bloods a lot more consistently. I just find it odd to see that the trend doesn't exactly follow behind them. They're not resulting themselves in more rounds. They have to look for these kinds of plays and look to manipulate the fact that the game is even. Find themselves a second, but you see the trades again and again and again, going back and forth, one for one, but instead Zack State going 1 for 4 this time around. Tour de force having to go for a little bit of a retake scenario where Dante is realizing the same exact pain that we've seen Yachty in multiple times.
I mean, oh, wow. I'm actually amazed that Donnie at least didn't secure the kill there on to death. But a 4K netted. And that's Zack State now at least picking up 2 for this half. So Warline is reflected in a 6-2 fashion, especially after the 6-round spree that CSUDH took in return. And I will point out, though, to be frank, Dallas, I'm not sure it's necessarily going to matter or is applicable in the terms of a 4v5. But Pearl is a map where you see usually one team take the victory in a half in like a 9 or a 10-2 affair. It is usually very lopsided. It's a very expected result, especially in the early stages of Earl coming out and teams not being as comfortable. That is fine. The question is, though, can the 10-2, the 2 team, surmount a comeback when they're a whole player down the entire game? Is it because of the map at that point, or is it because of that man counted difference in playstyle? We'll ultimately have to see. I do love the variety of CSUDH's holds, though, over towards Connector. It's always a new player every round.
And even then, while this wall is up, quite honestly, when you know so many players are within that area, they're just kind of within that vicinity, you can go ahead and throw your bubble over there. Go ahead and get a little bit more impact there. Lock things down. Sure, you have a wall already giving yourself that end result, but still, why not just kind of do a little bit more when you have the execution of this? But it doesn't matter when you have that many players following behind, the rest of the team going ahead and rallying around that spike and saying, look, things are locked up in Hall now. It all comes down to Yachty's once more, who has managed multiple occasions where you go ahead and get 4 kills. But if you don't check that one corner, you can't even start off with the first. So that's now 7th round going over to CSUDH, looking better and better here, now getting themselves to a stage where they, no matter what worst case situation, get themselves an advantage at the end of the half.
Good spot to be within. Always a big highlight point in Valorant. Also to point out for this up and coming round, it's not going to be a goodbye situation from Zack State, so possible inkling that CSUDH will be able to bring that up to 8 in a reasonable fashion. They're going to go ahead and not force out with a Aceto so that they... Oh, never mind. They're trying to figure it out. They want to buy probably a Spectre over towards Yachty's to give them a chance, because relying only on that Headhunter really limits the arguably best fragger on your side, them having the most kills and easily being the most clutch player when it comes down to those dangerous positions. But it doesn't really mean too much to the side of CSUDH. They still feel quite comfortable. They'll use the operator in the hands of Donnie to take first blood onto Moriarty. Now it's going to be up to the 3 remaining players on Zack State. Still quite a different thing to say. I'm still not quite used to it. Try and find themselves a little leeway and breathing room, and Yachty's does just that. But on A, hoping that kill, Dallas, forces the players on B to rotate, and it has done nothing. Only 1 player moving that way, but it did force the Nightfall. Honestly, that's a big boon.
It most definitely is. I mean, it really goes ahead and sets things up, but more importantly, it's from the side of CSUDH, we're the ones who don't really need these handicaps, these impact plays to be working off of. Instead, you got Johnny in the back able to go ahead and close up one more, make sure this main advantage once it goes over to their side of the field. But problem is, you got to find the follow-up. You got to make sure the rest of your team is there to be relied on, and you have to go ahead and lock down this area to work with. And I mean, that's what your controllers are for. Set up the arena. Go ahead and create the space to be working around, and you're definitely doing that a little bit in essence. As Death goes ahead and finds one more. The Prowler goes ahead and snuffs the player out towards U-Haul. You know he's not over there on the longer side, so you set things up to hopefully get a crossfire. But instead, Yachty's just closing out players left and right, hitting one more to work off of. You know the last one's up there up top. Lost can't really do too much, so instead, you just take the shot, get another round to work with. And, I mean, honestly, if Sac State keeps this going, they could get to that 7-5, but if they fall a little bit short and do absolutely nothing, we see the same result in halves as what we saw in Icebox.
I really liked the post-plant positioning there from Sac State. There was the option to tag down the planter of the spike, but reaction timing wasn't there for the side of CSUDH, so to kind of supplement that, they were trying to play a little slower, and they were just funneling into the same exact angle. It's the complete opposite kind of scenario that you want to have. And even with only 2 players remaining, they had an angle from long B and an angle over towards back B. They know that they're going to push out of the angle. Even if they don't push from there, they'd have to push over from the alley side, coming in from tower's bottom staircase. And if they push there, well, your player in back B has an angle, not just to either go for the kill, but also to retreat to wait for that teammate's assistance. There's always stages of that post plant. Sac State did a really good job to kind of key in on that, even knowing that they were at a disadvantage. Use everything that you can to give yourself a chance for success. Empress, I think that was popped for the player of Aceto. They were quite purple to my eyes, but I'm also colorblind. Very Blunt does so with their own Blade Storm, though. Removes it quickly, but they'll die just as quick for an even trade.
Yeah, already looking for some results here, and even then when you know the numbers are going into an advantage of at least one side, or even not at all, an advantage is just naturally present for the side of CSUDH. So looking at the orbital barrage ready, and even then, already a Blaze Storm to work with as well. Death doesn't even need that. Able to go ahead and result one more with the operator in hand. I mean, playing it offensively is kind of the one thing that's shocking me the most, to where, you know, when that kill rains out, you honestly have to play passive now. You hug these corners, you play on the other side of the fence, and you make sure to swing immediately when this retake starts to take effect. You see Yachty towards the back. Go ahead and result in one more kill. Things are looking good for Sac State. Now 2v3, Spike goes down, and Donnie may result himself from 1 to even it up.
I mean, you're giving up so much control over this map and these objectives if you're CSUDH. It's just a big problem for them. And while they won't necessarily have to worry about that on the attack, it is a huge problem now on the defense. Every single time you lose control over that connector in mid of that alley section, you lose control of sight because no one's there in the refrag. Nobody's been following up the player towards connector. Nobody's playing outside towards tower to try and assist. It's just fumbling the bag in a way that's not really... maybe a major point for them, considering the man advantage going for the attacking side, but Pearl is a fickle mistress. If you do not play to the strengths of Pearl, you are going to lose, even if you are a man ahead. That's just how dangerous this map can be.
Yeah, big problems here amidst the likes of CSUDH, knowing that, I mean, this game is actually looking much closer than expected, but I mean, once again, you got to consider they're on the defensive side, and Sac State, knowing that they can play to the numbers advantage, which they just, once again, kind of lost initially. I'm starting to think of this game almost as a 5v5, specifically on this map, oddly enough, when CSUDH has it as their selection. So, still, you got to wait for the second end of the half, but this, as we do reach ourselves to the last round of this half, we can see what the end result may be. Regardless, so 8-4 is going to be extremely good and create a lot of leeway for the squad if they can somehow go for a miraculous run and get themselves a dub on the table.
Despomp, their Blade Storm clears out the trademark and play for the side there of CSUDH. They know they're a man down, and they don't have the leers to kind of use those blinds, so need to be quite smart. Quick use of that Cosmic Divide makes things very difficult, especially for Death, who's so far forward, but Sora just doesn't have their gun out in time, caught lacking, and because of that, their body will now be slacking straight towards that ground. Quick shots by Yachty to make things even more precarious for CSUDH. They'll even put down that spike immediately afterwards. Time constraint now put into the lap of CSUDH, and it's an even man advantage, something that they've been struggling to win even despite having the man advantage at times. Not a great spot to be in. Dante caught unaware, looking the wrong direction, clearing out from top of that B ramp. Another opportune moment for Sac State to continue to capitalize. Both players peeking from the same exact angle, just by considering how long it takes to swing through these alleyways of the side of CSUDH. it's hard to make a true recovery. One in the back of B site. Death sees one player swing forward. Moriarty dealt with Saf very quickly. They try to go for the wog bang. It's not truly necessary. Moriarty will assist before it's even needed. And that half will go. We're in a 7-5 scoreline, despite one team being a man down the entire match.
I just say, man, I'm impressed. I'm kind of impressed that they've gotten it going on this long. But as I mentioned, that was a half to where Sac State was supposed to have themselves an advantage. I mean, where they could actually utilize the pace of the game and that element of surprise into their advantage. I mentioned it over an icebox as well, to where that's where they could take the lead. That's where they can make the game under their control. Play for the numbers, get themselves on site, win those initial fights, then for retakes, it's either even or they have an advantage. Crazy, right? I mean, it's those situations that you can really create now. Instead, you're playing right to CSUDH's hands. I mean, they have a grass ring the entire time. I talk about the intel. I talk about the positioning of the map. I talk about the lurkers all over the place and setting up those checkpoints. Let's think of it like the police and checkpoints on Halloween night. You're at a party and you know you can't stand running into them. The more there are, the more annoying it's going to get. And the more concerned you're probably going to be as well, for being real. I mean, CSUDH has plenty of those to work off of, and on the pistol round where you go 1 for 1, it's a good result so far.
Even trade in terms of kills, but still the man advantage for the side of CSUDH. We have said it's very impressive that the side of Sac State can make this kind of playstyle, and we'll have to see if that can categorically stay the same truce when the second half gets underway. Plant is down for CSUDH. Death on the flank. Headhunter in hand for Dante, but it does them no favors. Instead, Death gets the kill. Close able to get that refrag back. I haven't really talked about them very much, and how much the rest of the squadron has been picking up the tempo. Yachty's and Ocido decimate 2 more off the board, silencing any sort of opposition. And now it's just Saf left standing, holding out towards Pillar at the long of ramp. They're able to kind of tag one, but Saf to get the player that's going for that defuse, and they already stuck it to half. I think there's plenty of time, and in fact, there will be for Sac State. They'll get another pistol. They have not lost a single pistol, I believe, in this match.
It's impressive. Knowing they get a follow-up as well, they get themselves a second round more times than not here on the defense, and sure, it's going to have to be blamed for a retake. It's scenarios when you look at what these players are doing, when you see how they're lining up, when you see the kind of results that you're getting. I got to go ahead. That first round that we saw Yachty's light things up, get that 4K and make things really, really scary in that round. Look at the scoreboard right now. He's smurfing, plain and simple. 21-9. That is 4 more deaths. And that is 17 kills over the course of those 4 lives. I mean, you have to attribute the entirety of the success of this team basically to him, if we're being quite honest.
Player pops off when needed to. That's exactly what you have to see as well. That's the thing. You need them. Kind of like the hero you need, but not the one you deserve kind of scenario. Only had the full 5-man roster to help. Maybe they're just taking the fifths part, you know, and just the rule of fists that you mentioned earlier, Dallas. Maybe that's what it comes down to. Either way, Sac State are unable to deny CSUDH's quick haul on through B long and getting that plant down. And on top of that, they plant it in a spot that actually allows for them to kind of hold it in the post-plant position all the way towards B long. They'll tap onto that defusal, the spike. They'll send over a snake bite as well. They're trying to keep him off for a little bit longer, but due to the speed of Sac State, it's going to be very difficult to be able to manage that. Donnie in a rough spot has to pull out the classic. They're going to get rushed down quickly. How is Sac State so gosh darn dangerous in these post plants, Dallas? I get they have the advantage of weapons, but they look amazing holding back CSUDH.
I think it's honestly the lack of aggression coming out of CSUDH as well, because even in something like a classic round or with pistols, or even then when it comes around to Spectres versus pistols, no matter what, Sac State, they're going to have the advantage. They're going to have those lineups. If you're CSUDH, you can't be playing for long gains anymore. I mean, when you look at the leaderboard, that's not going to tell you how a team lays themselves out. That's not going to tell you, okay, this is how a team orchestrates their game plan and lays out this map to win themselves a guaranteed round here and there. All it tells you is their crosshair placement is better and they're clicking at the right times. You can't be lining yourself up in these long games and these long lines of sight and saying, let's go ahead and give them these situations that they do better than us in. You have to get aggressive. You have to get in your face, and you have to put them in a scenario where you can actually use this utility in a way to really choke off some spots instead of just throwing it all at one spot, while Sac State has obviously proven they can take every bit of it.
I'm still reeling in the fact that this is a possibility for Sac State. I think I would maybe lose my mind a little bit, but I'm still just so impressed. I want it, but at the same time, I don't want it, right? Sac State, honestly, they deserve to be able to take a victory here. Maybe their fifth player, their fifth man that's kind of been waiting on the outside, maybe they're ready, getting their 2 matches out of the way for their ranked games to get that rank and be allowed to play. Maybe they're ready by this point. It's been 2 games, so I feel like, possibility is definitely there. And to make matters worse, Sac State equalized the odds with the first blood again. Very Blunt's just walking towards site. I would dare say sprinting with how loud their feet were working through that A main side. And it's an easy cleanup for one, but the problem is Dante able to clean up for another onto Ocido to kind of put themselves back in good footing.
Good stations already. Good little trade. So nice damage done across the board out of everybody. And even Donnie able to go ahead and get some nice, clean closure for the most part around like this. But the problem is, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Here comes Yanni's big problem on the field. You cannot sleep on this guy.
Oh my goodness, you gave him a theme song, so to say.
he's a problem. Tyler 1 gets a theme song, and so does him.
Oh my goodness, give it to him. Have him set up. Toxic screens up, though. That makes things difficult. The snake fight kept them at bay as well. Player over towards Bunker. Close, unfortunately. Nowhere close to finding that kill. Yachty's instead gets the upper hand. Player sitting on Spike. Do they clear them? You stopped the defusal. Yachty's, what are you doing? And you still almost found the kill. But Sora thankfully clutches up where needed. And CSUDH will reclaim their lead there in that 3rd round of the half.
So finally getting a little bit of an exchange here, getting an answer more importantly, and maintaining that lead once more, but it's only by a round now where you see that Sac State's going to have the availability to once again get these guns to work with. They have 2 ultimates in the back end. They don't really have to really worry too much or spend too much money on this, considering that, that play sort could be enough to work with in its own right. But, still, Sac State, in scenarios like these where you're saying now that they have the guns, now that we're on Pearl, and even then we don't have too much of an idea of what their layout's looking like because we haven't discovered too much just yet, it's still going to be a problem nonetheless, and they have to really take their time here to dissect what's going on.
Another slow kind of build up for CSUDH. When you've lost the opening kill for the last 2 rounds, one of those being a really bad round, but you ultimately lose the round anyways, and you're losing it off the fact if you're sprinting and making too much noise, you're going to start to respect the audio equipment maybe on the side of Sac State, right? I don't know what they've got packing on those heads, but it's enough that's reverberating across these walls and has been giving them a really good chance to find those opening kills to prepare them at least for them ahead of time. Unfortunately, not the case here. CSUDH do give themselves first blood. Aceto still a very slow play in through mid. Has a little bit of chance over towards ARP, but nobody on CSUDH is that way. Instead, they're going to 5-stack send over towards B long once again. It will place the Cosmic Divide. That's why you see the Astro kind of lagging a little bit behind. Hopefully, though, they'll actually have the weapons, and they do have the weapons, to go for the positioning of a long plant. But the Cosmic Divide is incorrectly sent, and they're going to put it on the silver default where you can't properly defend the post plant because they can hide around the corner.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, honestly, CSUDH, we got to talk about it once more. These post plans haven't looked too good so far because they're playing for the long game, and even then they're around that corner, as you mentioned. So that gravity well is actually available to go ahead and create that position where you have to go ahead and flex that once more. But that's only 1 star, but it's 2 players result in the kill as well. So it's looking good for him. It all comes down to Ocido. Still around that corner, 5% still available. If you're looking at that spike, you know it's ticking up. You know it's not a fake anymore. You got to swing him when you have 4 players to do it. You result yourself 1 more as you elongate that lead a little bit more so into a 9-7.
Way to make a mountain out of a molehill. A very difficult way to try to take that point after getting that spike down, but they made good parts of it. They're using their Astro that they have to their advantage. It was their own smoke that was covering viewpoints. That's another problem that we're seeing the side of Sac State run into with that man disadvantage. Yes, they have the Sky Smokes. That's why Moriarty did not play for essentially a 4 duelist lineup like we joked about. They kind of took that step back and said, all right, we're going to need a Brimstone. We need the boost towards sites. We need to be able to quickly move around the map. These alleyways are very annoying in terms of mobility. And on top of that, we want to make sure that we are very quickly cutting down sight lines to have a chance, not only on the attack, but also on the defense. Once we saw the smoke dissipate from the Astral Smoke, CSUDH had line of sight once again. That's how they caught those 2 players that were covering the defusal. That's why the last player who was defusing did not get sighted as they were around that corner. Still, don't put yourself in a position you have to plant there. Prepare yourself for the other side. You have rifles. You have the advantage. Just play the long con.
Yeah, you definitely could do that. It all comes down to the pace set here by both squads. When that actually really creates enough time to allow that. With, I mean, obviously CSUDH giving over the appropriate respect to Sac State, saying, "Okay, look, play this game slow. Let them go ahead and figure things out. You can't let this really happen too much longer." So Death is going ahead, deciding to do something about it with that blaze on the hand, looking to go ahead and push right through sight, cloud bursting everything, but not hitting the blades necessary to at least find a single kill in the meantime. So once again, Yachty's is alive and well towards the back of sight. 150 health still remaining, a Vandal in hand, and possibly a Reckoning to go ahead and occur.
I just seem to go for a wall bang over towards Cubby. Unfortunately, not there. I love how cleanly the Viper's Pit hangs over that slight ledge. Tethered in place is Yachty's, though, not able to move around. Sora doing their best to try to repeat the same thing we talked about earlier, learning that Vipers can indeed step out of their Viper's Pit, have it come back, but you step out, you're very obvious in your viewpoint as well. They do have a great crossfire setup, but I think Close will be spottable first, and they were, but Close, I guess they were tired of us not mentioning their name throughout this game, surely, because they weren't in the first match either as the substitutes in for CSUDH, because apparently they have more than 5 players. But they stepped up in that round for a 3K to really put themselves in a good spot and to reach double digits, Dallas, which is a great way to say.
Yeah, it most definitely is. Man, able to go ahead and set that checkpoint for themselves, showing that the game's getting that much closer, that they are able to go ahead and finally escape the grasp of Sac State and really kind of go ahead and saying what's going on with this. And honestly, I got to say they're probably happy, just breathing a breath of relief, knowing that this is almost going to come to a closure. But they still have a couple rounds to go if they really want to have that luxury allotted to them. So still, the Nightfall actually does take effect. Moriarty's waiting things out. Thought a little bit of a lurk could go ahead and result in a couple more kills, but that's not the case. Just sniffed out almost too quick there as an exchange. So down it gets one more. Aceto can't really find anything or even see anyone more important to shoot as that spike does go down. And Fairy Blunts is looking for a very quick closure pushing into spawn.
Honestly, it feels like Dante was seeing more than the defending player was. And I noticed that as well when they were walking through that toxic screen. They could see the player, but when it switched to the defensive player there, or observer did so, they saw nothing. That wall was even higher than I expected it to be. I'd love to get a replay of that at some point, but it is Sac State squarely in a bad spot. Stuck in a bit of a fickle pickle, trying to find some sort of recovery. Yachty's on the board, though, with the Tour de Force, so if there's anyone to do it, you know exactly who it's going to be. The Astra's still alive for CSUDH's Pearl roster, and it's going to be even more difficult as they'll have to deal with that tether, that well coming forward. Saf swings out, kind of does deal with Yachty's in due time, and there's that double swing. Sora cleans up the kill as Death simultaneously finds Close, but that's why you swing with both, to make sure you can conclude that round.
Yeah, I mean, Big Sense already here getting themselves an 11th by a very definitive manner as well. That Sac State are looking to go ahead and find a way to really get an answer on the board. But on the defense, as I mentioned earlier, it's much more difficult to do something like that when you don't have too much control of the pace of the game. The CSUDH are able to go ahead and set that. They can wait as long as they want. They can Navi the situation. They can wait for these players and say, we're going to catch you by surprise. They can lurk for the entire round if they want to. Do absolutely nothing. Be those silent killers. Make Sac State push in every single move just to give themselves that perspective. Push them all the way back to spawn for the entirety of the round. Just wait for these retake scenarios, as you saw that kind of gone in their favor for a lot in those earlier rounds. So the stands right now, you got to check your corners or at least line up your shots. And Donnie goes ahead and knocks to the ladder.
Giving yourself an early lead, now you can start to enforce your kind of aggression that you've been kind of brewing up so consistently onto the site. Orbital strike incoming, and Fairy Blunts cannot escape with their life. Great way to get things going, but the ball, unfortunately, is not rolled very far. We need to grease up the wheels on those Hot Wheels because they're starting to sprint on over towards that A site. It's not a way to take your time. CSUDH will have an easy 3-on-1 should they continue that way. Maybe Moriarty rotates in time. It is fairly quick for the defenders to just go through defender spawn to get there. But you're now looking at a fight where you're praying that you're one player on this A site. And A site's an easily defendable site. Take down 3, the only 3. And these players have been quite strong. Lots of audio given. Osido in a rough spot somehow collects themselves enough to take down Sora. Will manage to quickly take a step away, using the soul of their dead player to do so. Now hiding down below. Will get swung by Dante, and Osido is up for the challenge. Moriarty ready to prime these Sky Smokes. We'll go ahead and send them so that it locks down over towards Link as well as over towards that ramp. And they'll clean out the player close in Cubby. That's close themselves. And it'll be an 8-round win now for the Sac State side. They're trying to bring this one into contest.
Yeah, a little bit of potential here, and I gotta say, surprised enough by the likes of Sac State to make sure a round like that can still go into their favor, knowing that CSUDH, looking at the rotation, the amount of kills they made at the same time, and, obviously having, before. A 3v3 even would be enough for them to work with, knowing they're in the attacking side. They could even gone for a fake rotate if they wanted to. Just set up those checkpoints, as I mentioned, when you have the players allotted to do so. But they don't really go for paths like that. And as it stands right now, they don't really have the money to purchase things up completely as an entire squad. Nani does have that, obviously a little bit of a closet to work with, but more importantly, a tour de force to work in the back pocket as well. And we do see that Blaze Storm available as well. So much here available. Not all the money in the world, but it's just enough to get yourself across and possibly get yourself those kills, because if you don't, you're right back to a 2-round game, which is definitely doable with the shutdown and a thrifty after.
I mean, you're looking at how much invested CSUDH are into the round. A Tour de Force and a Blade Storm right off the bat. While the Blade Storm was a little behind, that's still a ridiculously large amount of util dumped. And for what? Very Blunts to get 1 kill. They lose their life immediately afterwards. You've also lost your Astra. It's an even 3-on-3. Pray your Tour de Force can still come up big. Osito doesn't need to worry about that. They'll take matters into their own hands. They can't even see close through the sky smoke. It will kill them off very quickly. Now, what do? Where's your spike? I'll tell you where spike is. Behind screen. Why is it deep back there? I'm not quite sure. But CSUDH have fumbled this one hard, and that is the worst result you can ask for, especially when you're feeding the beast that is Yachty's over towards site. Moriarty, bit of a blunder in that moment, will unfortunately fall to Sora, but it's still an even fight. Still a 2-on-2, but it's still Sac State with control over spike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chokehold that they got around them. Just go ahead and watch this angle. You got the 2 most deadly players on the side of Sac State on the opposing side of that corner. And sure, you got a tour de force, but nobody's going to swing. You have to swing with the big gun. You have a barrel that's as long as Generator itself. And just as soon as you try and get yourself there, it's not going to work. That one decision alone of getting the spike that aggressively behind Generator's screen, you just can't do anything about it. And it results in Sac State getting themselves that much closer to not only tying up this game, but in a very, very late stage where it could be winnable as well.
Was that Fairy Blunts holding spike, right?
Something makes me think it was.
Because I think that was Fairy.
It's looking at this way that the X's were kind of laid out. I want to say it was Fairy Blunt.
Because Fairy Blunts, they pushed forward to try to deal with, and they did succeed in getting the kill. Don't discount that. They did succeed in the kill, but they lost 2 players in the process, their own life in that. So I think it was Fairy Blunts. If you know your Jet has a Blade Storm, do not hand them the spike. Wrong idea for CSUDH. Good implementation otherwise. We saw that just last game on Ascent in the actual last matchup where the Jet who popped Blade Storm had an operator in their pocket and they just sent it. Not sure why. Drop the weapon to your teammate if you know you're going to go in with that sniper, especially in a close affair. It was going to be 5 feet apart from you and the enemy. Kind of the same concept, but different implementation. And you can look how much respect now CSUDH have. It's taken a lot to put Sac State to give them a dog in this fight. And now CSUDH are fearful. They are scared. They're not peeking any angle. They're praying that Sac State get aggressive. And they are a very patient team. They're playing a man down. You think they care about aggression? They're going to whoop you on sight. That's their whole mindset right now.
I mean, I gotta say, man, this is something. This is something, man. I'm in awe. I'm in awe. I gotta say, as a guy who's told nothing during his life but to shut up, I've somehow been shut up. Because I'm at a loss of words for what's going on right here, right now. But Sac State, they're not making sure to go down without a fight. They're going ahead and maintaining maybe the Empress to go and get a couple kills in the meantime, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, you see Sora able to go ahead and close out a video there, and it all comes down to a 4v1 situation where, once again, it's Yachty's at hand, so you can't really sleep on the guy because you never know when he's going to go crazy.
Yachty mentioned so many times a dark horse right now for Sac State. You need a player that can thrive in these dangerous spots, and, well, Yachty's your man, to say the least. Rendezvous will be placed. This is so that they can swing the man and then TP back. Great success. No refrag potential available for CSUDH. They will use the tether, the whirlpool, so to say, but it's not enough. That gravity well gets you nowhere, and CSUDH will finally reach match point, series point for this BO3 against a 4-man roster. That's less to say about CSUDH and more to say about how dang good Sac State have been bringing the fight here on Pearl.
And I know that, I've been alluding to what this 5th player could do. Maybe it's Yachty's pocket sage. Lord knows what they are capable of. But even then, Death is also lining up inside the team as well. So don't get any wrong ideas. With how many duelists is available in this field, they're actually dueling. They're living up to the name and they're getting necessary kills. It's just not enough rounds as close as it really feels. So 3 more can get themselves to an overtime now, but regardless, CSUDH only needed 1 more to make sure they get the guaranteed closure with a very, very quick, opening, crisp, clean, same thing, combined right there in one term. You look to go ahead and see if you can follow up with some more.
We find that first blood. Usually you'd say, let's use that to our advantage. But for Sac State, the job is literally nowhere near done. As you have only evened the odds against you, you have to go to OT. This is your chances to make it to a map 3. On the line, they're going to be like this for at minimum, sorry, at most 3 more rounds. Minimum 1 if this one concludes in favor of CSUDH. Cosmic Divide is in play for the attacking side of CSUDH. They're quickly rushing in towards that site. Viper's Pit in play as well. Death has no fear, though. Only fearing Death ultimately in the end. They manage to remove Sap. Sora will get a refrag back, but their teammate of Dante falls from the flank. Great positional advantage from Sac State, but the Viper's Pit, once again, the biggest problem for them. If you can't see, neither can they. That's what they're trying to work with. Lear tossed through to make it even worse. Osito has the sideline, and Sac State are still in the game! They'll make it to double digits and survive to fight another round.
They end up winning this map, man. I'm telling you, don't even bring in the 5th. This is it. This is the dream team you need, baby. Just the 4 corners. I mean, that's all it comes down to. Regardless, though, we're still only looking at 10 for the likes of Sac State. They got 2 more rounds to go and an overtime to triumph as well. But regardless, they've gotten themselves this far. So there's still a lot more potential to work with. Even then, they have an ultimate to work with as well out of that orbital barrage. So, I mean, there is some time. There are some resources available. There is some money in their pockets. And there is a save amongst us on the side of CSUDH for at least a couple of their players. And not the best armor even for the ones that really can buy.
3 ults in that round, right? Blade Storm by Fairy Bloods. I believe that was popped in that round. They're at 2 pips. Maybe it popped the round before, if I remember correctly. They used the Viper's Pits, the Cosmic Divide, so much post-plant and site control ultimates expended. And Sac State just say, all right, that's funny. Let's send it. And they go, what is the phrase? Run it down is the phrase we've been saying all day. Sac State need to change whatever their college slogan is because they are running it down and they are sprinting. No stop, full cap all the way through. And already, CSUDH, they're back to the same ideology of respecting every single play by Sac State. Over expenditure by Death. They're quite scared for their life. They'll send down both of their cloud bursts, but they won't actually leave. Smart play in the end because they're saying, hey, you don't know if I'm here or not. I could have gone back through plant. I could have gone down to cubby. I could have done anything. And because of that, they retreat. And on the retreat, Dante can even survive. They were the 1 player straggling over towards Connector.
You got to look at the approach of this from CSUDH, right? I mean, they're still giving Sac State all this respect. They know they only have 1 round to go. The rounds have been extremely close. The entire first half as well didn't really go in their direction as well as ended up 7-5. That, I mean, Sac State, they're kind of just playing this game out. I mean, CSUDH, look at that spray. I mean, they just run it down. And you're like, what is going on? Why are you here? CSUDH, they're playing judge, jury, and executioner. They're playing every single role. Sac State, they don't care about the first 2. They go in there just swinging axes. Meanwhile, everybody else is trying to figure out what's going on. You just have to be prepared for the worst.
Yachty up through secret, deals with the straggler that they tried to leave on the northern side of our map towards defender's spawn. Constellations being placed, really not a good spot to be in. They're just try to spray through those sky smokes. Osito can stick it to half. That sky smoke lasts for quite a while. This is a good spot. Are they still going to stick it at this point? Sac State's going to steal the round all the way through with 3 players still surviving. We have the phrase in Overwatch of Cloud9ing it when you don't hop on the objective and you just stop paying attention to it and someone sneaks it. Sac State just snuck it.
Dude, this is something. You know what? Like, I gotta admit, for the longest time, I was thinking Sac State, look, you guys are a little bit crazy. But, no, this game getting crazy now. It's getting a little bit crazy, and I'm saying I'm feeling every second of it, baby. This is something that we don't see very often, if ever. And right here, right now, Sac State, they are setting a new precedent. They're saying, honestly, Overwatch cut out a player from their roster entirely. We talked about the whole illusion over to OW. I mean, honestly, why not cut 1 more player out? Why not? We barely have any teams inside the VCT anyways. Barely any players are getting a chance to play on a professional tier 1 level. Why not have less? Cut out a single player from every single roster and just leave it at 4 because Sac State is pulling off the unimaginable right now.
I glimpsed behind the curtain of the NECC production room. We're all in shambles saying this is really happening. We're so excited for it. At the same time, it'd be a well-deserved victory for CSUDH, but Sac State have just stolen our hearts. There is no way to say anything else. We have to stay here longer, which is like, do we really want to do that? We would gladly do that if Sac State can pull this out. That's just how impressive it is. But the problem still lies in the fact that in this tech timeout that we're having to go through, I mean, you're looking at Sac State's. They have one ultimate, the tour de force on the board. Constant weight of pressure has been on their shoulders this entire game. We knew something was going to happen when CSUDH was forced, felt pressured enough to pop a timeout. I commented on that before. How has Sac State gotten to this point? And it just gets even worse. The round will get underway. This is the one to determine if Sac State can force OT. They still have to survive OT as well. Keep that in mind, Alex.
I think, honestly, it's the power of the doubt that's really just keeping them going, honestly. Once you go ahead and start rooting for them, that's when they're going to go ahead and disappoint you. And I haven't actually, I mean, they haven't disappointed anybody yet. So, obviously, we're still remaining unbiased as much as possible. But as it stands right now, already the Nightfall to be following through. CSU using it very preemptively just to get themselves a little bit of pressure on site, but that's not going to work out very well. Moriarty having an incendiary there to do enough damage to get a kill and a follow-up purely off the util. It comes down to the rest of the players because it's still a 2v2 as Staff is looking to get that spike down. Sora gets a little bit of exchange. Once again, it is all down to Yachty's, who has nothing but a tour de force to close out these last two and take ourselves to an overtime.
How much util does Yachty truly have to work with? The rifle in hand. Staff's up close! And Yachty's closes! You can feel the excitement in their aim as they close this one out, finish it in OT for Sac State. The scoreline evening out a 31 bomb, and it's not even OT yet to that point, Dallas. What in the world is going on?
Don't ask me, because I have literally no idea, and I don't think you do either, so don't put that pressure on me. Quite honestly, CSUDH doesn't even know what's going on either, so they're saying let's call a timeout for it. We just go ahead and need to break down the situation. Let's figure out what's going on. They have 4 players, and we just reached OT on not their map selection, but ours. Why? This was supposed to be a guaranteed map for us. We were supposed to not only have a further round lead than what we had prior on the last map, but we were supposed to have it bigger, better than ever. We were supposed to be warming up and saying, all right, we need to feel what this map is capable of. They should be either dragging out time just for the fun of it so they get more practice on this map, because this opportunity will not come along very often, or they actually just end up kind of losing this and they meet possibly a 5v5 in the last round when they didn't even need it for Sac State.
CSUDH, this timeout is a way for them to say, let's panic for 60 seconds and then collect ourselves. Maybe just 30 seconds, and then we'll collect ourselves. Because right now, there's got to be panic in the room of CSUDH. This is such a big match. Honestly, even by the end of this one, if I'm CSUDH, I'm kicking myself in the rear because you've let a 4-man do this. And I'll say it now, and I've said it before. This is on Sac State. Their responsibility. They have this dog in the game. Yachty's is insane. There is no shame of being swept out by this player, just considering how good they have been doing. But there still is that little bit of doubt for CSUDH about this game, and you can't help but feel that that is going to be a big problem if they let it get to them here in OT, as it's Sac State starting off on the attack.
Well, there is no kinds of lopsided affairs anymore in terms of gunfights. It just comes down to winning it because you have so much money to work with. You have rifles. You have all your utility you need. It just comes down to hitting the shots. And CSUDH, they hit a couple. Sac State hit a couple as well. Problem is, one side can heal it off, the other can't. Sac State, obviously, Aceto is going to be going and looking for a possible kill, looking to heal off any of those wounds, just kind of lick them up for a second, get right back into the fray. But as it stands right now, this is where the game really goes ahead and finds that stance where there's a lot of respect on both sides. To where, I mean, this is a tie game. We're in overtime. There is no one side of the affairs anymore. Sac State is just living up to the hype, and they're looking good while doing it.
Looking good is a huge understatement if you've been here the whole game, but honestly, I don't think the English dictionary, the language itself, is At least not with my understanding of it, able to kind of bring things close. Dante gets spread forward. Unfortunately, for the side of Sac State, they'll lose a player in the process. Yachty will refrag it back, though, not taking
30
much damage
seconds
back
left.
in return. But it's still a man advantage to the side of CSUDH. Yachty's still in this, essentially the same spot here, Dallas. Has not really moved from this position. And you're aggressing that way. Osito over to Cubby. Saf cleanses one more. Yachty needs to repeat what he just did last round and finish off this player, but Sora meets, and they'll work as a tandem duo to try to bring things closer. Moriarty, you've got to sprint towards this site. 5 seconds left. They're both tangible there. They're actually doable, but you can't collect the spray. You couldn't decide who to shoot at, and CSUDH will win the first round of OT.
Comes down to these switch ups once more, where we saw Sac State actually go on this kind of a little bit of a miracle run, making sure they can end themselves up once more, resulting in 7-5 rounds on their defensive side, where we saw just everything really come down to retakes. And honestly, if you're CSUDH, I talked about the aggression, talked about playing on site. That's exactly what you need to do. That was why the majority of their rounds fell short, why it didn't work. CSUDH said, look, we got more players, so we got more utility, and honestly, we can just stall for time. No, you can't. You got to keep your eyes on that spike no matter what. You have to make sure these players are shootable from every single angle. You can't work around corners anymore. You have to be direct and really hit the problem hard.
Especially looking at the result of our first game of the night, which was, as expected, a lopsided affair in favor of CSUDH. The fact that we're even in a point where overtime could be considered, let alone in actuality in front of us. The series of events to this point are quite literally a series of unfortunate events for CSUDH. Not where you want to be. Sac State defensively, though, they're positioned quite well. It has been a site through and through for CSUDH. That's how they want to attack, and that's how they'll continue to do this one. They've sent Dante over through Art. They do have a little bit of an assistance coming out from their Jet, who's right next door. But with Osito taking a huge bit of damage, getting tagged through the wall to the head, they're in a spot where they're too scared to swing again. They don't have the ability to heal, bar them getting a kill itself. Maybe they're in a good enough spot, but that extra damage is the undoing. Dante finishes the job they started.
Even then, the job isn't done just yet. There's still a little bit left in this round. It's not Donnie who has to finish the job. It's the likes of Sac State or CSUDH. This round has to come to a conclusion, or this map has to come to a conclusion. Either way, it could be the same thing or something completely different, just regardless whether or not CSUDH can end up closing the rest of these kills. There's still 3 players amongst them, and you see, obviously, the Yachty's in the back still alive and well, but Jet and Brim are still in here to work off as well. Not really too much of a clutch coming out for Moriarty, but Death and Yachty's are still fully capable of both having more than 20 kills over the course of this match. It could just result to get themselves 2 more each. But instead, Moriarty already gets closed off. It's a dynamic duo if they can really close this thing out.
They're not in a great spot. Another player flanking back from Secret. The Sky Smoke's no longer available for you either because you have lost Moriarty.
Oh!
There goes Yachty's. Death is the only player left standing. They are running out of time. Even if they have the time up to this point, it's not going to happen. And Sac State, despite quite literally what a game I will never forget here in the NECC, a miraculous, tumultuous map of a 4v5 still being forced to OT, they couldn't win it. Great job by CSUDH to collect themselves, take a breath. I think that timeout was everything to them.
I mean, it honestly was. That's all it had to be. I mean, you can look at the scoreboard and say, I mean, obviously it will give kind of the benefit over. I'll just say it was almost like a 5v5, especially on a map like that where you take it to OT. The fact that obviously Death, the IW, and the likes of Yachty as well, they both dropped 20 plus kills. Usually something like that wouldn't be feasible in a 5v5 unless you have a player literally they are just doing absolutely nothing, handing those kills and making them available to the death pool. When you have only 4 players, to compensate for that, especially to go to an OT in such a long game like that, there's a lot more blood available for one side over the other. You can really go ahead and say, look, things are starting to warm up here, because usually in a situation where teams aren't really feeling themselves, as I mentioned earlier, everything came down to the latter end. The latter end of the first half, the latter half being the second. I mean, every single time it came down to the second half of whatever the sequence was. Even in the latter part of these rounds in the post, and the kind of the post plants and the retakes. That's where we saw, once again, Sac State go off. They always waited, and they struck there in the rear end. I mean, you can't really sleep on that too much. That, honestly, could be the key to their success of this entire season. I haven't seen them on broadcast. I don't think we've really seen too much of them at all. But regardless, I think, honestly, that could be their key and their entire formula to be working off of. The attacking side, I didn't really see too much that I was impressed by, even on their map selection. But regardless, I mean, their defense looks astronomical. It looked really good in that respect. And I got to say, for them not having a fifth, I'm with you, man. I'm not going to forget this. And I'm just astounded that we're even here in the first place.
Loss of words still to this point. And you can feel the energy kind of being drained from, Dallas and I in this situation because we're saying we have all this build up for Sacks to come through and they ultimately lose an OT, which is still the expected result ultimately in the end.
I mean, yeah.
Just the
fact is there.
The fact it was even considered. Oh my goodness, Sac State deserved that. And we mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it at the beginning of our game 2 where you and I came onto the night here, Dallas. For the University of Rio Grande, they had a player named McOneTap who had tied the NECC record for most kills in a map. And I don't know what that number is, but I can't help but believe that in a 4v5, Sac State's Yachty might have gotten it. I want to ask what that number is. And if we get it, we may just cut back to the scene really quick and tell you guys. But that's it. That's all we have for the night in technicality and totality, right? That's the last game. There is no map 3.
I mean, do you really want something after that, though? Let's be real. That was sweet to watch to some extent, if we're being real. So it was kind of like dessert in its own right.
You follow through with it, right? You're saying you go to the end and you're like, well, how do you follow that? It's like going on a comedian show and right before he was Chris Rock and you're an amateur. You're not going to want to follow behind a well-registered comedian. Not happening. That's how this game is for the night. A great way to cap it off. A bittersweet conclusion for Sac State fans and honestly kind of for CSUDH fans. I think everybody was going to unanimous decision. The story behind that and the ability to come back. What a game. That map 3 would have been glorious, even if the 5th player hadn't finished their matches yet and couldn't make it to the game.
Yeah, well, just like Chris Rock, that match was a slap to the face. With all that being said and done, though, we do have ourselves a night to be done and dusted behind us. Crazy things happen here, but regardless, it'll also be left in behind. Don't worry, though, because there's plenty more NECC over the course of the week. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the entire weekday, we got plenty of other matches lined up regardless. So right here, right now, for tonight, at least for Valorant, we got things closed up and done for. So thank you to all you here for watching. I know me and Scott are going to go enjoy ourselves the rest of the night because, well, we probably haven't eaten if we're being real. But no matter what, though, we're going to go knock things out and get things done. And we'll see you here next week with some more action here on Valorant. We'll catch you later.